football.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The 4 astronauts on NASA's Artemis 2 mission have been recovered from the Pacific Ocean after making it safely back to Earth. The 3 Americans and 1 Canadian ventured deeper into space than any other human, travelling more than 399,000 kilometres from Earth to view the far side of the moon. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says the crew has done an amazing job.
These were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now, and I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis 2 crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So, yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon.
Doubts remain if peace talks between the US and Iran will get underway as delegations from Tehran and Washington head to the Pakistani capital Islamabad. Ali Crew reports.
A high-level Iranian delegation has arrived in Pakistan for the talks, but says before they can get underway, their preconditions must be met. Those include a ceasefire in Lebanon and the unblocking of Iranian assets. Earlier, US President Donald Trump took to social media to say the only reason the Iranians were alive was to negotiate a deal. He warned they have no cards other than the short-term extortion of the world by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. US Vice President J.D. Vance, who heads up the American delegation, says he expects a positive outcome from the negotiations, but cautioned the Iranians against what he termed trying to play us.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has left Singapore after a brief visit where he signed a bilateral agreement to further shore up Australia's fuel supplies. Here's National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman.
Because Australia is vulnerable right now, we import 90% of our liquid fuels. We only have 2 relatively small refineries on shore, so we really rely on our neighbours. Our big suppliers are, of course, Singapore, China, Malaysia, Korea. These are the countries where the vast volumes of jet fuel, diesel and petrol are coming from. So the Prime Minister is expected to sort of continue his fuel diplomacy mission in the region to shore up those supplies, because his government's agenda right now is utterly consumed by the objective of getting fuel supplies to Australia.
Meanwhile, the Energy Minister Chris Bowen has confirmed Australia's reserves for petrol and jet fuel have fallen. Providing his daily update, Mr Bowen says the nation has 38 days worth of petrol, 31 days worth of diesel and 28 days worth of jet fuel in reserve, a decrease of 1 day for petrol and 2 days for jet fuel. The reserve for diesel has risen by 2 days. The Energy Minister has assured Australia is well placed as possible amid the ongoing oil crisis.
They are figures in reserve. It's not the amount of fuel that we have that's a countdown. It is added to by fuel that comes in, and of course it doesn't count the fuel that's in cars and is in service stations right around Australia.
Police say a violent home invasion where 2 people were stabbed at Greenvale in Melbourne's north overnight doesn't appear to have been a targeted attack. 5 people were inside the Sterling Close house when up to 4 young men wearing masks and dark-coloured clothing stormed into the property shortly before midnight. During a confrontation, 2 male occupants were stabbed and have been taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Senior Constable Mitch Jones says the attackers fled in a dark-coloured SUV and remain on the run.
I would imagine it would be concerning for members of the public, and it probably definitely is. At this stage, we're not treated as targeted, so that's why, again, we're trying to reassure people that we will be here and we will be doing more patrols.
The state government says it's rolling out a new program to help support students completing unpaid clinical placements in regional and rural Victoria. The program will provide 520 grants of up to $575 per week to assist students with travel and relocation costs during regional placements. There's also funding of up to $30,000 for participating mental health services to help boost student placements. The government says the Pathways to Practice Incentive Grant program supports students completing placements across social work, occupational therapy, psychology and nursing. And briefly in sport, reigning World Surf champion Molly Picklum is through to the final at Bells Beach later today after narrowly defeating fellow Australian Isabella Nichols in their semi-final. The 23-year-old is aiming to win her maiden title at Bells and will meet Hawaii's Gabriella Bryan in the final. To the weather now for the state, partly cloudy with scattered showers, mostly near and south of the Divide. Possible small hail and gusty, possibly severe thunderstorms about exposed southern coasts. For Melbourne, cloud increasing, the high chance of showers, most likely in the afternoon and evening, with a top today of 17 degrees. Tomorrow, showers and 16. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is AFL Saturday.
Gather round edition number 4, live from Adelaide Oval. Will a deal get done to extend the concept in South Australia by the end of the weekend? What about the Friday night grind in the wet conditions here at Adelaide Oval? What did we learn about the Dockers and the Pies? Meanwhile, the Crows start gather round with a victory in their home city, while the Blues fall to 1-4. And are they all on the same page? What about the AFL's wildcard weekend concept? It got criticism from Chris Scott during the week. And I also told you on Thursday night that the AFL have held preliminary conversations with state governments about selling the entire concept wholesale to move it to a particular city. How would that look and what does it mean for the competition? The Collingwood chief executive calls for major fixture reform. And the NFL, the American football boss Roger Goodell is in town to spruik the NFL in Australia. So should the AFL be looking to spruik its game overseas? All of that coming up today right here on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Frampton misses Elliott, centre half back, ball in live play. Dudley big tackle, turnover. Johnson collects, Johnson closes, Johnson goals! Freo on top. Voss kicks it to Amos, who's out. No one in front of him. Siren goes. The Dockers beat the Pies at their own game. In a game of moments, it's Freo who navigate the key moments and the key minutes. Fremantle by 6 points. So an interesting start to gather round. Incredibly, the final score last night was 45 beats 39. If you look back to the Thursday night game, the score at quarter time was 46-39. There were more points scored in the first quarter on Thursday night than there was in the entire game last night. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Luke Ball was in Adelaide last weekend. He's not here today, so Adam Ramanauskas is sitting in for Luke Ball. We'll hear from Rama in just a moment. He's got some very special duties down in the Essendon rooms. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We're here at Adelaide Oval getting ready to go for the Bombers and the D's. Every game this weekend, of course, carried through ABC Listen. So if you want to stream any game at your convenience, you can do so, including coverage of the game between Brisbane and North Melbourne, which is a few moments away from starting out in the Barossa. Mick Moldhouse is here, as always, to hold it down, though, the coaching icon, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Good morning. As I walked in here, I asked the question, where's the tent?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gone home last night. I know what you're like. You finish late and you start early, so there must be a little gap in there. Did you just walk around town and get back here?
First of the footy, last to leave here on ABC Sport.
Well, you're professional, true professional.
So I've been here, this is my third game at Adelaide Oval, so I've been here all weekend. But today it feels like this is where the concept comes to life. Games at the Barossa, down in Norwood. You're off to the parade later today for... feels like probably the pick of the game, certainly on paper.
Absolutely.
What a match, Sydney and GW and Gold Coast later today.
Can't wait. And I'm looking forward to it even on the smaller ground, because I just want to see how these teams handle that lack of space. But it's been a fantastic concept. I just think that they've done it so well, and just walking around town, getting here, the colours, all they wear their jumpers and their scarves with pride. It doesn't matter whether it be the Essendon still struggling a little bit to the Adelaide just knocked over, got their win against Carlton, and you see a few dismal Collingwood people walking around, but they're not going to leave town in a hurry. They want to go and see how Essendon go. They'll be barracking for Melbourne.
Did you bump into any football people in town?
I have remarked this morning going with a coffee, and I was tapped on the shoulder by the great Jack McHale, John Cale, who, of course, he coached Collingwood. He's just recognised as one of the greatest coaches here in South Australia. And I said, what are you doing? He's in his 80s. I'm assuming he's in his 80s. And he said, I've just come from the gym. I looked across and his wife and 3 other women about the same age as Jack. And he runs a gym on Saturday mornings for people who are that age and around about. And he looks as fit as a fiddle. And it was fantastic. Then a little bit further up the road, ran into Magic Michael McLean, David Roden, and he's still thawing out from last night because he had to go. I forgot he had the game last night. And I said, I thought you made a mistake in one of those. He said, well, I haven't heard from the hierarchy, so there's no mistakes, which I was only joking, of course. But I coached him for one of the games in the Australian versus Ireland game. So you sort of build up a little rapport with people. And there's stacks and stacks of other people who are in town, but I no doubt I'll come across them as the weekend goes on. But you're right. I just think that you got the Barossa and there's talk now of McLaren Vale and so forth. It's just an incredible weekend of football.
There was a bit of talk earlier in the week about possibly what opening round's going to look like and whether they could adopt a similar concept up there to basically bring every team to the Northern States. So obviously it was just the Northern States teams involved by playing there. But Andrew Pridham, the chairman of the Swans, essentially said, hey, maybe we could have our own gather-round concept in the Northern States. Well, Peter Malinauskas was with us last weekend on ABC Sport, and I asked him about the exclusivity component of the deal and how important is that for South Australia to maintain here in Adelaide. This is what he had to say on ABC Radio last week.
Absolutely, that's non-negotiable, from our perspective. Put simply, because we've invested in it and we want to continue to invest in it. We still think there's growth in it yet. But if too much of a good thing, ends up being, missed opportunity, sometimes less is more. So Gather Round's got its, spot on the calendar. If you try and, have one everywhere, then it's not as unique or it's not as special. It'd be like having 5 grand finals.
So deal not done yet. They are the only 2 parties at the table, though, so it's not as if they're shopping it around to other state governments for the time being, but no deal has been done. You get the feeling that South Australia are keen to make it happen by the end of the weekend, which brings us very early on AFL Saturday to Mixed Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
It's a very simple message. I'm here in South Australia enjoying the football, as are thousands and thousands of other people from interstate coming over. Some drive, some fly. It's an easy place to get to from Victoria. I know there's a few from South Australia, from New South Wales and Queensland. There's certainly from Western Australia fly in. They thoroughly enjoy it. They've put themselves at this risk of it working, not working. To me, it's been fantastic. I think the AFL have got to jump in very, very quickly and reward South Australia with at least a 3 or 4 year program where they can invest in perhaps other areas of the state. The great thing about it is, if you haven't been to South Australia and you're in Adelaide, it's not far to get to the Barossa. I'm going to walk out to Norwood Oval. It'll take me 45 to 50 minutes. It's a great little ground. Everything is here. The infrastructure's here. The efforts have been put in. I've walked over the river and just seen hundreds and hundreds of kids enjoying the morning out there, having hand passing competitions, kicking competitions. Please, AFL, reward those that have put the effort in. And South Australia this government has, the people have. They've all jumped on board. We need to reward them quickly.
The talkback number 1300 558 222. What do you think of Mixed Messages? Is it time that the AFL gets a deal done before the weekend's out? I guess a lot of people have been asking, why the urgency? Why does it have to be done by the end of the weekend? And quite rightfully, it's been pointed out that essentially for people that have travelled here and had a good experience and you go home, essentially what you do when you often leave a family holiday is you think, we're going to do it again next year. We're going to book for next year. Yeah. We're going to make sure we're there in 12 months' time. So for South Australia in particular, they are very keen to make sure that they have it locked in by the time the final siren goes on Sunday night between the Power and the Saints. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse as always. Adam Ramanauskas, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth. is in the box with us on ABC Sport. He's in for Luke Ball today. Hello, Rama.
Hello. I was fortunate enough just to be down in the rooms at Essendon presenting Sullivan Roby with his first game jumper. So he's the new number 9, so it's his turn to create a little bit of history in that jumper.
And he's the new youngest bomber.
He
so
is.
At 18 years of age, he's the youngest player to ever play for Essendon. Presented his jumper by the youngest Essendon Premiership player, which is nice.
No, it was lovely.
What did you say?
Well, I find it a little bit uncomfortable being down in the rooms. I think it's a player's time, and it's really their area. So you sort of just want to tuck yourself away in the corner. I simply said, look, you know, the club and what they're doing at the moment, they're on the right path. They're blooding a lot of young players. I think they've blooded now 21 players over the last couple of years. So that's a lot of kids that they're searching through to find the right player. But I also said, look, the colours of this jumper mean a lot to a lot of people. But I also said this number means a lot to me, and I said it's your turn to make it mean a lot to you. So awesome. Short and sweet. I kept it short and sweet, and got out of there and let them prepare for a game of football.
Rema, could I just jump in? His family down there.
Yep. Whole family had a.
So where's he come from?
He's from Rowville, so eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Come over, yeah.
So he's had a lot more no's than yeses, Mick, and you'll like this. So only burst onto the scene halfway through last year as a top age player in the under 18 talent league.
Yep.
He was knocked back by a couple of different clubs.
Yeah.
Then grew an enormous amount. He's 193, 194 now, so he's a big boy. But his back half of the season was terrific.
He played with who?
Eastern Rangers.
So he got a game eventually with those.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So
didn't play Vic Metro, didn't do any of that sort of stuff.
No. And what number? Sorry.
Yeah. He was picked 9, I think.
He was 9.
Yep, picked 9, and he's wearing number 9. Huge draft bolter. So lifelong Essendon fan. Cut by the Dandenong Stingrays in the under-16s.
Yeah.
Plays for Eastern Rangers. Kicks 4 goals in the grand final. Yep. So, a fun story.
And he's a good kid.
Yeah.
Like you'll see him.
And you need good kids.
You'll see him today, Mick, and he is a big lump of a lad.
Yeah. Where will he play?
He'll eventually play mid, but he's a sort of a forward mid.
Forward,
forward to centre player. So, but hits up at the ball, tough, strong. So, looking forward to seeing him play.
Yeah, indeed.
Awesome. Well done to you, Rama, and good luck to Sullivan Roby as he starts his AFL journey today, the 18-year-old for the Bombers. The first game is North Melbourne and Brisbane. For those of you that are with us now, you won't be getting that game on this channel. If you want to find it, you can stream it through ABC Listen. Just look out for AFL Extra, so the AFL Extra button, and you can follow along. North Melbourne and Brisbane starts in about a quarter hour from now. We'll be broadcasting the game between Essendon and Melbourne. Rama will be sticking along for that. Benny Cameron in for the call, along with Ray Chamberlain and Brett Delidio, and Mick's off to the parade, so he'll be doing that blockbuster later today. We'll all come back together there for Sydney and Gold Coast. All right, the phones 1300 558 222. We'll get to the Thursday night and the Friday night wash-up in just a moment. But Steve from Ormond in Victoria is the first of our callers. Hello, Steve.
G'day, guys. How's it going? I was curious in relation to Gather Round to get your comments and thoughts on how they're going to make Gather Round work when Tasmania enters the competition in a couple of years. Because one team is going to be screaming that they've been dudded, and what sort of compensation will they be offering to those clubs that miss out on playing in Gather Round?
It's a good point, Steve. I saw an article from John Ralph leading into the weekend that one of the concepts that's been put forward is that Adelaide would play the last game of the previous round, and they will play the last game of the next round.
And that works.
And essentially, so Adelaide will play twice. So instead of Gather Round being 9 games, it'll be 10 games. And the Crows will essentially play 2 teams.
So that works. Let me just, I'll say why it works. And Rama, you be part of this. As an Essendon player, with Anzac Day, someone said to me one day, I think we had a 4-day break.
Yeah.
And they said, you wanted a 4-day? I said, we are representing our football club on Anzac Day.
Correct.
We can play the next day because that's the adrenaline rush.
Yep.
You can tailor make your training. I know you look. Yesteryear we used to play Saturday, Tuesday night, next Saturday, and basically you kept the same side in playing those games out at Waverley on that dreaded winter night. But you did do it, and you're able to, even then, without all this the modern technology we've got today, you're able to come up and play reasonable football. Yep. It is very, very practical that could either be Port Adelaide or Adelaide. Yes, it will work.
I think it was proven in COVID. So when they went up to the hubs, they were playing off short breaks. I know as Mick referenced there, Anzac Day, the tricky dates or days were Tuesday or Wednesday, but you wouldn't get one player going,
would not do it.
I don't want to play.
Yeah.
If there's a game of football to be played, you just go and play. You go and play the game.
So what was the shortest one you played in, you reckon?
I reckon
Saturday to Wednesday?
Nah, Tuesday, I reckon.
Saturday, Tuesday,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, Friday to Tuesday.
There was certainly a 4-dayer. I remember a 4-dayer.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was... I think that the concept of bookending, I think, makes total sense.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Thanks for your call, Steve. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Chris from Heathfield in South Australia. Hello, Chris.
Hi, fellas. Look, I umpire a lot of footy, and I just want to get straight to the point. AFL umpires, like all umpires, are umpiring from instructions. The push in the back was a paramount protection-free kick. Now, guys are running over guys and crunching them. What happens is when somebody gets a spinal injury or a neck injury, are they going to look at it like head knocks? Because I think some of these tackles in the back are dangerous. They're like a dump tackle, and they're not even playing. They've been instructed not to play push in the back anymore. I'd like to know who introduced that rule change. And for the protection of players, we talk about protecting the head, the back and spinal injuries. Someone only has to get an injury like Neil Saxey here in SA, who never played again, he never walked again. And I think it's critical that they start protecting the back.
Well, Chris, so absolutely hear your words there. I think that is more on the umpires to actually call that. If we're protecting players, which absolutely we should, and now we know it's a contact game, there's going to be collisions and the like, but that's the umpire to control the game from the very first moment that there is a push in the back that might be a 50-50. Pay the penalty.
So what comes first? So it's the push in the back comes before holding the ball, the way I see it. Yeah. So pay the push in the back. And I reckon there's one last night that wasn't paid. And I mean, look,
they might be marginal.
They might be marginal, and also there's probably one or two per game. It's not as if it's happening all through it. Yeah. But I get what he's coming at. We don't want the injury. The injuries thing, I think, is we can put that aside, quite frankly. It's more about the fact what comes first. Well, pushing it back comes before the holding the ball, and it's got to be paid. Yep. It's an illegal tackle if you push someone or land in someone's back.
Well, that's in the rules of the game.
It is.
So you walk at the MCG when we go up to the commentary boxes and you go up the escalators there. All the rules of the game are on the wall there.
Yep.
And it's quite clear what the mandate is for how AFL football should be played.
How long do you give yourself to read that? Is it a month or a year?
No, I've actually read it a number of times, Mick, to be honest.
Well, you must be one of those quick readers.
Well, I sometimes stay at the bottom or go to the top because I'm not a quick reader at all.
1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corpin Middlemass, Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Malthouse. No late change ahead of Essendon and Melbourne. Sullivan Roby will make his debut in Rammer's old number 9. He presented him the jumper a short time ago, so that is our broadcast game coming up. The game last night, Fremantle and Collingwood. Gee, it was one for the footy connoisseur last night. 45 beat 39. It was a 12-goal game. Magpies kicked 5 goals from 61 entries inside their forward 50. There's a bit to pull apart. Fremantle, despite not having the game on their terms, they ended up navigating the key moments in that last quarter. They kicked 3 goals in a 4-minute burst in the third quarter and then kicked 2 goals in a 3-minute burst in the last quarter, and that was enough as Matt Johnson kicked what proved to be the winning goal for the Dockers. Craig McRae, must be said he was a little annoyed post-game. This is what he had to say in his analysis on what took place.
Yeah, a bit frustrated. Just wanted to reward the effort, though, to the players because, last week we didn't, do the jumper proud. And funny, we had Wakes present the jumper to young Angus Anderson in his first game before the game. And I've never worn the jumper, so I can't speak of it. But he had emotion, what it meant to him to wear the jumper and be part of the Collingwood family. It's important. It's important that our players put it on and it represents something. And, for most parts of tonight, I thought we did the jumper proud. We've got some work to do, no problems at all, but at least that part of our game, our DNA, if you like, was on show in tough conditions. Yeah.
So 5 goals from 61 entries for the Magpies. They laid 92 tackles, 92 to 63. What did we learn, Rama? What did we get out of last night?
I think what we did learn is that Fremantle are up for the fight, which I'm quite big on Fremantle this year. I think they've got genuine claims on a top 4 position. I think their key forwards, their young key forwards, are maturing before our eyes. Now, okay, it wasn't a high-scoring game last night, obviously, but I think their game and their team is in very good order. I spoke about this on Thursday night. Is their whole DNA has been built through defence from Justin Longmire. So what happens is, in tight games like that, Fremantle reference back to defence, and last night it works.
I just think their midfield just is not consistent enough to be top 4 maybe, but to go to that last game in September or October, I'm just worried that...
Which one are you worried about?
Well, I just don't think they're deep enough there. Young will come into the side, but he's got to hold up. He keeps breaking down with a hamstring. He makes a substantial difference. Make no mistake about that. But they seem shallow. If you take him out, like last night, I thought Jackson was outstanding, and quite frankly, he was the difference, because even his clearance rate, he was able to clear the ball better than their mids. And Collingwood, for one reason or another, last night, I thought they might have got up over the line with their mids. Well, they practically controlled the game outside of probably 40%, and there would have been a 10% there that was a bit in flux. So if Brayshaw is going to keep having those sort of days against the better sides, they're going to have to defend so well to save them.
But that's what I'm getting at.
I know
you're talking about Collingwood having the momentum or having
but they didn't
the
have
upper
the forward,
hand.
But they didn't have the forward. They
But
didn't.
this is what I'm getting at. If Fremantle continue to reference defence
I
when
understand
they're
that.
not playing well,
I agree with that. I love defence. It's the best defensive side will always win a premiership because you control the ball. But for them to go the next step, they can't afford, as Corby just said, 3 goals. I mean, at the end, Amos could have kicked that goal, so it would have been 3-3 within space of 5 minutes of each. You're not going to win a lot of games that way, but it's what happens in the middle of the ground, because their backline's quite sound. And in the middle of the ground, I'm not sure they're getting enough from their players to get the ball to Tracy, to get the ball. Voss needs it on his chest all the time. He can't bend. He doesn't grab too many of them. Amos is a better player this year than what he was last year. They've got a little bit around the ground. Bolton out of a forward pocket's handy. On the ball's handy. But to me, they've got to get better in the middle, Rammer.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a concern for Fremantle. That they're a much hyped midfield. They take a lot of the salary cap, obviously, and yet they get beat a lot, essentially. And Essendon have the same problem. We talk about the Bombers all the time, where for all these names that look great and the magnets on the board, ultimately with that they do get outgunned a lot by the better midfields in the competition.
So we talk about Collingwood and forward of the ball. So last year, Jamie Elliott's their leading goal kicker, 60 goals.
He's struggling.
But they've got Dan McStay. They've got Tim Membry.
Well, you're not going to bank it on Membry winning premierships.
But should that forward line be better? That's what I'm getting at.
But have they proven that they're better? Everyone goes McStay. He's come down from Brisbane. He's never hit the heights that one would expect. He kicked 4, I think, a week or 2 ago on Harry Can't play. But when he starts to get players on him, all of us, he can't kick a goal.
So, I mean, they had their moments last night, Collingwood. Schultz hits the post, McStay rushes one and misses. And at that stage, that would have put it at 10 points. That would have been the biggest lead of the night, and ultimately Collingwood would have been up. That was set up beautifully last night as a classic Collingwood game that, hey, it's going to be a moment here or there, and generally under Craig McRae, that's what they pride themselves on. We manage the minutes. We're the best team in the big moments in these low-scoring affairs. And I mentioned it on the siren. Felt like Rammer, they got beat at their own game last night. That Fremantle with that team, actually, that turned it into a dogfight, hung on, and then ultimately they converted a moment or 2 here or there, and they get out with the
61
points.
inside 50s. Is it a forward problem? Is it a midfield problem? We spoke about Melbourne for years and years and years about the connection.
That's right.
And now all of a sudden, there's no problem at Melbourne.
So what's the fix at Collingwood? Is it personnel? Is it system? I mean, you're getting 61 looks at it.
Remember, the best soccer sides in the world get the football in and their striker strikes. Collingwood don't have a striker that Ben King, Tracy.
Yep.
Because I still reckon Tracy's going to be a 60, 70 goal season.
So is there someone on their list that can do it?
Well, I can't see anyone there at the moment. I think that they haven't. No, that's why they're going to chase King. They'll chase King down as hard and as long as they possibly can. In fact, they're probably going to wrap too much money into him to get him there. But
why don't they play Cameron more at forward and play Steen more in the role?
I don't think the kid is really top class at the moment. He had a big day in his first game. His second day, they started to sort him out. You watch the third and fourth game, they'll start to put him back where Cameron's their best ruckman. But Cameron's also only a 1 or 2 goal forward. He's not a 5 or 6. He's not a Tracy who'll come out and clunk it and go back from 50 metres. Mind you, he's a very good player, Cameron. Very good player.
What I'm seeing with Collingwood, Corb, is we got so used to how energetic and enthusiastic their ball movement was. I think we're only seeing it in really small patches in games this year. They can't get that going for an extended period of time. Now, if you look at football this year, ball movement is king. Ball movement from half back is absolute king. You can pierce your way through teams. I'm not seeing that on a regular enough occurrence with Collingwood at the moment.
Talkback number 1300 558 222. Adam Ramanauskas in for Luke Ball. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your calls 1300 558 222. More on the injury fallout from last night in just a moment, but Michael from Tasmania is the next of our callers. Hello, Michael.
It's freezing down here, just lighting up the fire for the day. But I don't dislike the out of bounds on the full rule. But what happened with Neil Bullen the other night? If that'll decide a grand final one day, and we'll all explode. So my proposition, and I've felt this for a long time, is if you get an out of bounds out of full on the full in the forward line, it should be an indirect kick to goal. You can't kick towards goal. You can't have a shot at goal. You've got to you've got to lay the ball off. And that takes away.
I just think we've got so many.
No, but you haven't broken any. When accidentally out on the full, you haven't broken a rule as such. It hasn't been. You haven't done something malicious or bad. It's just a complete fluke that Neil Bullen handballs it into his leg. It comes off for a
that's
shot
just
at
good
goal.
play. That's just good play. I've seen it before. I've seen Doug Hawkins do it before, where you lay it onto someone's shin and it ricochets over the line. No, that was just very, very good football. No, you can't have rules just because someone accidentally does it compared to purposely does or whatever. We've got that many rules now. As Ramos said, it took him 3 months to go through the rules that are on the wall at the MCG. So we don't want to add more to them. So no, I'm sorry that's not going to happen.
Michael, appreciate your call though. Stay warm down there in the Apple Isle. 1300 558 222. Sean Darcy, concussion last night. Question is, does it open the door for Mason Cox? Well, that was put to Justin Longmuir last night about whether a club debut could be on the way.
Does Cox come in, or do you have to consider what Jackson can do as one
I'm trying to enjoy the win, mate.
I know you are, but we're trying
ask me about next week.
You know what the talk's been like, though.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Haven't really dove into West Coast. I think they're only playing one ruck, but they've got some real height across their team. So we'll work out that as it comes.
A big stage.
Certainty.
Western Derby club debut for the big Texan.
It would be a certainty.
Jeez, we'll see how he goes.
USA.
I'm not sure. It's a certainty.
Okay.
I think if you look at Luke Jackson last year when Darcy wasn't playing, he thrived in the ruck as a one out.
You get 5 on the bench though.
I get that, but
And Voss, would you take Voss in the side again? He's done nothing in the last 3 weeks.
Look, Mick, you coached the most games ever. You know exactly after the game if Sean Darcy goes down, if you bring in Mason Cox or not.
Yeah, of course you do. And you don't wait till after the game. Yeah. You've decided during the game because you know what's happened and you're thinking, I know who we're playing next week. I know what we're doing.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly right.
So you're not buying that from Justin Longmuir?
No, not at all.
Think about it. All over it. Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Moldhouse on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport. The concern for Jordan De Goey too. So another concussion for him. It's his third since 2021. So,
and you were saying he missed 3 last year, was it?
3 weeks last year. Got a concussion
because of the concussion.
Yep.
Oh, that's dangerous signs.
So I hope that's not as bad as first feared. He copped an inadvertent knee in the head from Heath Chapman. So DeGoey concussion, Darcy for the Dockers out with concussion. He's also reporting neck soreness as well, Sean Darcy.
Remedy, you didn't happen to watch the club song last night at the end of the game, did you? No. Sean Darcy, fair dinkum, he was not there. They were as happy as Larry, but he could not get involved. He looked really bad.
It's amazing how concussion presents differently to each individual.
It does.
So some guys get concussed and then 10 minutes later they're on the bench and they look fine. Other guys are sick. They, bright lights in their eyes. They can't handle it. So we know so little about concussion still.
My first game, I was concussed. First minute of the game, apparently. Played until half time. Woke up in Ballarat. Thought I'd played seconds.
Yeah.
Hadn't even realised I played seniors.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not going to try to go back now and remember it.
Yeah.
Because it's 60 odd years ago. Or 50 odd years ago. But nonetheless, you're spot on because some players can. Well, we watched. Who was the Sydney boy who come from St Kilda? Was he hurt himself on the wing? McCartan.
Yes.
When that was
that was nothing.
That was nothing, and yet so you're right. And yet others have got Rockshaw jaw.
Fremantle 4-1 on the year, so Collingwood now 4-2-3, back-to-back losses. The Pies chasing the season from there. One of my favourite little subplot stories in the footy world at the moment is the story of Taylor Walker's son, Louis Walker, who is a mad Collingwood fan / mad Nick Dacos fan. Loves Nick. There's been big games between the teams in recent years, and despite the fact his dad's playing for Adelaide, not just playing, he's one of the favourite sons of the Adelaide Crows and their footy club. He rolls up in his Collingwood jumper. Well, last night, given the fact that all the teams were in town, including the Magpies, he ran out on the ground as the mascot to start the game with Nick Dacos and had his number 35 jumper on. So his dad was out here playing for the Crows on Thursday night, and Louis Walker, some great pictures, ran out with Nick and the Pies last night. Your calls here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, 1300 558 222. We'll get to the Blues and the fallout of their Thursday night loss in just a moment. But to Greg in Ballarat, who's the next of our callers. Hello, Greg.
G'day, guys. Just ringing up about the AFL. It'll never do it because they never admit that they're wrong. But this stand rule, it's driving me mad. They call stand when the guy is supposed to be on the mark, but he's at times 10 metres away from where the actual mark or whatever was paid. And I saw one in an Essendon match where Kako was roughly about 8 metres away, but on a right angle from where the actual mark was made. And they made him stand. Surely the guy should be able to run up and stand where the actual mark or free kick's been paid.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate your call. Forever and a day, the mark's been imperfectly applied, hasn't it? It's sort of where the mark actually is, and there's always a dispute between the defending team and the attacking team where the mark is, but particularly with the stand rule, given we see so many of them, I appreciate what Greg's saying, that it's imperfectly applied. I actually like the rule. I know less so for you, Mick, but I think it serves the game well, but I understand the issues when it comes to finding consistency across 36 umpires or whatever.
Sure, and I reckon the other one is very frustrating, is when they put the man on the mark on the boundary and allow the player to come around in play without calling play on, so he can stand inside the boundary by 3 or 4 metres. The bloke on the mark has to, for what reason I don't know, stand on the boundary. So straight away the ground is opened up to him. The man on the mark no longer is in any play whatsoever.
So my opinion... Look, it's a mandate that the AFL want the game faster. So that's why the stand rule's there, obviously, to get the ball moving over. What I would love to see happen from an umpiring point of view is we've got 4 umpires, so this is doable. If a player takes a mark, if a player's having a set shot for goal, stand behind them. So in the moment they go off the line, you call play on.
Exactly.
As soon as they go off the line.
They've had their chance.
They've had their chance.
Exactly.
So the line's the line.
Yep.
And like as a young kid coming into the AFL, the umpire would always say, "That's your line."
Yeah.
So the umpire's behind the player. They step one toenail off that line. It's play on.
Play on. Fred from Bendigo, the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Hello, Fred.
Hello there. I'm trying just out the how when the ball just snicks the goal post, they waste so much time trying to determine whether it's a goal or a behind. It would be such a simple rule change. It would save us so much time and so much money. Simply, if the ball goes through the goal and snicks the post, if it goes through the goal side, it's a goal. If it goes through point side, it's a point. If it bounces back in, it's a point. Same goes for the point post.
Yeah.
It's
that makes it easy.
And, does it?
But it makes it easy, but it's another one we've taken the bounce out of the game.
Yep.
We're unique in as much as if it touches a post, it's a point.
It's not our game. That's rugby union, rugby league, soccer.
Gridiron.
All those sports, they do that off the post. I'm happy that the posters are behind.
You know what they should do, though?
Was St Kilda happy when Tom Hawkins hit the post in the grand final?
I mean, but that's the great element of the game, isn't it? You've got to kick the ball through the goals, not into the goals.
Yeah, but I think what we do seem to we do the direct opposite of what would help us with the time. They look at the footage, then they go to Snicko. Why don't you go Snicko first?
Yeah. I think it takes a while for the technology to build.
Oh, for God's
That's what they tell us in the cricket too. Because in the cricket they always say, why don't they just go straight to the start with the ball tracking and then work backwards from there with all the other elements?
Well, get someone who's a bit quicker on the computer or something. Surely we've got some bright kids out there.
You know
what
what?
have we got? We've got slow computers. Bloody computers
Just
are
put
running
it into
slow
AI now. AI is the answer to everything at the moment. AI, did that hit the post?
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, live from Adelaide Oval. No late change between the D's and the Bombers. So Sullivan Roby makes his debut today for the Dons. Meanwhile, first goal for North Melbourne up against the Brisbane Lions. So that game's being played at the Barossa. So a 5-point advantage early for the Kangaroos. No, I've got that the other way around. 7-point advantage for Brisbane. 1-8 leads North Melbourne, 1 behind. So we're 4 minutes in at the Barossa. My apologies, North fans. You can find the call of that game through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for ABC AFL Extra. Back to Thursday night before we get to Richard and more of your calls on 1300 558 222. This caught my ear as part of the pre-game. So this is Chris Davies talking about the fact that George Hewitt's omission became public, and the fact that the story broke before teams dropped on Wednesday night. This is what Chris Davies had to say to Ben Cameron on Thursday night.
We told the players the day before, so I guess you expect that these things are going to get out in whatever way. I mean, it was probably an hour or two before selection.
So we told the players a day before, probably an hour or two before selection, so we understand why it gets out. So teams drop Wednesday. They told the players the day before, which is Tuesday. So team rolls up to the airport Wednesday to fly out and play a Thursday game. So you're keeping track of the timeline. Chris Davies says we told the team on Tuesday. The team comes out on Wednesday. Team flies out on Wednesday. Mitch McGovern does press yesterday. So this is now Friday, following the team actually playing the game on Thursday night. And inevitably, he's asked a question about the fact that the reigning best and fairest winner didn't play in George Hewitt. This is what Mitch McGovern had to say.
It was a shock to me because I didn't know until we got on the plane. Because it was a weird one with like selection, short turnarounds. Obviously, bodies are a bit sore. So to get through the training and stuff like that, we weren't even sure what the team lineup was going to be. But yeah, so the decision sort of out of our hands as players.
So we can argue whether
who's telling the porcupine?
So we can argue whether it's a big deal or no big deal, but it speaks to the fact that they're not all on the same page at Carlton. That how that happens, that Mitch McGovern's basically saying, hey, we didn't know about it, and Chris Davies is telling the world also that the team did know about it.
Let's ask Mick. When you were coaching, Mick, how did you announce the team to the playing group?
If there were changes, I always tell the player first that he's in or out.
Day before, 2 days before, week before in some cases, you're out.
The player that was out, first of all, you got to have I want to talk to the medical people, make sure I'm not taking someone out, and then I find that the other ruckman's ill, or what do you know. So Monday, generally, it's just a clean-up. You don't worry about it. By Tuesday, and if we've had a match committee, which we would have on Tuesday, you go to the player and say, look, you're not in the side this week because of these reasons. Or you grab hold of a player and you let him know that he is in the side. There are some players that you work out that's probably better closer to the game, let him know one he's playing or who he's playing on. So you diminish that sort of anxiety over a period. But it's got to be done in such a manner. And I would like to think that most of the captains would have already known who we're in and out of the side, so that there's so definitely unless there's late changes, which you can't help late changes, but you don't wait. Not my days when you listen to 3AW and find out Ian Davis out Malthouse. But so you knew that you'd have to get up early on Saturday morning to kick the dew off it.
But are you surprised that a player would say we got to the airport and we didn't know?
Well, that'd be very surprising.
I find that very hard to believe.
Yeah, so I find that he would be. No, that would be.
At the very least, it's a bad communications episode for the club, because I don't know if Mitch feels like he's doing the club a favour by trying to tell a porcupine in that moment, but if that is the case, that actually makes the club look worse, doesn't it? It makes it look like, hey, we didn't realise what was happening, we had no idea he wasn't playing. Look, it looks like everyone's not all on the same page.
Injuries that come late, they're hard to manage to say, well, someone's out of the side, because quite often a player will come in and they go, oh, where's so-and-so? I was pulled out of the side. Or we've pulled him out of the side because of medical advice or whatever the case is, because that happens frequently. Yeah,
because
you lose players.
Best and fairest way by losing his place.
As soon as a big player is dropped from a team, he tells one person, that person tells two people, that person tells four people, that person tells 8 people, and just keeps expanding.
Yeah.
So it's going to come out.
Yep.
It's impossible to hide.
It's interesting. Way back in the 90s. We decided that one of the captains, my earliest captain at West Coast, was not going to play. So I gave him the option, and I'm sure we got on fine now. So, at the time it was quite raw. Are you injured or are you dropped? Anyway, during committee, we're 2 hours behind, don't forget Victorian time. We got a call from the Melbourne station to say, oh, you've dropped so-and-so. As I said to Trevor, yep. So I say yes, because we gave him the option and he chose to tell someone who told someone, and it got out. Because he was the only one that knew. I mean, and that was Steve Malaxis. So, yes, he was out, dropped because he let it out.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We'll see the Blues take on the Pies, which is a fascinating game on Thursday night now. Collingwood on a 2-game losing skid, and Carlton, of course, 1-4 on the year. Just on Lance Collard, by the way, so he's been found guilty of conduct unbecoming after allegedly using a homophobic slur during a VFL game. The AFL Independent Tribunal found sufficient evidence that he had used the slur. The tribunal will sit at a later date to determine the punishment. The Saints say they're disappointed and they're considering an appeal. I find this one hard to get into and to talk about and I actually feel empathetic for all parties that are involved in this. Collard is maintaining he didn't say it, so the Saints are trying to support their player as best they can. The player that heard it is trying to do the right thing and essentially say, hey, we're trying to stamp out that kind of language, and reports it. They don't expect that they're still going to be talking about it a week and a half later at an appeals tribunal. The AFL, as the independent arbiter in all of this, feel like they're trying to do the right thing and uphold a certain level of justice rather than turning a blind eye and a deaf ear, because otherwise they will cop a certain level of criticism that comes with it and need to be doing their bit in the game. So it's hard to sort of get a whole lot of buy-in on here beyond what... And I'll probably... We love sort of sitting here and saying, it's like this, it's like that and everything else, but I'm probably going to take more of the approach here that it's... I just want to wait and see what happens at the hearing later in the week to see what the penalty's going to be and what comes next.
It's going to be heavy.
Yeah. So what did he get last time? He got 6 last time.
So if he's been found guilty, that's the way I look at it. That's where it starts.
The AFL were, I think, pushing for 10. So I don't know if they get a negotiated outcome from there.
Now, the hard part of this is, and I think this is true, Lance Collard's mum made him fly back to Perth to talk to her about it and ask him if he said those words, and he was adamant he didn't say those words. So it's his word against their word, and this is whatever's in the middle of that.
And if you're not in the tribunal hearing, it's hard to kind of which we didn't hear to be able to piece it all together. But I feel like the AFL have done the best job they can in a really unfortunate scenario. It feels like every party's unhappy with the outcome, and we'll wait and see, obviously, what the ultimately the penalty's going to be on that front. I think at the very least we can all agree that if Lance Collard had been done before for using a homophobic slur, using a word like maggot, which he said in this scenario, is pretty ill-advised. Like, why you'd be saying a word that is anywhere in the neighbourhood that could be misconstrued or heard a different way or whatever it turns out to be. And if that turns out to be his biggest crime here, then he's going to miss a chunk of games as a result of it. More of your calls coming up on 1300 558 222. I broke the story on Thursday night that the AFL had been chatting with state governments about the potential sale of wildcard weekend. So this is obviously a new concept for the game. So 7th and 8th are going to host the first week of the finals this year in 2026. But they have held conversations, at least at a concept level, whatever it turns out to be, with the WA government, potentially with other state governments too, about potentially moving these games wholesale to a particular state. So one side of the argument is, well, 7th and 8th never used to host a final anyway. So the wild card's a new concept. So they don't actually lose a home final as a result of it. But it could mean, we might get to the scenario where, Adelaide host West Coast, 7th versus 10th, and the Eagles have the advantage given it's at Perth Stadium, or Carlton play Collingwood and it's on the other side of the country.
We're going to come back and play next week.
And so you can imagine when this story drops on Thursday night, the reaction is volcanic from the football universe.
Well, so it should be. Because
people are saying, look, we hate it. We don't want a neutral site. We're not even that crash hot on the whole wildcard concept, let alone to be able to have them at a neutral site. And so the AFL are doing their best to try and calm the footy landscape, as you'd expect, by saying, hey, this season, as has been the plan, 7th and 8th are going to host. And I guess they get a nice little pulse check, if nothing else, as to how the footy world feels about it.
Since you broke this story, Corb, you and I have discussed it over the last couple of days. Now, I'm really interested in mixed thoughts here. But I'm for the wild card. I like the wild card because I don't like the pre-finals bye at all. So I like that's in there. So you'll be probably opposite to me, Mick, I imagine, on this.
No, the pre-finals bye I do not like. I like a pre-grand final bye.
Yeah.
Because I think it prepares the two sides. If you've got your best sides playing and someone gets to going, concussion, Darcy concussion, Tom Stewart missed out. And could have made a hell of a difference.
Definitely.
So I say that you give the week there to get your side the fittest it possibly can be in that 2-week period, and we have everything in those 2 weeks. I'm talking about everything: WA Grand Final, South Australian Grand Final, VFL Grand Final, Brownlow Medal, any other thing that you want.
All Australian, whole lot.
Everything. Every conceivable thing. And what it does, it builds. It certainly doesn't take it away. I've been to a Super Bowl, I've been to a couple of Super Bowls. It doesn't detract from that. What it does, that those two sides are running with 14 days.
Yep.
I detest the fact that we are going to have a 9th and 10th side of 18 teams play what they are calling finals, for God's sake, for a start of it. Why is it called a final? And why does it go in as a final, one? And two, why do we need it when we've already got an 8th side out of 18 play? Look, if you said to me we're going to reduce it to 6, I'd go, right, now it's really full on. But 8 I can cope with, just barely cope with, but to go 10, it's just against your nature. And I don't want to be flippant about this, but we give kids little badges and medals and ribbons for
participation awards.
Well, why don't we just do that? Why don't we just do that?
Well, I look at it like this, Cobb. It's the cash that the AFL can make from these games versus the integrity of the competition.
Yep.
Now, how they find... Now, I think 7...
We don't make enough?
No, well, I think 7 and 8 should... If we're playing a wild card, which we are, they host that game. That's... For the integrity of the competition, if you're going down the cash path, people are going to start laughing at you.
Yep. And Chris Scott really... called them out on it, I think it's fair to say, because he had an interesting thought on this when it came to the AFL 360 back on Monday night. Must be said, by the way, Chris Scott was walking straight in off a narrow defeat to Hawthorn on Easter Monday, but this is what he had to say.
Whatever we call the top 10, does that allude to the fact that you're not a big wildcard guy?
Yeah, I just think see, this is why I shouldn't do this. It's so close to the game. I speak my mind, which is good for you and bad for me generally. I mean, I tend to think they just made it up. But
made up, gather around. Made up the
wildcard. Just threw in a couple more finals for no good reason except cash, probably.
Spot on. Yeah, and a lot of people feel that way. I mean, 76% of people, I think, at a Herald Sun poll said they didn't like it. I'm with you, Ramo. I'm actually the 1 in 4. I quite like the wild card. I think it keeps the season live longer.
Yep,
so
I agree.
There's lots of regular season games. I think out of all the things we need to fix in the game, I'm not sure the top 10 system's one. I'd rather fix the regular season fixture before we worry about
absolutely
9th and 10th playing in a wild card game. Richard is the next of our callers. Hello, Richard.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Yeah, about the regular season, the nature of my call. Look, I don't think it's fair that you don't play the full home and away the whole season. In other words, you should have 38 matches. Sorry, 38 rounds. At present, if I'm not mistaken, runs for 28 weeks. So what I'm proposing is add 10 more rounds for each team. Now, the soccer teams play both in England. They play both, the 38 rounds. Further to that, they play European matches, local FA matches, local championship matches, up to sometimes 5 matches in 2 weeks. I would argue our boys are fitter and stronger than the EPL boys. And
it's a non-contact sport, though.
Yeah,
in soccer.
I'm from Sydney, mate. And I recognise your game's fantastic. It's these guys are gazelles. They run beautifully and they run all day. But it's not really contact. Rugby's contact. Rugby's really contact.
Gee, they're fighting words, not contact sport.
Look, so right now, to play everybody twice will be a 34-round season. So 17 games,
which is
home and away.
What Richard's saying, we should do that. I'm more the other way. I'm more play everyone once.
Yeah, I think.
Same here.
I think we go. I would love to see a 17-round season. You might not like this, but extend the final series. Have your State of Origin games in there. The NRL do the State of Origin unbelievably well.
Yeah.
You're still going to get your 25 or 26 weeks of football.
So the big case for wildcards is because the fixture's so imbalanced that it actually catches teams that should be making it that aren't. If you're trying to make that case. Craig Kelly spoke on Triple M, by the way, yesterday. And I loved hearing this from the chief executive of a team in the league, and particularly like Collingwood, understanding all the elements that are loaded into to try and maximise revenue for the game based around his club.
The fixture's flawed, the fixture's wrong, and it's the most unequal part of our game now, and everything else is equalised. We've got to blow it up. We've got to start again, and we've got to have an open mind to thinking, how do we get an even situation where we're playing each other the right amount of times? How do we keep an Anzac Day clash then? How does that look? Carlton, Collingwood, they're big games. And the other side of it, which everyone needs, we need to fill the stadiums. We need to have stadiums that got the most amount of people, because that's the revenue model, entertainment model.
Well, mate, less is more. If all of a sudden you've got less opportunities to go and see your favourite band play or whatever it turns out to be, you can imagine there's people queued out the doors, whereas at the moment, there's a game every week. There's multiple games. It's sort of the more games you have, the less important they are on the grand scheme of things. I've asked Andrew Dillon about this in the past, and it doesn't feel like it's on the table at all for major fixture reform. But I love that Craig's putting it on the agenda, because it is something you feel like for people that follow the game that we desperately need to blow it up, start again.
Well, Ned's talking about the revenue model and maximising dollars for Collingwood Football Club, which that's his job as the CEO. So he goes on to speak about, we really haven't played a home game. We're told we have to play Easter Thursday up in Brisbane. We've had a game at the Docklands.
They're the away team to the Saints on opening round.
Opening round. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think Collingwood are ever going to suffer in terms of revenue. They're always going to have big crowds and the like. But whilst we've got the amount of teams that we have and the amount of rounds that we have, it's always going to be imperfect. So no one can honestly say, we can sit here and argue about this, but no one's come up with a concept that goes, well, we want to play 22 or 23 rounds. What's perfect? How does it work?
Leave it to me. Perfect is the enemy of the good. So it's never going to be perfect, but we can get a gooder system than what we've got at the moment.
But what is that?
So what I would do, here we go, the little hat on, ready to plain whiteboard. I would say, look, we got 18 teams in the competition. Everybody gets into groups of 6, and you essentially play the team that's in your 6 twice. And you stay in that 6 every single year. You can change it to 3. You can do whatever you want to do. So you play every team once. That's 17.
American sports model.
And you play your division mate, your other 6 teams, twice. So 17 plus 5, you're up to 22 games. We fill out the fixture the way we need to do it.
That is perfect.
You get immediate qualifications from each 6, and then so the top 2 in each group qualify for the finals. That's 6 teams. We need to fill out the rest of the finals. Let's have some wild cards. The next 4 best teams with the next best records, 7th to 10th, they play off in wild card games. We've got a top 8.
Can I add to that?
Yep.
The bottom 6 teams.
Well, they're in the finals as well.
What happens, though, the team that wins that bottom 6, they get the first draft pick, not the bottom team. Because you see at the end of the season, we've seen this before.
I get it. I get it.
Teams tend not to win to get where they need to.
We got 60 seconds before we're out. Jeff from Adelaide Hills. Jeff, you've got about 20 seconds for us.
Quick one. It frustrates me when umpire calls touch play on and inevitably ends up in a ball up. Is there a case for a rapid-fire double whistle just to signify play on so you don't have to worry about wasting breath?
What do you reckon? The whistle instead of... Well, the whistle usually signifies people stop, don't they?
Yeah,
that's the only drama.
And they will stop.
Mick, have a great day out at the parade.
I'm looking forward to it.
Enjoy the walk, Mick.
Barossa tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Take your rain jacket. Hopefully it doesn't take it too
I think I'll take a chance.
I'm disappointed you and Ben didn't get to spend time together in the car this gather round.
Yeah. We're about to ride the Essendon roller coaster, Rama. You're sticking around for the game call. It's coming up next. Catch up through ABC AFL Daily.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs for a once-a-year festival of footy.
You just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a vindicating side of the
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Gathers bursts away, kicks the goal, and the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Kicks on goal, the prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
This is AFL Gather Round.
Runs into a dead end. Holding the ball. Big tackle. How loud is it out there? Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of these.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2026 on ABC Sport.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's often said it's a game of numbers. 16, the most famed number in the history of Australian rules football. 16 VFL, AFL premierships, the most held by both Carlton and Essendon. but it's the number 18 that is ever present today for the once mighty Bombers as they're staring down the barrel of their worst losing streak ever in the history of this great club. If they're on the wrong side of it today against the Demons, it'll be an all-time low for the Essendon Football Club. There's reason for optimism, though. Pick 9 in last year's national draft, Sullivan Roby debuts. A former pick 5, Elijah Sardis, is hoping for more as he comes back in for the Bombers, along with Jordan Ridley, their best and fairest winner, and Nate Caddy, their forward for the future. The Bombers, they're off to a rough start, not just in the young season at 0-4, but also this afternoon as the heavens open, the banner's been torn apart, and really the crepe paper has completely been blown away with red everywhere. And in the end, the Bombers just have to make their way out through a few pieces of masking tape out onto Adelaide Oval. The one thing they are rocking today are the red shorts from back in the 70s, and looks excellent, along with a predominantly red jumper with the black sash. Meanwhile, the Melbourne Football Club are also out on the ground early in their bespoke jumper. They've made one change from last week's team that beat the Gold Coast. Bailey Fritsch comes in, and his namesake Bailey Laurie goes out. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Gather round rolls on. A huge day of footy. Saturday footy here with 4 games to talk about. One of them already underway between North Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. You can find that through ABC Listen. Just look out for ABC AFL Extra button if you want to follow along with that game, the Roos and the Lions. We're about to call the game between the D's and the Bombers. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. I thought you missed the chance. 16 premierships, 17 losses at the moment, trying to avoid 18. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon for the Dons. Just having a look out at their banner, not a good omen. In tatters before the team ran through it. It was all over the shop. They're currently picking up the crepe paper from on the ground. Such is the way that the banner is finished.
Thanks, Ben. We're into it. Brett Delidio's
He's giving you a clip on the way through. You missed something. I'm not sure what it was.
Did I not say that?
Yeah, I thought you did.
Well, you just jumped from 16 straight to 18.
I thought it's a game of numbers. That was essentially so 16's the magic number, and essentially 18's the key number today. Also spoke about how the banner's been torn apart.
Yeah. Anyway, it's great to be here.
We're living in different realms at the moment. Brett Delidio's here. He's locked in on the same planet as the rest of us. The Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, one of the best analysts in the game on ABC Sport. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Benny and Ramo, great to be here. It's always a pleasure to come over to gather around, albeit the weather hasn't really turned it on for us. I don't think I got out of shorts last year. It was that warm over here, but today we've got the puffer jacket and whatever else, a bit more rugged up, but I'm hoping for what we saw at the end of last week with Essendon to start this week and really take it up to the D's. But if there was going to be a game where Melbourne slipped up, is it this week? I thought it might have been last week after getting a good win against the Blues. They maybe drink a little bit of their own bathwater. They didn't show me that last week against the Suns. Got a really good win. So I think they'll just be out here ready to get a kill, hopefully, for the D's.
Adam Ramanauskas is here, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. And the youngest Bomber that the club is yet to field is Sullivan Roby, who makes his debut today. You've been down there, Ram, to present the jumper to the new number 9.
Yeah, I did, and it was very special. It's a rarity that I go into the change rooms, and that I always think that's the players' space and the players' time. But to have the privilege to present Sullivan with the number 9 jersey, which means a lot to me and a lot to my family, and he makes it his own now, so really looking forward to him. He's had Lids knows Sully really well also. He's had a lot more no's than yeses, this young man, so there's a lot of resilience built into this young man, and I think he's going to do the club very proud.
He's going to fill out that number 9 jumper. Being down with both of you for that presentation, he is a big boy.
Huge. It's the great story about Sul, and Rama's right, is that he did get a lot more no's than yeses. He grew from 178 to 192, 93, and as you said, filled out. But this is off the back of so much hard work. Talking to his old man Chris, in the lead up to last year's draft, and all the work that he was doing to try and give himself that chance. There's no secret to it. The hard work pays off, and that's what I love the most for this kid. He gets his chance. He got drafted, ended up with a back stress fracture, so had to bide his time for the first few rounds, but played some really good footy in the VFL and deserves his chance every bit today.
What's the scout on him? What does he do as a player?
Well, he first started with Eastern Rangers as a hit-up half forward, but then during the final, she was the wild card that I heard you guys talking about before in the Talent League. Was his on-ball stuff was like 40-3 in one of the games, and then followed up with 28-2. So, been playing a little bit mid, a little bit forward for the VFL, ready to come in. So, I'm sure he'll get his chance, but he'll be itching to go. Be on the bench to start with, and then ready to go after the back of that.
Oh, I don't know about that, Brad Scott. It would have been nice just to start him out on the ground rather than having to run on off the bench.
Now, Corb and Lids are the fashion icons in this box, I think it's fair to say. You and I, we're pretty...
Every man.
Yeah. I'm not sure of the red on red for the Bombers.
I like it.
I'm just not sure.
I really like it, Ram. And I used to ask Richmond to do the same thing with the yellow clash with the yellow short as well. I used to think that... I was like, why not have a full strip rather than putting the stinking whites on where it sort of looks a bit messy? Let's just go full like the Swans do. Let's just have the full red with the bottom of it. But I really like it. I think it pops and... if I was playing, I'd be wrapped.
But this is a bit of a change, isn't it? Because this is an Essendon football club that I think for the first 120 years of their history, they'd always worn the red sash on every jumper they had ever worn. And then last year they brought in this inverse jumper. First time they've never worn the red sash.
So they had to actually change the constitution of the club to do that.
Which I must admit I wasn't a big fan of as an Essendon supporter, but one thing I did like about it, they did consult the members on it. So they asked them essentially what they wanted to do, and this is what they came back with. So it is a democracy. People essentially said, hey, we want the red jumper with the black sash, and so that's what we've got today. 2026
also, so get up with the times.
But
there you go.
I think Henry Ford said if you asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Not always the right answer.
Red is fast.
The red shorts are a throwback too. People with good memories, or perhaps some of our older listeners, when the colour TV came in back in the late 70s, obviously early 80s, the teams did rock the coloured shorts. Really, up until then, it was black shorts at home and white shorts away. So the Bombers with the red shorts today. We want to focus on the Demons. I mentioned their bespoke jumper. So this is actually part of throwback, part of new design. They've got the red V with the silver or grey sort of trim to the V with a navy jumper, and inside the navy it's actually the flame head, the old Demons logo is represented there as well, and the two shades of blue. They did wear a pre-season jumper back in the early noughties which just had the silver trimming around it. It didn't have the flame head component. They got the navy blue shorts on. And I tell you what, they're playing some red-hot footy, the D's. I've been lucky enough to see them a couple of times live in the young season. They were exceptional last week. They're a fun watch, high-scoring. Play the game that you want to see. Play the way that Hang on. Let me do that again. Play the game the way you want to see it played is what I'm trying to get to.
Stephen King's unlocked them.
Yeah,
I think,
taking the handbrake off.
Simon Goodwin was a terrific coach, outstanding coach for Melbourne, premiership coach, broke a drought, but he was very system-based, very system structure, and it was, okay, if we win the ball here, it's going there.
Yeah.
And that's how they played for a number of years. Stephen King talks about, hey, you guys are all talented footballers. Go and play the game.
Yeah.
Go. We drafted you for a reason because you're a good footballer. Go and play. This is how I want the game to look. Go and play your best football in that style.
Max Gawn said to us post-game last week that I don't want to make it sound like Stephen King's game plan's easy or really simple. Basically, do what you want with the ball.
Yep.
So, like Rama said, we'd like it to look like this, but, if you see the kick on the 45 short infield, take it.
Yep.
Even Max Gawn, the big ruckman, go for it.
I love that, and he does. He goes for it. The only thing I would say to Maxi is no torpies from defensive 15. I reckon that's probably the one thing that you put away from the kit bag. But otherwise, they are, what you're right, Corb, they're enjoyable to watch. Yeah. And the handbrake looks like it's just been let off and just said, right, we've got speed. Let's use it. And that is what modern footy is. I was talking to Jai Caldwell down in the rooms just before, and he's like, it is so hard at the moment. And if you're not quick, you cannot catch up. Like, it is so quick.
So you'll like this, Corb. A little side note on Jai Caldwell. He got a broken nose during the week.
He can't breathe.
Had to drive across to Adelaide. So drove across to Adelaide. Wasn't allowed to fly. So had to drive to Adelaide to play the game. When you see him on the close-up of the TV, it is a nasty, nasty broken nose.
Yeah, I saw him down in the rooms. I was down there with Rammer and Lids, and it's ugly.
Yeah. Jeez, he won't be too chuffed with that, Jai Caldwell, one of your former teammates, Lids, obviously at the Giants. These two teams are a regular dance partner for each other in Gather Round. It's the third time in the 4 editions that they've played against one another. The Bombers have won both of those 2 previous games.
I actually watched the game between these two teams Saturday night last year with Mick Malthouse at an establishment in the Barossa, and he was most displeased with how ugly the game was.
Right.
I was in the coach's box. It was stressful over the schnitzel.
That's not what. Hopefully we don't get that today.
I don't think we will.
I hope not.
It'd be a better spectacle than last night's game. It won't be dour and like the Super Bowl that we watched earlier in the year.
Well, I think we're looking forward to this game, obviously, but Essendon need to put the brakes on Max Gawn. His start to the year has been exceptional.
Yep. How do you do it?
Well, you tell Lockie Blackiston just to run with him. Just stay with him. If he goes behind the ball, if he goes in front of the ball, wherever Max Gawn goes, you just go with him.
The other repeat matchup in Gather Round is North Melbourne and Brisbane. Third time they've met in 4 editions. And at a quarter time, the Kangaroos are 12 points up. Lids, you'd only got in this morning.
Yes.
So Adam Ramanauskas sat in for you on ABC AFL Daily, which you'll know because you listen to the catch-up, of course.
Yeah, regular listener.
And so Rama took the responsibility to take your Superdog pick.
Oh, right.
And he's taken the Kangaroos with a 6-goal head start. So they're up by 12 at the moment.
That's
against
looking
Brisbane.
good, Ram. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
So you've got the Kangaroos.
You might have to take the reins full time on my Super Dogs. I've been hopeless with them.
Ray Chamberlain, near 400-game AFL umpire, is with us on the boundary. Afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, lads. It's there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad fashion. I can tell you it is just as wet down here as it was last night. Hoping that clears up. But a little tidbit for the team in green. Georgia Henderson will debut in the goals today. The 10th female ever to be appointed to a VFL-AFL senior game. We wish her all the best.
Underway, Essendon and Melbourne. Gawn wins the opening tap down to Windsor, who streams out the front door, out of the middle, kicks the D's inside 50. Bouncing ball. Ridley mobs up for Essendon. Back pocket, handball away to Roberts. Little fumble. Gets it away towards Farrow, who gives it back to Roberts. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. Right in towards the middle, smack bang in the Adelaide Oval. Picked up by McGrath for the Dons. Off to Langford, gets it off the Kako, fumbles. Fritsch is in there for the D's, swings it out wide.
To Langdon. Langdon pokes a pass short to Windsor. What a start to the year this man's had, Caleb Windsor. And he goes with more centre bounce impact than him, Bontempelli, Kennedy, English. It's a
Good
short
company.
list. Jeez. Gives it to Salem, back to Windsor, and those bright yellow boots. And the young man's going to put the D's inside forward 50 again. It's a turnover, and Peter Wright drops back in the hole, takes the intercept mark at full back. So no late change coming in. Sullivan Roby on debut, starting on the bench. Short kick wide to Farrow in the back pocket. And 3 guys taken in the top 13 last year, the Dons. And this young man, one of them, at pick 10. Kicks down the line in the Gawn direction. Blackiston in front. Ball spills down to Lever for the D's. His handball is a turnover. Essendon ended up with it anyway, and they were wondering how come that's just not advantage applied, but free kick's going to come back to the tackler, and Edwards will get it at half-back for the Dons.
Will retreat. Go right back inside the defensive arc to Mackay, who switches it to Roberts. Still inside D50 here, Essendon. Pokes it out wide. And a good kick to Ridley.
This is where Essendon get trapped a lot because they go side to side rather than taking territory. And all it allows is opposition just to squeeze the ground. Now, this is a good switch, so they can go forward now.
Yeah, so the double switch back towards the western wing. Here is Farrow, runs into trouble, just gets a handball away. Mackay will come in. Fritsch right there with him over the top. Mackay soccers it out. Pickett gathers the footy in his long sleeve jumper. Slips the McGrath tackle. Kicks into the back of a rival player. Now it dribbles around Durham. Picks it up for the Dons and bursts through the logo.
Handball away to Kako, gives it back to Durham, who arches the back, pokes it inside 50, over the head of his intended target. And Caddy missed him by a mile. An easy clean-up for the Demons as Turner hands it off to Lever, and he kicks to the back pocket for Langdon. One man who's got these two teams in common as a little milestone this afternoon as well. Jake Melksham playing game number 250. Kick out to Sharp here, who slows it down and marks defensive side of the wing. Lifts a hand pass back to Langdon, who can run all day. Handball away to Chandler, tackled by Ridley. Ridley forces the turnover. Here's Cole Langford, has it for the Bombers, kicks inside, looking for Kako. Half volley pick up on the 45. He dishes it off by hand to Cordwell. Cordwell inside 50. Gresham waiting out the back. Turner drops the mark. Gresham can't get boot to ball. Desperate stuff from Daniel Turner and saves a certain goal. Knocks it through for a rush behind. The Bombers' first score. And the first score in the game, 3 minutes in.
He did really well not to take the legs out of Gresham there, but to get that ball and get it through the points.
Salem just pokes it for Lever. Melbourne defending the scoreboard end. Taking the Riverbank stand end in this opening term. Lever Pokes it for Tolstrup. Reaches up to Mark. Releases Chandler with the handball. He's down the western wing. Chandler from backwards of the logo. Kicks up towards half forward. Off the hands of the pack. Melksham can't quite get there. Pryor knocks it out. Fritsch onto it for the D's. Dribbles his kick, a turnover. Farrow for the Dons to Ridley by hand to Pryor. Essendon on their back flank to Mackay. Handball into the middle of the ground. Tapped down there by Durham. He's out after the footy at ground level.
Durham retreats by hand to Mackay. Sweeping hand pass to centre half back for Farrow. He's had a few early looks, and the left footer swings it across the half back line to Cole Langford. Pokes it down the wing, finds Wright. Just a behind, scored so far through the first 4 minutes. No late changes. Short kick to Merritt. And now backing across, the Bombers go back to Cole Langford. All the way back to Ridley. He's got it at centre half back. Gather round on ABC Sport. Short kick to Farrow. His second game. Parents, and him himself, by the way, born in the UK. Came out to Australia at a young age. Jacob Farrow. Family Fremantle supporters. They might be in town. Would have enjoyed the win last night for the Dockers, and seen the young bloke play today for Essendon. Langford with it again now at right half forward. That's Cole for the Bombers. Kicks down to right half forward. Finds Merritt. Chips it short to Gresham. Slow and steady build up here.
They'll certainly be patient, the Bombers. So the ball's switched from one ground to the other probably 4 or 5 times in the past couple of minutes. So Melbourne is sitting back nicely, really defending the ground well. So you have to be patient with your ball movement. But I said earlier, you want to see the ball go forward still. And on that occasion, they were able to take the ball forward.
18 marks to 7 in the game Essendon's way. Short kicking game. Essendon with ball in hand. Gresham from a really tight angle out wide. 50 from home. Gone over the top of the pack. Whacks it into the goalpost. A rush behind. Essendon 2 behinds. Melbourne yet to score. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Jack Melksham in his milestone game had a contest on the wing. Came off the ground hobbling down into the rooms with a right lower leg. We'll keep an eye on it.
Hopefully he's okay in game 250. Salem short for Cozzy Pickett in the long sleeves. Chips it to Cousin Latrell. So Trell-Pick on the back flank. Kicks back infield. Away to Disco Turner, who completes the switch out wide looking for Tolstrup. Overshoots him. A lasso free kick. Essendon ball right half forward. 70 from goal.
He actually had a better option up the middle of the ground that was probably about 10 or 15 metres, but decided to go wide and out of bounds.
Oh, Kako's kick is shocker. Turns it over. Steele mobs up for the D's. Handball for Lindsay, too hot. Caldwell comes through. Pinches it back for Essendon. Kicks inside 50. A great kick onto the chest of Edwards. 35 out. Slight angle left of centre. And he will go back and try and kick the first goal of the game.
It's going to be about eliminating mistakes here at the moment, isn't it? I mean, that was a great kick on the left shoe from Jai Caldwell. Obviously, the broken nose not getting in the way there, but Melbourne had that ball and their inability just to find a target. I love young Edwards, his ability to come back from his knee reco, but then still bob up, kicked a goal or two maybe last week. Good set shot.
An SSP pick, 25 years of age. His drop punt is good. Essendon land the first blow. 1-8, they lead Melbourne, yet to score 7 minutes into the opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport, and Melbourne have been slow starters. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Well, it's been patience in this game that set up that first goal for Essendon. So you look at disposals at the moment, 43 to 24. Essendon are taking the 19 marks with those 43 disposals. So it's been slow going, no doubt. Now, Melbourne haven't fired a shot yet. The first set of bounce was terrific. Max Gawn down to, I think it was Windsor, who was terrific there. But other than that, they haven't really had the ball inside their forward 50. They've had 2 inside 50s in 7.5 minutes. But they've been on their back heels defending.
First 8 points for the Bombers. Wright knocks it out of the grasp of Gawn, and Essendon with the takeaway. Merritt to McGrath. Now away to Sardis. Off balance, gets a high kick out to half forward. Flying from the back, Edwards. No marks. Spills down to Cully. He's tackled, dispossessed. Critical touch in there from Sardis. Got it away to Edwards. Back out to Sardis. It's a throw, though. It's going against Edwards under pressure, trying to get it back to Elijah Sardis. I saw a few of them slip by the men in green on Thursday night. Here's Cozzy Pickett, kicks down the wing. Steele could mark, had to contend with Roberts in the air. Turns for the Demons, gives it to Chandler. Heads inside 50. Bailey Fritsch has got it. On his return for the D's, the sharpshooter out wide at left half forward.
It's good. What I love about that is that, well, yes, that mark of Jack Steele was really good going with pressure coming at him, but just not to go back and go slow over the mark. That's the difference, I think, with Melbourne this year compared to last year. They want to go forward with the handball, which then gives you forwards 1v1 looks.
Kangaroos by 6 points in the other game over the Lions early in the second term. Fritsch from a tight angle in front of the players' race. That kick is superb. That's when he's at his best, Bailey Fritsch. Slots it from out wide and never looked like missing. 1-2 to 1 straight. Bombers by a couple of points. D's in business. 9 minutes gone.
He's always been a beautiful kick of the football, Bailey Fritsch. He's an interesting player. At his best, he is so dangerous. We've seen him kick 50-plus goals in a season. It's probably settling into this role that Stephen King wants him to play, which is a lot higher up the ground. So they want him involved a little bit more in play.
He suits faster ball movement, doesn't he? He's not a stay-at-home wrestle, bring the ball to ground, win in a contested possession. He's get on the move with fast ball movement, get on the end of it, and then that's a beautiful finish out the end of the boundary.
Restart in the middle, Gawn. Fresh airs it, hits him on the shoulder, comes down, he picks it up, gets it away to Cozzy Pickett. Loops it over the top to Sparrow, gets it back Pickett. Chips looking for his cousin and overshoots him. And the mark taken by Farrow, back flank for Essendon.
He just looks like he's got 200 games written all over him, Jacob Farrow.
He's a big boy. Surprised by how big all of them are when you're down in the rooms, but he kicks up towards the wing and Dersma juggles down the mark.
You're unusually short, though.
Yeah, but play taller.
Big hands, though, Benny, haven't you?
Correct. And Clunkum. Dersma on the wing. Kicks up to a contest. Up goes Gawn, hands to it. Turner 2 doesn't take the mark. Down at ground level, Caddy. Essendon half forward. Ball on the deck. Salem picks it up. Roby tackles him on debut. But he's working out. Tolstrup to Steele and a kick around the wing.
2-on-1 Essendon's way, and they navigated that well as Van Rooyen caught in a tangle with Ridley, and Mackay takes the mark. Oh, that's an absolute howler. Trying to switch play, turns it over. Troll picks onto it. Intercept mark, plays on, has it bounced, trying to tumble it goalward. Oh, he's going to bend it through. He can make it talk. Latrell Pickett joins in the party, and the D's snatch the lead at the 11-minute mark. 2 straight to 1-2 and a 4-point bumper for the Demons. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Look, right idea, just poor execution by Ben Mackay there. So the player, he was free, but it was just a complete miss kick, and that's just kicking off one step.
Yep.
You know, as much as it was the mistake, it was the execution of the actual kick.
When you've got a young team, though, Rami, you can't afford the 28-year-old in his 10th year to be doing that.
I agree. It's Paul, and it cost the team a goal.
I love that Latrell Pickett just looked at Zach Reed and was just like, you're not catching me, mate. I'm running this. He could have ran it all the way to the goal line.
Coming and watching Trell Pick and Cozzy Pickett for the next 10 years is going to be an awful lot of fun. Petty into the ruck, palms it down. There's a holding free kick. It'll go the Melbourne's way. So he gives it off to Steele, who kicks the D's back inside 50. Reed breaks it up at the fall of the ball. There to mop up for the Dons in the back pocket. They clean it up momentarily, but Pickett gets involved. It spits out towards Roberts, who will kick beyond the defensive arc. And the mark taken by Steele, 60 out from goal.
Manovs, he's got it here, pokes it inside the forward 50 for Melbourne and turns it over. That's Roberts who takes the mark in the back pocket. Big year he had last year, Archie Roberts. It was his second season, but played every game, runner-up in the BNF. To another man who played every game in Jackson Pryor.
Your favourite.
Half-back flank has it for the Dons. Into new contract. Kicks it down the line here, getting across Steele, punches it over the line. Boundary throwing in front of Sullivan Roby. He's on the park. Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary.
Yeah, Jake Melksham's made his way back up, heavily strapped right ankle, going through a few tests, and he's in a bit of duress, but I think he'll be coming back onto the field just in a minute.
Nothing worse than rolling ankle early in the game. You're just fighting it for the remainder of the game just to try keep it moving.
Lackiston laying it down from the throw-in onto it. Caldwell hurries a kick up to half forward. Marking contest. Caddy goes early. And he was a little overzealous. Free kick to the D's and McDonald.
Free kick
the
to
other
Caddy.
way. Hey?
You're allowed to hold your ground.
So what's he called, a block?
Yeah, he's called,
I'm not sure I agree with that. Ray Chamberlain
Yeah, no, you don't have to evaporate on a football field. So long as you don't step off your line and take his run, which didn't appear to be the case there, then it should be play on.
Play
That's
on.
McDonald meant to do, run underneath the footy.
Jeepers. Caddy with the free kick. Looks as though he likes his chances from 55. He's just
close.
missed. Gave it a good ride.
Yeah.
Nearly the right club for Caddy, but not quite. Melbourne by 3 points. 139 plays 2 straight 12. It is Masters weekend. Disappointed Zach Johnson's not in the team for the Dons. Missed the cut at the Masters, unfortunately, and for Essendon today.
Very good. Lindsay goes short to McDonald. He's got it at half-back for the D's. Sun breaking through the heavy cloud cover. Myercheck crashes the pack. Spills down to Dersma. Got a hand pass away to Parrish. Goes back to Caldwell. Threads a kick superbly onto the chest of Lever. It was a dart, but it went straight to his opponent. Lever rebounds out to Tolstrup. Running back with the flight mate. Tried to spoil. Couldn't break it up. Tolstrup wins it. Gives it away by hand to Sharp. Sharp now the forward 50 kick for the Demons. Van Rooyen runs underneath it, and that's a nice intercept mark for Mackay. Can start the transition for the Bombers. Good kick out wide. Finds his teammate Day Wicks. Feeds it forward to Roby. Runs straight into trouble. Slick hands. Got it away under pressure to Roberts. To Cole Langford. To Caldwell all by hand. Now to Merritt. Middle of the Adelaide Oval. Pokes the kick inside 50. Punched away by Turner. Breaks it clear of Caddy. And now we've got a ball up as Tolstrup's tackled right on the 50. It's good spoil. We'll have a ball up here. Centre half forward for the Dons.
Essendon the first goal. Melbourne the last 2. Melbourne lead by 3 points. Merritt feeds it out. Away to Sardis. Sets it up to full forward. Back they go. Good mark. Back with the flight. Jake Lever comes down with it. Last line for the D's. Gives it off to McDonald. Handball to Tolstrup. Tolstrup's kick a turnover. Right onto the chest of Merritt. Merritt looks back inside 50 for Essendon. Roby hands to it. Doesn't mark. Kako rows. Zigging, zagging, chipping. Parrish picks it up. Half volley. Back to Kako. Kako runs into a cul-de-sac. Swings it out wide. Dersma snaps on goal and kicks it. The red and black arrow comes out at the Adelaide Oval. Familiar surrounds. Essendon back in front. 2-3-15 plays 2 straight 12 quarter hour mark. Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, they had their opportunity to exit there, the D's, but Tolstrup in the end just laced out Zach Merritt. It wasn't the kick. At the very least, get it away from your goal and get it down the line to a contest. But they hung about there, Essendon, their ability through Kako, I feel. It was just his pressure, but stayed lively and stayed involved. And I wasn't sure about that handball initially to Dersma, but right place, right time for Dersma, and a good finish under pressure as well. Usually only see the arrow come out after a setty, but good to see it come out
it's nice
on
to
the
see
run as well.
Nice to see it back at Adelaide Oval, isn't it?
What Essendon don't like the opposition to do is ball movement. Move the ball quick. What Melbourne are doing is they're playing the game very slowly at the moment. It's suiting Essendon.
Dons by 3. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, squirts a kick away. Cozzy Pickett runs into Day Wicks, or maybe the other way around. Ball squirts to Sardis. Hand pass for the Dons, back in the middle of Adelaide Oval, picked off by Chandler. Chandler for the D's. Hand pass away to Salem, kick straight up the middle, through the hands of Cozzy Pickett. Roberts trying to wrestle it from Gawn, still alive forward 50. Almost a through ball from Cozzy Pickett to his own advantage. Intercepted though by Cole Langford. He gives it to Pryor, short kick's good. Sardis marks. Dons have got the green lights, gives it away to Day Wicks. Hand pass to Roberts, they're out on the wing.
Goes short away to Archie, mate. Mark slow down on the logo. He just slows it up slightly. Kicks into the man on the mark and off hands. It comes down for Melbourne and Langdon. Handball to Chandler, to Howes. Away to McDonald, back to Howes. He'll kick laterally, and it's I think it sort of splits the difference between a couple of players, Langford and Salem. Langford gets it off to Salem. Now he can look long inside 50 for Melbourne. Sharp, Myercheck, take your pick. Myercheck drops it. Sharp swoops. He snaps. He goes. No. Bad bounce. Got the wrong end. Needed the leg break. Not quite for Harry Sharp, the perennial sub last year. 9 times he was the sub. Happy to see that rule removed. Essendon by 2 points. 18 into the first.
Going on a bit of a trot here, Roberts, one of their 7 lefties for the Bombers. Kicks it long in front of the benches and offhand spills out of play. To warm your heart, Rammer.
Yes. Yep.
Remember last time the Bombers played here and Brad Scott was going through it. We saw him with the press conference obviously afterwards. He put it on his team and a couple little signs early. The Dons have done so much right and just their skill errors just putting thorns in their own paws at times, the Bombers.
That's exactly where they are as a team at the moment. You know, the good teams absolutely punish when they had the opportunity with ball movement. Essendon just haven't been able to do that yet.
Secondary stoppage, so ball up after the boundary throw-in, and Max Gawn had his...
Not happy with that one, Max.
No, he wasn't.
No.
He got up and wanted to have a bit of push and shove with Blackiston, who almost tunnelled him if it was a marking contest. Mate, put some body on him when Gawn was already in the air. Gawn, the 8-time All-Australian, could he become the first man to 9? Goes back to McDonald and kicks over the Essendon crepe paper still on the ground. Out to the wing for Turner. Turner pokes it down to half forward. Got a hand pass away under pressure. Howes. Oh, gave it to his teammate there in Harvey Langford, who kicked it off his backside, turns it over. Sada slick hands to Edwards. He gives it to Durham. Durham long kick into an open forward 50. Bounces. May needs it to sit. Can't get the Sunday hop. Lever's alongside him. Lever does well. Oh, in the end, he decided to toe poke it away from McDonald. He invites Caddy in. Caddy from the boundary. Caddy misses. Behind, near side. And that is 2-4 Essendon, leading Melbourne 2-1. 3-point advantage for the Dons. Neither of these teams have led at quarter time all year. So the Bombers by 3 points at the moment. It is almost 20 minutes gone in the opening term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Lindsay short to the pocket for Lever. Gets it back, Lindsay, and pokes it to the other pocket. McDonald accepts it in front of the grand old scoreboard here at the Adelaide Oval. Comes infield for Windsor. And now switches it back to Lever. He's got running room. Crosses the arc of defensive 50 and goes short for Sharp. Gives it back to Lever. Lever now looks further afield, and Day Wicks just jumps in front of Langdon and intercept marks for Essendon.
Probably not the option, is he, off half-back? Yeah. Jake Lever, running past.
News from the Barossa, by the way. 5 to go before half-time. Kangas by 7 over Brisbane. Dane Zorko's done a calf. He's out of the game.
He also had a little moment with Paul Curtis where there were allegations of a low blow. Dons work it up to Gresham, who lifts it over the top, right to the arc of attacking 50. Edwards takes it, crosses the paint, eyes the goals, swings it back, hits the post. Very nearly for Edwards.
Oh, he's absolutely in his right to have that shot at goal. No Melbourne player wanted to get on the mark, so, yep, okay, tough angle, but he was inside forward 50 with no option, so have a go.
Lindsay into Turner. He's got that glove on. He missed the Carlton game with a hand injury. Right hand. Long kick down the wing. Essendon with the numbers, and Zach Reid and takes the intercept mark. Love seeing him out there, by the way. Had a hamstring tightness last week against the Bulldogs, but he's A-OK. Touch wood, and he's still playing out there for the Bombers despite his soft tissue woes. Goes short to Ridley. It's punched away from him and out of bounds.
He's going through a full CrossFit routine in the rooms pre-game. He had the sandbags out. He was doing step-ups and all sorts.
Some of the boys in the Essendon rooms before the game were using kettlebells, like doing a weight session virtually. I said to Lids, this has changed.
I was puffed. Tapped down by Wright. Langford, good young player, wins it for Melbourne. Kicks around the wing. Melksham back out there. Good to see, fighting after it. Can't keep it in, just paddles it on, and a throw in 70 around from goal for Melbourne.
I used to sit in the corner of the change room with the record and try find the mistakes in the little pictures and all that.
Yeah. It would have been hard
the difference. The kids section.
Would have been hard for Darren Gasper, still in his suit just before he did do his kettlebell work.
Essendon by 4 points. 22 minutes into the first. Gawn spikes it on. Bouncing ball coming across Roberts. Knocks it boundary side. Appeals. Umpire says, "No, just spin it back in." Aussie's buzzing around saying, no, that was a last disposal. It might have come
if
off
that was
Roberts'
Thursday
boot.
night, Corb or Benny, that's paid.
Well, we've got the conference here.
Yeah.
So the boundary umpire is saying it looked like it came off the lower leg.
The closest umpire said off the hand, but then the other one tried to give a little lasso.
This is where they pretend to ask each other, but really they're waiting
for the arc. That's the sense we get, which we don't want that, do we?
We're trying to speed the game up.
Yeah. So we're going to get a throw in after all of that. Essendon by 4.
Hopefully the Arcs watching this game and not the one at the Barossa. There's two at the same time. Might add a little bit of confusion.
Split screen.
From the boundary throwing. Gawn palms it down. Parrish, handball away towards McGrath for the Bombers. Hurried kick down the wing, trying to get a touch on it. May unsuccessful. Last disposal out of bounds, free kick D's. Kangas by 7 points, 4 to go before half-time in the Barossa. Dane Zorko out with a calf injury. Here's McDonald, can thump it down to half forward for the D's. Gawn's in the pack, and Peter Wright, all 2 metres of him, just reaching over the back, takes the intercept mark for the Dons.
Good clunk. Playing more ruck, starting the ruck, Big Pete, obviously with the height of Max Gawn.
Don't hate it. Long kick for right, up to the wing. May knocks it down. Sardis there for Essendon. Scoops it up, sends him down to half forward. There's no one there. Turner needs it to bounce. Out in the air, puts himself under pressure. And Caddy comes in to grab him and tackle him, hold him up. It's a good result for Essendon. It's a ball up half forward for the Dons. Essendon lead it by 4 points. Time on in this opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Gawn taking it out of the ruck. He handballs boundary side. Was it touched on the way through? I think it was.
I'm pleased to see young Elijah Sardis get his go back in the midfield today. Hopefully he can go well enough that he holds his spot and can stay in there for a consistent run. Just hasn't really...
Give him a 6-week burst.
Yeah, absolutely.
Find out what type of player he is, if he's going to be a player or not.
36 disposals, 8 clearances in the VFL to earn a recall. Langford sending Essendon back inside 50 at the fall of the ball. Lindsay clears for Melbourne. Turnover though. Essendon with it again through Roberts, middle of the ground.
Roberts going to come wide with the kick, just in front of Gresham, collects on the bounce and then retreats back to Reid, who marks on the wing.
Oh, no.
Oh, centering kick to Roberts. Just too much on it. The drop punt from Reid puts Essendon under pressure. Clever from Pryor. Whacks it out to Parrish. Parrish kicks into the pocket. Gawn in the box seat. No mark. Spills down to Sardis. Sardis goals! Welcome back, Elijah. And gives it everything on the celebration as he goes darting away, the 21-year-old. An early pick of the past. And Elijah Sardis, with the road less travelled, back into this Essendon team. The Dons by 10 points. Time on opening term. 3-5-23. Melbourne 2-1-13. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
I like that. I like that from the young fella. Show the enthusiasm. Show what it means to actually be back into the team and competing at the highest level. He's a high draft pick. And everyone questioned, why isn't he playing? Well, he's absolutely knocked the door down to get a game in this team.
Yeah.
His VFL form has been excellent. You can see, just watching the replay on our screens here, the excitement. Even the captain, Andy McGrath, gets over there. So it means a lot to him.
Essendon by 10 points, back underway, and Steele with the clearance. Tumbling kick towards the arc of 50. Good mark. Mackay soaring through the air, takes the pack mark on his chest. He'll poke it short for Merritt, not the 15, so called to go. Kicks Essendon out to the wing. Daywicks going back with courage, hands to it, doesn't quite hold on to it. Ball hits the deck, players arrive from all angles. Still in motion, Kako picks it up, tries to run away with it. Does well, gets it onto Parrish. Corridor for Essendon, kicks inside 50, not a great kick. Bouncing ball, it works out, sits up for right, kick smothered. Goal-saving smother from Howes, and the D's can work it out in their back pocket.
Ed Langdon gives a hand pass away, to Howes, as Ben called, and Howes now kicks down the wing. Oh, ball hits the deck. Merritt trying to whack it forward, didn't get full purchase on it, spills to Reid. He's tackled, ball up on the wing. That's an interesting... Sorry, you go, Luke.
I was just going to say, that's the difference, isn't it? Darcy Parrish breaking through the back of the centre square and just bombs away to nothing when he had young Caddy just leading up at him. Easy chip pass.
Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. Gawn just whacks it clear of the stoppage. Coming up to meet it is Van Rooyen. Hands it to Steele. Kicks down to half forward. Good mark, Petty. And to back into traffic. Rides the bump. Takes the mark. Left half forward for the D's.
They hurt him.
Pretty brave mark. The Elephants in the other direction. He knew they were all coming.
Yep.
And not a small human that hits you in the back either with young Reid.
All 202 centimetres of him.
So Harrison Petty's one of 5 Croaters in the game, all of them playing for Melbourne. The Bombers haven't got one South Australian out there. So here's Petty out of Norwood, kicks to full forward and intercepted. Nice bit of work from Blackiston. The hair tied up again today. He's got it at fullback for the Dons.
I think Norwood sing the Melbourne song, don't they? Didn't have to learn a new tune as he entered the AFL. Merritt, exiting kick from defensive 50, good for Pryor. 55 out from the defensive goal for the Dons. Essendon by 10 points. Late in the first term, Pryor waits the kick to the wing. Getting back, Turner punches it away. Howes will track it, tackled by Edwards. Dispossessed as the ball dribbles out.
Of course, the Bombers last week, they won the second half against the Bulldogs by 20 points. Are you a believer in that? Sort of start the next week how you ended the last?
Yep, I am. And I think they slightly turned the corner last week against the Bulldogs. You can start to see their defensive game working. They're limiting uncontested marks, which has always been a big problem with Essendon. So I thought the wheel just turned last week.
Steele fighting through a tackle, gets it out for Melbourne to Cully, away to Fritsch to Van Rooyen. Handball for the runner, Sharp. 30 out, looks at goal, skids it home. Sharp with the finish. And it's back to 4 points. 3-5-23 plays 3-1-19. 20 seconds away from quarter time. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, clean set of heels there from young Sharp. We hear about how well he can run, long distance, but he actually put the afterburners on there and went away from his opponent trying to chase him down. And good composure to finish there and not trying to overkick that footy. An old teammate of mine for only the 1 year, but Stevie J used to talk about just try and hit the goal line. Kick it to the goal umpire, just hit the goal line. You can stay far more in control. He did that really, really well. Obviously, a bit of precipitation out there on the grass, so skidded it through beautifully.
So that's for like an unguarded goal square.
Unguarded goal square.
Right.
Don't try and
just
overkick
when you're
it.
on the run.
I like it. Next time on the run, Lids, I'll remember that.
Danny put the block on for you.
Good. For all the kids out there, 4-point lead for the Bombers. Back in the middle of the ground comes Melbourne's way. Steele, hand pass out towards Cozzy Pickett. Runs out onto his right peg, sends it inside the forward 50. Reid reaching over the top, knocks it down. Mackay scoops it up. Essendon with the last line of defence. Gives it to Ridley. Swings it across the goal face, and here's Farrow. And that's it. We're done. First quarter in the books, and the Bombers are in front. The Dons by 4 points. It's Essendon 3-5-23. They lead Melbourne 3-1-19. It's the first quarter break that Essendon have led in this season. So this is now game number 5. It's the first time the Bombers have ended a quarter in front. So there's something to write home about. 3-5 over Melbourne, 3-1. And the D's, despite their hot start to the year, 3-1 on the season, they've trailed a quarter time now in every game. Whatever that's worth. 4-point advantage for the Dons. The goal kickers, one in the book for Xavier Dersma, Tom Edwards and Elijah Sardis. Edwards kicked the first of the game. And meanwhile for Melbourne, one for Sharp, one for Latrell Pickett and one for Bailey Fritsch. Quarter time here, 4-point lead for the Bombers. Half time in the Barossa, 4-point lead for the Kangaroos. Dane Zorko out of the game with a calf injury. The Roos led by 12 at quarter time. They lead by 4 at the half. The thoughts of Rama and Leeds coming up in just a moment. Your thoughts, by the way, throughout the afternoon, 0437 774 774. You're in the festival spirit, in the festival state here in South Australia for Gather Round. At quarter time, it is the Dons by 4 points. The thoughts of Leeds and Rama coming up. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Guy takes the mark. Oh, that's an absolute howler. Trying to switch play, turns it over. Troll picks onto it. Intercept mark, plays on, has a bounce, trying to tumble it goalward. Oh, he's going to bend it through. He can make it talk. Latrell Pickett joins in the party.
Kako Rose, zigging, zagging, chipping. Parrish picks it up, half volley, back to Kako. Kako runs into a cul-de-sac, swings it out wide. Dersma snaps on goal and kicks it. The red and black arrow comes out.
Oh, centering kick to Roberts. Just too much on it. The drop punt from Reid puts Essendon under pressure. Clever from Pryor. Whacks it out to Parrish. Parrish kicks into the pocket. Gorn in the box seat. No mark. Spills down to Sardis. Sardis! Goals! Welcome back, Elijah.
Steele fighting through a tackle. Gets it out for Melbourne to Cully. Away to Fritsch to Van Rooyen. Handball for the runner, Sharp. 30 out. Looks at goal. Skids it home. Sharp with the finish. And it's back to 4 points.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Their gather round mates, the Bombers and the Demons. The third time in 4 editions of the concept they've met one another, and at quarter time it is Essendon who lead by 4 points. 3-5 over Melbourne, 3-1. Our number 1 pick, the All-Australian Brett Delidio, alongside the Premiership player Adam Ramanauskas with their take. Through 1, the Bombers by 4.
Well, Ram, it's been a pretty even start, hasn't it? I thought that Melbourne, the way they started the game with that clean hit out from Max Gawn to Caleb Windsor, there were worrying signs early. But to Essendon's credit, I feel like they sort of gathered themselves and Melbourne, they were able to hold Melbourne up and didn't allow them to play that free-flowing footy. And then in turn, I suppose Essendon have tried to play a bit of possession footy as well. They've had the 114 disposals to Melbourne's 96. I think the worrying sign for me is that their skill error is off the back of that as well. If you're going to go slow, you've got to hit your targets. But to be only still kicking it at 63%, even though you go and kick mark, uncontested marks, that's what's probably opened the door a little bit for Melbourne, and they can probably count themselves lucky that they've 3-5 versus 5-3 or maybe a little bit more in favour of Melbourne. But ultimately, I feel like Essendon would be really happy with the way they've started this game. But I think Melbourne can clean it up, and if the ball was probably a bit dry, they maybe will be out in front a little bit more.
So it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse at the moment. So Essendon are happy to possess the ball in the back half of the ground. So you look at Roberts, Farrow and Mackay. Roberts has had the 10. Mackay's had 9. Farrow's had 8. Then you add Jordan Ridley into that. He's had 6 possessions himself. So as Lids mentioned, a big possession quarter for Essendon. It's just and Lids is absolutely spot on here, it's about Essendon possessing the ball but going forward with the ball rather than chip sideways and taking no territory in the game. You've got to force Melbourne to defend. Otherwise, they'll just stand there. They'll just stand there and just own the ground defensively. So chip forward, as they did on a couple of occasions, then able to get into scoring position. The risk with that is on turnover. So Melbourne then counter-attack. We saw Latrell Pickett who intercepts Ben Mackay's mistake and goes and kicks the goal. So it's sort of like, well, who's going to break first here? That's how I look at this game at the moment. If Essendon are happy to possess the ball, they're going to have 450 possessions for the game, which is a huge number. But Melbourne at some time have got to come up and really press the ground to force Essendon into more turnover.
And what that takes is energy to be able to come up and press that. But at the moment, teams are too good at defending the ground. They're like, okay, I'll hand over to you. You go press up. They save their legs, and then on turnover they blitz and they're ready to go. You wonder why they look so fresh going the other way. But if they want to tighten that up and take away that uncontested mark, that takes energy. But it also puts Essendon then under more pressure. Are they as good going to that contest? Can they win or outnumber there? That'll be the question marks that Stephen King would be asking his side at the moment.
Well, Max Gawn's going to be an issue in this game. So he had a terrific first quarter himself. He had 5 hit-outs to advantage in that quarter. So that's a real worry.
Having his way in there, isn't he?
That's a real worry for Essendon.
Whatever it's worth, Essendon did lead 5 times at quarter time last year. They went on to win 4 of those games.
Right.
Oh, we're certain, isn't it?
They were pretty buoyant rooms, weren't they?
They were.
It was a little quiet confidence, as confident as a team can be that's lost.
Music, weight sessions, elastic bands, it was all going on. I had a couple of pretzels in there as well. One of the boys.
You got a feed, did you?
Yeah, I got a little feed,
Lucky BJ wasn't around. There's Gawn wins the tap to get the second quarter underway. Essendon by 4 points. Sada steals it out of the middle, kicks a shallow inside 50. Over the back it goes. Kako trying to get there. Holstrup with him. He's dispossessed. Now losing it. McDonald. Ball spits out the side. Still out after it. Caddy close to the boundary line, and Salem kicks it into Kako. Ricochets off his boot. Out on the full rain falling.
That passage of play is the exact reason why Sardis hasn't been in the team regularly.
Kicking.
So he's coming out of stoppage without any pressure, and he can't hit the target inside forward 50.
Or get any penetration on it.
That's what he needs to continue to work on.
Long kick from Lever up towards the contest on the wing, and off the hands of the pack, it's out of play and a throw-in. Umpires Jankovskis, Nichols, Bales and Fry in charge of this one.
And to Ramon's point there, I know that he is putting a hell of a lot of work in. He's aware of his issue, but he's just got to make sure that you keep putting the work. You don't get better at it if you don't work on it.
That's right. Kick club apparently.
Repetition.
Can you fix it once you're already at AFL level though? That's the question. I know you can improve it, but can he become a good enough kick? Has Essendon come away with it? And Caldwell kick close to the line, but Kako slides into mark. 2 kicks from goal for the Dons.
So Kako arcs around to his right and then just lays it up to the hot spot. Over the back comes Turner, punches it away, sits up in front of Steele, tackled, dispossessed. Help without it, said the umpire. Free kick, tackle lingered. What did he say? Never took possession.
Well
great work, Edwards. Just leaps out, smothers the kick. Steele gets up, regathers. Ball floats a kick, turns it over. Steele's had a couple of rough moments there. Little rusty.
In the rain.
Kick finds McGrath as he kicks into the forward pocket. Punched away close to the boundary line. Kako keeps it alive, gives it back to Tolstrup, and Tolstrup ripped into the ground in an aggressive tackle from Gresham. You happy with that, Lids?
I'm happy with that call. I'm also happy with Benny's call.
Yeah.
that didn't go over my head, mate. I liked it.
Across the goal face to McDonald, who comes out of defence, up to the wing.
Don't encourage him, Lids. It goes down a very slippery slope.
I'm feeding him all day.
Through the middle of Adelaide Oval, inside the forward 50, there's a free kick. Everyone looks at the umpires again and says, which way is this going? It's going to be an Essendon free kick. Reed's going to get it.
More and more like rugby union every day, isn't it?
I'm not quite sure what that one was for. But anyway, Essendon's got the footy. They've got a 4-point lead, and this is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Ridley, good to see him back. Stabs it to Sardis. Now for the kick for Elijah. I for one, I'm cheering for him. I hope he can...
absolutely cheering for him.
Really?
Everybody should be at Essendon cheering for him because he's number 5 draft pick.
Kicks out wide and finds Langford.
It's in everybody's best interest.
Correct.
He becomes what he was always hoped to be.
Langford kicks up for Gresham. Half forward on the half volley. Can't quite pick it up. Tries to slip the tackle. Handball to Edwards. Edwards stabs it inside 50, looking for Caddy. The kick favours Turner for Melbourne. His handball for Tolstrup. He's in their back pocket,
Max.
goes back to Gawn. High kick just beyond the defensive arc, and Langford intercepts for Essendon. 2 kicks from home. The Dons by 4 points.
So Cole Langford with the footy, swings it from one forward flank to the other, finds Reed. Reed in Dustin Fletcher's old number 31, goes short, 2 shorts at the umpire to Sardis, lays it back by hand to Roberts, lays it up to full forward, Pack collapses, ball hits the deck, scooped up by Turner, and that's just a get out of here kick up to the centre square. Melksham trying to spoil it away from Blackiston, does so successfully. Cole Langford collects, lays it back by hand to Ridley, just kicks wide and finds the neat left footer in Farrow, the West Australian. He goes short. I don't know if they're claiming him, but another one to Pryor. He was grew up there, didn't he, when his dad was obviously playing, coaching at Fremantle. Jackson Pryor sends it inside 50, turns it over, and an intercept mark here for Lever.
Michael Pryor is originally WA.
Yeah, so that counts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Played for the Eagles. And
I've got a photo in my phone of Matthew Pavlich hugging his family after his retirement. There's a little young kid in the front, young Jackson Pryor. There's the D's off the back flank through Turner, kicking to a contest, Sharp swooping onto a clean pickup, pokes it into the pocket, overshoots Melksham.
That's just poor.
Tumbles out, throwing coming left forward pocket.
There's no pressure on that kick going inside forward 50. It's a 35-metre pass to a teammate that is open. That's just got to hit a target.
Yep.
That's under 14 stuff.
Hard to defend that, isn't it?
Why are we seeing more of that, do you think? Throw in forward pocket, Myercheck sticks a boot out at it, bounces through. Langford gathers for Essendon, handball for Day Weeks. He leaves it behind. Going in Chandler, manages to get it out. Ugly footy, scrappy. Still Chandler fighting for it. Comes out for McGrath. And Essendon are in trouble. Might have been socked out by Roberts. It was on the full, so a Melbourne ball.
Well, don't complain.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ron.
Just don't fumble the ball.
Trying to blame someone else here, Archie Roberts, for his own clanger. So free kick for Windsor. And Windsor's thinking, you know what, I reckon I got this in me. So
left post.
Kicking towards the cathedral end. He's out of left half forward, right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Drop punt's going to sail across the face. Pat camped underneath it. Hands on it from Petty and rolls out of play. Boundary throw-in in front of the scoreboard. 4-point lead for the Bombers. I think we already got last night's game covered. 3-5 to 3-1.
Just
4-point lead for the Dons.
In terms of scoring, not skill level, I don't reckon at the moment, Corp, but that's okay. Still a fair way to go.
Gawn and Wright, both with hands on it. McGrath roves it. Handball for Sardis. Handball for Langford. He leaves it behind. Sparrow picks it up off the Tolstrup. D's inside 50. Fritsch on the non-preferred centering ball. Gawn roves it. He snaps, he goes. The big man roving the pack and goaling. And Essendon's lead is gone. Melbourne 4-1-25. They lead Essendon 3-5-23. 6.5 minutes into the second. Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas.
I'll give you that one. That was pretty good.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah,
I didn't like that one as much.
I'm with you.
That one was a bit cheesy.
I like that one. Well, look, how a 6'9" bloke can crumb the pack inside forward 50 and not be noticed or not have an opponent on him is really surprising. But you see the surprise on Max's face as well, that he got to the front of that contest. But again, it was a turnover from Essendon that created the problem with the ball going back inside forward 50. So the pressure from Melbourne is just starting to lift in this second quarter.
Lead change number 4. D's on top by 2. This is gather round on ABC Sport. Max just grabs it out of the ruck, does it himself. Clearing kick out to half forward, and Farrow picks it off. You know, Jacob Farrow had every single club's jumper. There's a little fun fact. So he had all 18 teams.
Just collected them.
Yeah. So when he got drafted, he knew he just had to sort through them, through the wardrobe, and found the Essendon one, and off he went.
Might be a gather-round specialist. All 18 clubs together.
Well, there is a jumper.
Yeah.
It's a... What do you make of that?
Odd.
Yeah. It's
Ugly.
It's a no from me. From the kick from Farrow, by the way, just landed short of Langford, went out of bounds. So now we've got a boundary throw-in. Still at half forward for the Demons. Still no clean possession as it's scrappily towards the boundary line. Picked up by Roberts and pass away to Cole Langford. Got it on the back flank for the Dons. Kicks down the wing. Howes throws his fist at it. Ball will sit for Kako, and he's out. Kako takes one bounce. Cozzy Pickett gives chase. Kako almost run down, got a handball away. Great chase, Keziah Pickett. And the Demons turn it over, and a chance for the D's on the counter-attack.
I love that from Cozzy. Terrific. We see him go forward in attack so often, but that was great defence.
Stood over him and let him know as well. Gawn kicks inside 50, hands to it, Petty. Doesn't mark. Blackiston there for the Dons. Now they're handballing through the corridor. McGrath slaps it on. Kako in trouble, tackle caught. Should be holding the ball. Umpire lets them play. Essendon with it again. McGrath, he's stripped of it. Howes goes in. Chandler eventually wins it. Handball for Steele. Still in the middle of the Adelaide Oval. Now to Langdon. Running through the middle. Pokes it inside 50. Good kick for Pickett. The Dons, they peeled away from the footy. Where were they going there, Rammer and Leeds?
Not sure where. I think it's young Jacob Farrow there who's standing the mark. He was looking behind him for another player to go. I was like, no, mate, the player right in front of you is the most dangerous. Just go and stand on him. It is Cozzy Pickett, mind you. I understand if you miss Max Gawn, but this guy, pink boots, long sleeves, pretty good player.
Yep, maybe pay a little bit of attention to him. Was in the Brownlow votes in the last meeting. Corresponding fixture at Gather Round last year. 23 disposals, 2 goals. Cozzy Pickett doing it on both sides of the ball. The run-down tackle inside defensive 50. And then the goal at the other end. Melbourne by 8 points. 5-1-31 plays 3-5-23. 9.5 minutes into the second term.
Well, you look at the Essendon defenders there. They're all going back. They're referencing to go get an intercept mark, or the ball turns over to get their hands on the ball, where is they should be referencing forward.
Yep.
Coming at, where's my opponent?
Frontal pressure.
Liz is exactly right. You shouldn't miss Cozzy Pickett inside forward 50. He's their most dangerous player. Somebody pick him up. But I go back to the defensive effort. We're so used to seeing Cozzy in attack, but that defensive effort will be shown by Stephen King over and over during the week.
Seen the Pickett family this week around town,
I did. An old teammate of mine, actually, Marcus Pickett.
Recognise him?
Yes, I did. Yeah, absolutely, I did.
Steele gets a little soccer ball forward, picked up here by Sparrow. Hand pass back on the inside. Here's Cozzy Pickett trying to knock it away. Off the deck goes Petty out to half forward. Sliding in, Langdon caught in a little tangle of bodies there. Picked up though by Dersma. Essendon come up with the footy. Gives it to Roberts. That's a better kick. Back down the wing, finds Durham.
I will confess, I thought it was Byron to start with. But
he had to correct you as well.
We worked our way through that.
He said, Rammer, it's Marcus. We were teamates.
And was Byron there?
Byron was there as well, yeah.
When Byron appeared, he thought, hang on, I think I want to change my first answer. Short to Gresham. Gresham into the forward pocket, carries the pack and rolls out of bounds. Sun breaking through. There's still a few scattered showers. 15 degrees today, light rain. Boundary throwing deep forward for the Dons. The D's have kicked the last 3 goals. After Essendon led by as many as 10 points time on in the opening term. 3 lead changes in the contest. Wright palms it down. Picked up by Fritsch. Trying to clear out of the defensive 50. Does so. Roberts overruns it. Van Rooyen clever. Scoops it up to Cully. Hand pass out to the boundary line. Just misses Chandler. He goes and gets it, gives it back to Cully. That's clever. Rode the contact, kicked it down the wing. Clean bowls Ridley. Scooped up by Ed Langdon. Hand pass it further forward to Melksham. Melksham knocks it back to Langdon. Langdon forward by hand to Steele. Steele's clean to Van Rooyen. Had more time than he thought. Kicks off balance. Still, it's almost marked by Myercheck. Not to be. Melbourne keep it inside 50. Sharp goes back to Fritsch. Fritsch centering kick superb. And Sparrow marks at centre half forward, 40 out.
That was a dart, wasn't it? I thought Van Rooyen maybe missed a trick there by finding a target inside forward 50. Got the belly of the ball. And this is the running power of young Harry Sharp. His ability to get over there and be that +1 and give the handball out. Fritsch, he had me bluffed too. I thought he was shooting every day of the week. He's as good as KB when it goes to shooting the goal. But that was an absolute dart. He found young Sparrow.
South Adelaide boy, one of 5 South Australians in the team for the D's, as he knocks it through on the set shot, and they are right at home in Adelaide. The D's make it 4 on the bounce. They now lead by a new game high, 14 points. 6-1-37, Essendon with a few alarm bells going off, 3-5-23. A dozen minutes into the second term, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, poor old Jake Melksham. I tell you what, he's going to be hopping around on one leg. He's heavily impaired by that rolled ankle, but he's toiling away manfully.
Well, Melbourne are doing this on the back of Essendon's mistakes. Jordan Ridley looks like a player that hasn't had much of a pre-season, hasn't had much game time yet. Like that's a simple ground ball that he just overruns there. That's under 14 stuff, and Melbourne sweat on that. They then take the ball forward. Bailey Fritsch, beautiful centering pass to come back inside 50 for the goal.
Melbourne by a game high 14 points. Petty in the ruck. Blackiston following it up though. Windsor right there with him. Cozzy Pickett reaches in, steals it, keeps his feet. Now he's twisting, turning, kicking inside 50, delivering, reaching for it. Melksham doesn't mark. Roberts gets back, cleans up. Essendon ball, handball, out of bounds. Lasso free kick, Melbourne ball again. And Melksham goes to take it. 60 from home. Chips it inside 50 and skids out of play. Throw in. 15 around from the attacking goal for the D's. Melbourne by 14 points. 14 minutes into the second. The other round on ABC Sport.
Issues for the Bombers. And they make something of this defensive 50 stoppage. It comes away of Reid. Gives a handball out to Pryor. Pryor kicks out to halfback. Durham the target. And a one-on-one there with Salem. Durham keeps it in front of him. Needs it to sit up. Doesn't get a kind bounce. Very clean though. Just rips it off the ground. Same motion. Kicks down to half forward. In a contest here, Edwards and Turner. Turner does well to protect the drop zone, wins the footy. Gives it to Lever. D's back the other way to Howes. His handball, a turnover. Sardis intercepts. Gives it to Merritt. Merritt feeds the young man Roby on debut inside 50. Half volley pick up left behind by McDonald. And in the end, Gresham inadvertently soccers it out. One of the boundary throw-in, 30 out from the Bombers' goal. I've noticed an interesting trend with Essendon. The top draft picks.
Yeah.
So Andy McGrath, number 1, pick 1. Elijah Sardis, pick 5, number 5. Sullivan Roby, pick 9, number 9.
See what you're doing here.
Over the head of the rucks, out the back it goes, and Howes is there. Gives it to Langford. Kick for Latrell Pickett. A turnover. Farrow off to Dersma. Deep entry for Essendon. Reaching for it. May's got it. Juggles it down. Archer May, 15 out, tight angle. Story during the week about a potential new contract put in front of Archer May.
Lucky James Hird didn't have to wear number 79, Rama, when he started.
What was Chris Grant? 100 and something or other?
You didn't get asked where number 1 leads?
No, that was Rory Hilton back in the day.
Rory Hilton.
Shout out Hilton.
Yes.
Our man Murph told us about number 1 though. Archer May snaps on the left and it's good. Essendon needed it. And it's back to single figures the margin. 6-1-37 Melbourne, Essendon 4-5-29. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Well, I think he's developing quite nicely, Archer May. So he's only 20 years old, so he's still very young. But you look at his strength there. Tom McDonald, all 250 games of experience, but was able just to use his body nicely there, stretch out and take that mark. So you look at Essendon as a whole, as a team. They're doing the right things by trying to give these games to younger players.
Yep.
You've just got to enjoy the ride sometimes and watch them develop.
Yeah. They actually defended the ground really well there. They covered the exits, and that's what gave them that in-out in.
This is a completely different version than what we saw of the Bombers against Port Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. I don't think any Essendon fan can be too bent out of shape by this, as Cozzy Pickett wins it at the restart, gives it away to Lindsay, kicks out to half forward, over the head of Van Rooyen, slides through and out of play as Farrow collects and runs out of space.
Mark Murphy told us that when he considered going to Richmond, that they offered him the number 1 jumper.
Oh, because Chrissy Newman would have just retired.
He just retired before Vlosten took it.
He wasn't getting the 3, that's for sure.
That's what I was getting at.
Melbourne by 8 points. Boundary throw in half forward for the D's. Latrell Pickett whacks it forward, but straight to Cole Langford, who's playing behind the ball today. Tumbles a kick up to the wing. Oh, well done, Turner. Attacks it, grabs it, tucks it under the arm from 55 out. He's offline. He misses the whole set. He's done some nice things, Turner, but couldn't turn his defensive prowess there into a goal-scoring opportunity. What's the margin? 8 points. Melbourne's on top, 17.5 gone second term. Meanwhile, at the Barossa, it was the Roos by 4 at halftime over the Lions.
Reid with a kick to the wing and a good mark from Turner. Getting involved in this game. Melbourne back with it. Looks inside 50. Well-weighted kick. And Chandler gets there first.
The chin.
30 out. Plum in front.
That was a great mark from Turner, wasn't it? His ability then to absolutely pluck that. I mean, he's just growing in confidence. I like him behind the footy. I think it simplifies the game for him. But again, Melbourne there just taking the game on and going forward with it, not waiting, going back and over the mark nice and slow. The man they call the chin down there, Kate Chandler, just dropping into a little hole.
Lead change, by the way, in the Barossa. Brisbane by a point, so 5-8 over the Kangaroos, 5-7, early doors, third term.
Kate Chandler on the approach. Left foot drop punt is pure. And Melbourne reinstate a 14-point lead. 7-1-43 plays 4-5-29, 19 played. Gather round on ABC Sport.
They're the little things with Essendon there. So Turner takes the intercepting mark. Your defenders have got to be set up better behind the ball. Your midfielders have got to be set up behind the ball. Chandler's able to run.
It was a huge hole, wasn't it? Inside
forward 50, 30 metres. So it was a great run from Chandler. He picks the gap and goes, well, if no one's going to stand there, I'm going there.
Yep.
And as you would, but that's where the communication between your defenders and midfield at Essendon has got to be better.
Does anyone ever ask why they call him the chin?
Oh, I think it's pretty obvious there, Corbin, isn't it? Looks like Roger Ramjet.
Strong jawline, I like it.
Him at one end, Andy McGrath at the other. It's a chin off.
Yeah.
14-point lead for the D's, 7-1. They lead Essendon 4-5. As we approach half-time here at Adelaide Oval, is racing away with the footy. Andy McGrath right on cue. Slips a high tackle. Advantage applied. Drives it deep forward. Spills front and centre. G. Merritt just bangs bodies in all of that with Lindsay. Ball spits out Melbourne's way. Salem clears off the back flank. Turnover. Roberts intercepts. Sends it back down to half forward. Edwards in a tangle with Turner. Turner wanted a free. Not forthcoming. Ball's out of play. Hump says insufficient intent. Free kick Bombers.
Go.
And listen to the Essendon support. I've seen a lot of red and black around town this week as Gresham to full forward. Punched away there by McDonald. Picked up by May. Tracks a crowd immediately. Umpire says ball up just outside the attacking goal square for the Dons.
I think Andy McGrath's more Quagmire from Family Guy.
100% he is.
Yeah.
Spitting image.
Full forward here for Essendon. Right, taps it to the goal square. Roby coming through very nearly. Turns tackler on Salem. Who's saved by the behind line. Just carries it through.
Just picked it up there. Strong boy, Sullivan Roby.
I think he can be called holding the ball over the boundary line.
I wasn't sure if he'd gone all the ball over all the line, but it turns out he was.
Shook his hand. Wished him good luck today, Sullivan Roby. Just a big boy.
Beast.
Salem kicks out to half-back, spills down towards Sharp. Handball to Sparrow. His handball looking for Cozzy Pickett. Back into dispute. Oh, Edwards had the blinkers on. Turned straight into danger. Sharp lays the tackle. Melbourne take the advantage. Cozzy Pickett. Hand pass in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Here's Xavier Lindsay. Long kick towards Majacek, who takes the mark. And Brody's got it right half forward in front of the scoreboard. 5 in from the boundary line.
Didn't see that one, Rammer. Lindsay, beautiful bit of footwork there. He's a guy they brought in via the draft, obviously, but his use off half back, but now through the midfield as well, I think is what they're really going to see more and more of. The presence of Brody Myercheck up forward.
Isn't this guy great bang for your buck across the journey? Brody Myercheck, his drop punt here is superb. Lives up to the billing. Brody Myercheck, as advertised, as your dependable key forward. Melbourne by 19, 8-1 over Essendon 4-6, 22 gone in the second. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, just again, it's a turnover in the middle of the ground. Terrific tackle by the Demons, but then it's go. And that's the difference in Melbourne at this year. It's when they have the opportunity to go, they go quick. And they go with reckless abandon, which I quite like. So Benny mentioned Stephen King, Max Gawn, about just play the game of football. And that's the perfect opportunity to play the game of football when you turn the ball over in the middle of the ground.
Pity Jimmy Barnes, our man Craig Davis back in the studio, went to Jimmy Barnes last night.
You know Jimmy Barnes?
Yes, I heard of him.
You're not a sure or no?
Not a Bon Jovi guy.
No, Bon Jovi. No.
Essendon out of the middle. Merritt to Roby, whose dad told a story about Sullivan as a kid pretending he was Zach Merritt as he kicks inside 50, and a strong grab from Archer May.
He used to run around the house dribbling goals, didn't he? Like he was.
He's
Zach
an Essendon
Merritt.
fan, lifelong Dons fan.
Yeah, and the whole family that were there all had the scarves and everything on. That was a great kick right across the goal. It just gave young May that chance to get over the back where the space was, use his body work again. Similar.
He's strong. He's a big boy for 20 as well.
Yeah, it's got to help you chance to get drafted as you're an Essendon supporter. Just shows great resilience, which is an admirable character in an AFL player.
May comes in. His drop punt is missing to the left-hand side.
Your chance then, Cool.
That's the one thing Sullivan and I haven't got.
Melbourne
back for the Bombers, and it ends there.
Melbourne by 18 points, 24 minutes into the second.
Young man on debut today as Lindsay kicks it out towards half-back for the D. Spills down to Harvey Langford. One of two Langfords on the ground. Two Langfords, two Picketts. And he's tackled and we'll have a ball up between wing and half-forward for the Dons. Right and Gawn. Wins it down. Parrish had it, lost it. Sparrow intercepts. And he gives it away to Cozzy Pickett. Now to Tolstrup. Turns boundary line. Kicks down the wing. Punched away by Ben Roy and out of play. Lions by 8 points. In fact, make it 9 points. 6-10 to 5-7. So 13 minutes to go in the third term after trailing at halftime. Brisbane on top of the Roos by 9. Here it's Melbourne by 18. 3-goal buffer. 25 gone in the second.
Wright lays it down in front. Sardis fighting through a tackle. On to Merritt. Tapped on by Wright. Now Parrish. Handball to Durham. Kicks to half forward. Bouncing ball for Caddy. Tackle by Turner. Dispossessed. He ends up with the footy again and a ball up. Centre half forward for Essendon. Melbourne by 18 points. Umpire Nichols puts it aloft. Wright palming it down for Parrish again. Sardis picks it up. Dump kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Bounces past May. Roby. Slick hands looking for Kako. Kako has to go again, gathers the footy. Handball to Durham, who sidesteps one, gets around a second, whacks it through. Sammy D with the moves and the finish. Back to 2 goals, Melbourne's lead. 8-1-49 plays 5-7-37. 26 minutes into the second, Adam Ramanauskas, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it was really clean hands there from Roby. I thought he maybe potentially could have stood up in that tackle and gone and had a shot on goal himself, unselfish to Kako. But I've been really pleased with Kako's game there as a small forward. His ability to stay in the contest and not, be trying to get it sneaking out the back or whatever else. He's creating a lot of havoc in there. And Sammy D, the boy from Seymour, just some quick feet and a good finish as well. Haven't really seen him hit the scoreboard as much of late. That'll be pleasing for him, but also for the Bombers. Getting him more of the footy in his hands. Good player, one of my favourites. He'd be in my top 5 comfortably of Essendon players.
No doubt. Proper blue-collar guy that every team needs. Sam Durham back in the middle of the ground. Sardis got a hand pass away. Missed the intended target in Wright. Picked up by Sharp, and Peter Wright tackles him. Ball up again. He's about a 1 in every 3 game. Sorry, he's a 1 goal in every 3 games pretty much across the course of his career, Sam Durham. They can try and get that up to more 50-50. Out of the middle, Essendon get a hurried kick going forward. off the boot of Caldwell. Spills out towards half forward for the Dons, and a pack forms there too. We'll have a ball up. Xavier Dersmer on the bottom of the pack. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary line, Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas, your call team. From the restart, there's a high tackle here. It is going Gawn's way, arm draped over the shoulder in the ruck contest. So Big Max, the 8-time All-Australian, with it at half-back for the Demons. I noticed one of the mascots is actually in his image.
Right. Turnover from his kick. Merritt wins it back for Essendon on the wing. Off towards Pryor. Handball hits the deck. Cleaned up by Farrow. That beautiful left leg. Kicks to full forward. Bouncing ball. Tumbles on goal and wide. Through for a minor score. Essendon cut the margin back to 11 points. Closing in on half-time. 8-1-49 plays 5-8-38.
What I mean by that, the Johnny the Doc, the Fremantle mascot.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought it looked like Sean McManus. Essentially, the D's have a mascot which has got the big beard, and you see him wandering around Adelaide Oval today. Kick comes wide to Cully and takes the mark, sends it down the wing. The crash landing for Mackay. The pack collapsed in front of him and he fell over the top of it, couldn't complete the mark. Melbourne scoop it up. Kazai Pickett got it from Sharp. Kicks to centre half forward. Myercheck, clever, keeps his feet, wins the footy, taps it to his own advantage. Happening to leave his man Dersmer to go and attack the ball carrier Tolstrup, and Tolstrup's hand pass is out of bounds. Nice work, Dersmer. Forces the neutral ball scenario. We got a boundary throw in half forward for the D's.
You notice Cozzy Pickett always takes the ball off the line. He never just goes in straight lines. That kick there to Brody Myercheck, huge risk, but more often than not it comes off.
And that's a good thing?
I think it is a great thing, yeah.
Melbourne by 11.
Gawn taking it out of the ruck, just buffeted off his kick. Don's in their back pocket. Caldwell, handball to Pryor. Gets it away to Sardis, rushing his kick up to the wing. Marking contest. May unable to take the mark and then follows up at ground level for Essendon and a ball up.
Feels like it's more and more part of the modern footy vernacular. They talk about lane changing, don't they, all the time in the modern
Not
game.
just going in straight lines. Very easy to defend. You got to open the game up, open the ground up.
Ball up on the wing. Gawn backhands it down, spills to Salem. He'll kick the D's back inside 50. Coming in from the side, Van Rooyen juggles the mark. 45 out, 30-degree angle right of centre.
How's he gone so far today? Yeah, Van Rooyen. He's been. I feel like Mackay's had his number so far. He's up to the forward disposals. Hasn't had much of an influence, has he? I mean, it has been a little bit drizzly and whatever else, but trying to be that target, that should do him his confidence a world of good, coming across the front of the pack and being able to clunk that one.
6 goals in round one, 1 goal in the last 3 weeks. Just talking to himself as he makes the set shot approach, and he misses right. Little narrow, kicks with an incredibly straight leg. Jacob Van Rooyen. Melbourne lead by 2 goals neat. Half-hour mark, second term.
Merritt with the kick-out duties, takes some ground, drives it long up the middle. Pack collapses. Nice bit of work from the Bombers. Spills down towards Parrish, front and centre. Sends it out to half-forward. Roby in the vicinity. Cuddy beats him to it. Caddy hooks it back to his mate Kako. Kako clever. Taps to his own advantage. Goals! There's a neat bit of footy. The Bombers knock one through from a kick-out. They go coast to coast and make it a 1-score game right on the stroke of half-time. 6-8 to 8-2. It is Melbourne by 6 points, but the Dons are giving them all they can handle. 31 gone in the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
That's how you train it, Lids.
Yeah.
From one end of the ground to the other.
Win the game, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, I really like that from Nate Caddy. The easy option is to just blaze away a goal and try to do the miraculous, but to take the ball back inside forward 50 to the hot spot and put Melbourne's defenders under pressure. I think Kako's work rate in this first half has been terrific.
Yeah, really
so
good.
He's up the ground, then he's back towards goal. He's tackling, he's applying pressure, and that's what happens. You get the reward with the goal eventually.
Last 2 goals of the game going the way of the Dons. Both rucks stay down. Whistle on the play. Free kick going to right. Essendon finishing the half well. They let it quarter time. Wright sends it inside 50, looking for May again, hands to it, tries to bring it down for Kako, paddles half forward, twisting, turning, looks infield, bereft for a moment off to Langford. This is Kyle, snaps inside 50, Gawn getting back, drops the mark, he was held. Free kick to Big Max, back pocket for the D's. Melbourne by 6 points, 45 seconds away from
half-time.
Switches on, leave it to Turner, who marks back pocket. Protected by the Riverbank stand, where the Bombers are attacking in his second quarter. Short to McDonald. You know who he's standing in front of down there? It's the mascot Max.
Oh, there he is.
The big fella ready to come on at half-time.
What's the Essendon one? Is that a Bomber or is it a
Skeeter? I think that's Skeeter Reynolds.
Oh, yeah.
Part of Dick Reynolds' family now. Okay, short to Lever, who goes long up to the wing, spills down to Harvey Langford. Hand pass away towards Myercheck. Myercheck chips it back down to half forward. Bouncing footy, clever, sharp. Toe pokes it out wide and trying to get there. Steele threw his body at it, ran out of room. It's last disposal, Essendon free kick.
It's clever in theory, wasn't it? Just didn't quite come off.
D's by 6 right on the stroke of half-time, and there's been light rain at stages, but it's clear for now.
Mackay kicking up to the wing, right? Trying to take a chest mark. Can't quite hold it. Strong finish to the first half for Essendon. So the goal kickers for Melbourne, all individuals, 8 of them. Gawn, Myercheck, Sharp, Fritsch, Sparrow, Latrell Pickett, Cozzy Pickett and Cade Chandler. While for Essendon, all singles as well. Edwards, Dersman, Sardis, May, Durham and Kako.
Thanks, Ben. So half-time here, it is a 6-point buffer for the Demons, a half which had 3 lead changes in it. Meanwhile, 8 minutes to go before three-quarter time in the Barossa, and the Brisbane Lions by 10 points over North Melbourne, so 7-11 to 6-7 is the scoreline there after the Kangas led at the half by 4 points. Dane Zorko out of the game with a calf injury. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Paul from Torquay, loving the call-off to watch Travis Boak play for Torquay against Queenscliff. Can't wait to see a seasoned AFL champ smash the local players in cold and windy conditions.
He is 37 or 38, isn't he?
So just temper expectations.
Still pretty fit, though.
Yeah, no doubt, but God.
All you can think of is all the people who came out to Tongala to watch you play, and you're thinking, gee, I hope they don't think I'm going to roll around like I'm 21.
Yeah. You got to get 30 and kick 6 to be above expectation.
Fran, hi team, thanks for the call. Enjoying this round immensely. Would have been perfect if all games were on free-to-air. Razor, good work with his interviews last night from Fran. Thanks, Fran. Appreciate that. We'll let that stand as comment. I don't think every game's ever been free-to-air in any TV deal that we've ever had. Of course, what do we get? 3 games every weekend on free-to-air on the 7 network. Tough time here. 6-point lead for the Demons. 8-2-50 over Essendon. 6-8-44. No major injury concerns to speak of. Jake Melksham copped a corky in the opening minutes and essentially been battling with it throughout the game so far. Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas, 2 of the best in-game analysts in the business with their take on that first half of footy.
Well, Rammer, I feel that Essendon will be reasonably pleased after the finish to last week's game. The way they've started. Yes, they're not in front on the scoreboard, but they've generated 14 shots on goal to just the 10 from Melbourne. I feel like they've defended the ground pretty well. They've been able to repel a couple of Melbourne's attacks forward after they've gone inside forward 50. Their backs have pressed up really hard and been able to turn the ball back over. It's just really probably been skill errors and that inability to finish off their work that's cost them being able to be in front in this game. But to be a goal behind going into half-time with Melbourne being an exciting team, and their want to try and go forward at the game and score heavily, I think they'd be pretty pleased with that. I think it's obvious that it's 2 young sides that they're cutting their teeth essentially as to where they are at in the AFL at the moment.
Well, it's really no different to first quarter. Melbourne are sweating on Essendon turnover, and then they're capitalising on the scoreboard with that. So terrific start. Kicked the first 3 goals of that second quarter. The D's really threw Essendon mistakes rather than great play by Melbourne. So the only really good play was Fritsch came in board, one, and then Turner came in board to Cade Chandler for another goal. But other than that, their other couple of goals in that quarter were all based off Essendon's mistakes and turnover. I think as a whole, we're talking about a goal difference in a game. I think if you asked an Essendon supporter that at halftime, you'd go, we'll take that, no doubt. And then if you ask the Melbourne supporter, we'll be leading by a goal at halftime. Absolutely, let's take it.
Yep.
So
they're young sides, aren't they?
They are. They're just young and they're developing. Stephen King is developing how he wants the Melbourne team to play, and you see little bits of hope for Essendon with their younger players. Roberts is leading the stat sheet again with 16. Sardis had 15 and a goal in that first half. Has had a couple of clearances as well. So you sort of look at that and go, yep, okay. Then you dig deeper into it. He's kicked the ball at 38%. So from his 8 kicks. Now, I didn't notice that as much as others.
It's a wet old day, and he's kicking it long a hell of a lot. So that can result in a turnover. But I think he's giving great effort.
Yeah.
Well,
you've got to follow your eye test.
That's right, you do. Yeah. And look, this is going to sound incredibly obvious, but I will say it. If Essendon are able to stop Pickett and Gawn in the second half, they probably win the game.
Yep.
If they let them continue to go as they are, Pickett's had 15 and a goal. Gawn's had 10 possessions and a goal and 6 hit-outs to advantage.
And 6 clearances.
You take those 2 guys out of the game from Melbourne's point of view, and it will be incredibly hard for them to win it. So I think Brad Scott and his coaching staff at halftime will be sitting in the rooms. Well, how do we limit their impact? How do we limit their effect in the second half?
Yeah, and I agree. I think that, we got really excited by the Caleb Windsor first clearance of the game. But since then, he's had the 5 touches. I'm not picking on a third-year player by any stretch. Don't think I am. But, that's where he's the guy that's going to take that next step. Harvey Langford as well, another young draftee. Those are the guys. Jai Cully, they're the ones that are going to take this Melbourne team forward. But if you shut out Max Gawn and Cozzy Pickett, well, they're the guys that need to stand up and take more control. So I think it's back on Essendon to say, well, who's going to be the guy that can do that? Hard with Max Gawn in the ruck because he's just so big, but tell me that someone can't do the job on Cozzy Pickett.
I think Essendon have a very sober fan base. They know what they're looking at. They know that this is not a team that's necessarily in finals contention or premiership contention or whatever it turns out to be. But if they give that level of effort and they're that locked in and they look like they're playing with some kind of a system, I don't think you can possibly be unhappy with that.
Correct.
But it must be said that that's not what we saw against Port Adelaide in round one.
No, definitely not. But again, if you look at that half in isolation from Essendon, you would say, well, Roberts had a good half. Sardis had a good half. Farrow had a good half. Kako was terrific in that first half. Sammy Durham, who's still a young player, had a decent first half. So you go, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what the future's going to look like. That's what the next 100 games are going to look like for this football club.
Yeah. I don't think it's asking too much to expect that it's more of that and less of the Hawthorn Port Adelaide game or whatever. And if they get beat by a better team, which they still might today, I think they're
you walk away going okay.
I think their legion of fans can be happy with that. Melbourne by 6 points at the half, trying to go 4-1. The Bombers trying to avoid an all-time worst losing run in the history of the club. So sits at 17 at the moment. They lose one more, it'll be 18, never before seen in the history of the Essendon Football Club. More from Rammer and Lids coming up, along with Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's halftime here at Adelaide Oval. The Brisbane Lions are getting a move on in the Barossa, so 3 minutes before three-quarter time, and they lead that game by 23. So the reigning premiers by 23 over the Kangas. It's Melbourne by 6 here. Halftime at Adelaide Oval as Gather Round rolls on ABC Sport. We'll be back in 5 after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. The recovery director for the Artemis II mission says everything went to plan as the Orion spacecraft splashed down off Southern California earlier today. The splashdown marked the end of a 10-day lunar mission of Orion's 4-member crew to the far side of the moon. It was humanity's first lunar voyage in more than half a century, and during it, the Orion crew traveled farther from Earth than any other humans in history. The astronauts have now been transferred by helicopter to a waiting U.S. Navy vessel after their successful splashdown and extraction from the capsule. Recovery Director Liliana Villarreal gave this response once the astronauts were on board.
Ecstatic, relief. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in Med Bay. You know, our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all.
Australian of the Year and astronaut Catherine Bennell-Pegg has spoken of her joy and excitement following the safe landing of Artemis II in the Pacific Ocean. The astronaut's re-entry into the atmosphere was at about 40,000 kilometres per hour, the fastest humans have ever travelled. Ms. Bennell-Pegg says it's the start of something much bigger.
This might be the end of the Artemis 2 mission. It's just a new beginning for the next phase of human endeavour. We're going to go back to the moon to stay, to do science up there you can't do down here.
US Vice President J.D. Vance is en route to Islamabad for peace talks with an Iranian delegation. Earlier, American President Donald Trump said Iran's chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz was its only card. Here's the BBC's Tom Bateman.
They clearly have cards because they have survived a war launched by the US and Israel that was intended to kill them and to bring in regime change, which was very clearly the Israeli objective, was arguably the American objective too, and it hasn't succeeded. So, Mr. Trump sort of 6 weeks into this war with now this very tenuous ceasefire, I think has few real objectives that he can point to other than this sort of destruction of conventional weaponry. But even that, some of the American claims I think are a bit dubious here.
The Lebanese government has announced it will meet Israeli officials next week in renewed diplomatic efforts to achieve a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. A statement from the Lebanese presidency says the two sides have agreed to hold a first meeting in Washington, D.C. under U.S. mediation. The meeting was agreed to in a phone conference between their ambassadors to the U.S. with the participation of the American ambassador to Lebanon. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had earlier ordered his government to seek direct negotiations with Lebanon aimed at disarming Hezbollah after one of the deadliest Israeli attacks on Lebanon in which more than 300 people were killed and hundreds more wounded. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is expected to visit more countries in Asia in the coming weeks to further shore up Australia's fuel supplies after signing a bilateral agreement with Singapore. Here's our national affairs correspondent, Jane Norman.
This agreement was not sort of binding. It didn't contain any guarantees about supply on either side. But Singapore's Prime Minister Lawrence Wong did provide an assurance to Australia that his country had no plans to restrict exports even as global oil supplies tighten. Anthony Albanese also hinted at an expansion of gas fields, in his words, talking about additional fields that would continue to provide support for Singapore and our Asian neighbours, obviously knowing that Singapore is one of our big customers for LNG.
Energy Minister Chris Bowen has confirmed Australia's reserves of petrol and jet fuel have fallen amid the ongoing war in the Middle East, while diesel stocks have increased. Here's political reporter Lexi Junowick.
Providing an update today, Mr Bowen says the nation has 38 days' worth of petrol, 31 days' worth of diesel and 28 days' worth of jet fuel in reserve.
That's up 2 days for diesel, down a day for petrol and down 2 days for jet fuel.
The Energy Minister says the figures don't count the amount of fuel in cars and service stations and has assured people Australia is as well placed as possible amid the ongoing oil crisis. Mr Bowen says 57 tankers carrying some form of fuel are en route to Australia and 4 weeks' worth of orders have been secured.
And reigning world surf champion Molly Picklum will face Hawaii's Gabriella Bryan in the final at Bells Beach later today after defeating fellow Australian Isabella Nichols in their semi-final. 23-year-old Picklum is aiming to win her maiden title at Bells. You're up to date with ABC News.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen. On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Handball for Sardis, handball for Langford. He leaves it behind. Sparrow picks it up off the Tolstrup. D's inside 50. Fritsch on the non-preferred centering ball. Gawn rows it. He snaps, he goes. The big man roving the pack and goaling.
Oh, Edwards had the blinkers on, turned straight into danger. Sharp lays the tackle. Melbourne take the advantage. Cozzy Pickett, hand pass in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Here's Xavier Lindsay, long kick towards Myercheck, who takes the mark. And this guy, great bang for your buck across the journey. Brody Myercheck, his drop punt here is superb.
Roby, slick hands looking for Kako. Kako has to go again, gathers the footy. Handball to Durham, who sidesteps one, gets around a second, whacks it through. Sammy D with the moves and the finish.
Merritt with the kick-out duties, takes some ground, drives it long up the middle. Pack collapses. Nice bit of work from the Bombers. Spills down towards Parrish, front and centre. Sends it out to half forward. Roby in the vicinity. Cuddy beats him to it. Caddy hooks it back to his mate Kako. Kako clever. Taps to his own advantage. Goals. There's a neat bit of footy. The Bombers knock one through from a kick out.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the second quarter. It's been a pretty fun game of footy, must be said. Essendon by 4 at quarter time. Now Melbourne by 6 at the half. The Demons 8-2-50. They lead Essendon 6-8-44. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. And the whole crew's here. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. The near 400 game AFL umpire Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. And good news for him, the Suns just beat him down. Adam Ramanaskas is here, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. And Brett Delidio, the Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, with us as always in the box. The other game that's being played, three-quarter time, Lions by 16. So it is Lids' Superdog pick for those of you that...
what does that mean, if I've covered the line?
So the line's 36, 34. So you got 34 points. So at the moment you're covering, so you get 5 points.
Oh, that's better than poking the eye.
Yeah, so you've got a little bit to work with, a bit of wriggle room heading into the last quarter. So Lions by 16 over the Kangaroos after trailing at the half. Still to come today. Feels like it gets better the longer we go. So Sydney up against Gold Coast. Next stop out at the parade in Norwood. Mick Malthouse is part of the call team there. So he was here earlier. He's made the 5-kilometre walk out there, Mick.
Yep.
So he's got his steps
I
up.
saw he had his runners on.
We're ready to go.
Walks everywhere.
And then later tonight, it'll be Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs back here at Adelaide Oval. So second leg of the double header. Get everyone out, get everyone back in. So that's coming up tonight to complete the 4 games on the Saturday of Gather Round, edition number 4. ABC AFL Daily, by the way, one-stop shop. Ben and I have you covered every single day of the week. Brett Delidio's along every Thursday night / Friday morning. On Saturday, it's AFL Saturday. On Sunday, it'll be Ben Cameron with Daniel Harford. On Mondays, AFL Monday, ordinarily with Mark Murphy. Oh, here we got a pretty good ring in this week to take his place. As Murphy's off at...
Oh, Coachella, give me a spell, Murph.
Come on, Murph.
Seriously.
Grow up.
Mate, he's had a bad 2 weeks.
So he
grow up.
Locked his keys in the house, or fob was broken, whatever it was, unavailable on Monday. So we heard from him from home once he made his way into the building, and now he's missing Gather Round because he's in Coachella.
I did see a video of him playing some tennis out in the desert.
Yep.
Top off, mind you.
Right.
And riding PJs.
For someone who spends as much time at the Australian Open as he does, I thought he'd be a little better.
Just from watching.
Just watching. Tuesdays, by the way, with Bob Murphy. So we watch all the footy shows on a Monday night. We take out the key bits and we bring them to you with a bit of analysis every Tuesday through ABC AFL Daily.
Just a little sidebar. In Gather Round, we spend more time as a team, don't we?
We do.
So often we gather at the football, but here we gather in Adelaide. So you go for breakfast, coffees, all sorts. And we had a bit of an incident at breakfast this morning, didn't we? With someone eating the wrong breakfast.
So let me just set this up for you.
Paint
right?
the picture.
So people, Ray, we might have to bring you on this, Ray Chamberlain downstairs. So this is how it unfolded from my point of view. I've arrived at breakfast. Everyone comes and goes at different times. You're never quite sure. There's empty plates and everything all over the table. I don't know who's eaten and who hasn't. The boys say, plenty of time, go and get something to eat. So I walk up to the front, order my scrambled eggs with a couple of hash browns. As you know, lids and scrambled eggs.
Gotcha.
Couple of hash browns.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, sit down with Ben and Rama and Ray. Ray gets a phone call, so he's off doing his thing. All of a sudden, I'm chatting there with Ben and Rama. Food comes out.
Yep.
Couple of hash browns. And this little sort of muffin type
Egg
setup.
McMuffin with a bit of bacon in
But
it.
it's got some bacon in it. I thought that's not what I ordered. I'm a vegetarian. I
Yes.
can't eat the bacon. So I'm looking at Ben.
What did you order? What did you order, Corb?
I ordered the scrambled eggs.
And what was in front of you?
It was a muffin with
Okay.
some bacon in it.
Yep.
So
I did the selfless thing. I said, look, Corb, I know you don't want the bacon, so I'll eat your bacon. I don't want to, but I'll do it for you. So I ate the bacon.
So Rama says, mate, you can't send it back. Don't be one of those people. Blah, blah, blah. Just eat it.
Get on with it.
So Ben grabs the bacon, starts putting this huge
Dangles it. Dangling it. Back scored high.
Like a
killer python.
Like a killer python. Like something out of a candy
Oh.
store. Into the mouth goes this big strip of bacon. All of a sudden, you can imagine what happens next. Ray's phone call ends. He turns around and says, did you order that as well? And then I've sat there all of a sudden like, hang on, this is Ray's meal. He got shirty at me. And so, Ray, that's how it came about. So I'm
But the best part is we were in fits of laughter. Absolute fits of laughter. The lady that owns the cafe comes down and gives us a noise violation. Tells us to quiet down.
No fun on a Saturday.
No.
Gee,
noise violation.
But
wow.
I've got to have memories of Ben Cameron dangling that piece of bacon in his mouth.
Straight arming a bit of bacon.
I've shivved a man for less, Corb.
The
bacon was great.
So I apologise, minus the bacon and how that all came about. But it was honestly like something out of a sitcom. The timing of Ray to be engaged in other areas and then coming back just as we've established that we're not going to take it back and eat it anyway. And unbelievable. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Dennis in Bathurst, listening on the radio with your cracking commentary is better than watching the TV, and anyway, we don't have a television. From Dennis. Thanks, Dennis. John of Coburg, as an Essendon supporter, I can deal with the losses as long as they keep having a crack and keep playing the kids.
Yep.
Thanks, John.
It's clear direction then, isn't it? You know exactly what you're coming to watch, and you just want to see that little bit of growth from the kids that are playing each week. So, yeah, you just want clear an understanding from your coaching and whatever else that's coming on out of the club off the back of that. We can see those growth, growth though, can't we?
Brett Delidio, number one pick, Adam Ramanaskas, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Ray Chamberlain. It's Gather Round on ABC Sports. Second half is here. The Demons by 6 points.
Both rucks miss it. Wright taps it after the bounce, gets it onto Merritt, who gives it to McGrath. Handball for Parrish. Handball out wide. Roberts off the back flank. He'll hurry a kick towards the boundary line. And that tumbles out. Lasso free kick.
He's been stitched a few times today, hasn't he, Archie Roberts, with getting that ball out of bounds?
Tolstrup takes the kick for Melbourne, shorts it to Steele. Pokes it over the top for Gawn, who's in an acre of space. Goes for a little run. Still never taken a bounce in his career, Gawn. Doesn't here. Kicks long inside 50. Getting back right. His opposite number takes intercept mark. 40 out from the defensive goal for the Dons. Melbourne by 6 points.
Still to come, Swans and Suns out on the parade at Norwood, and then back here tonight for the Hawks and the Bulldogs. Right goes short to Roberts. The Bombers, by the way, rocking the red shorts today with the predominantly red jumper and the black sash. Kicks in front of the benches. Hand on the way through from Daywicks. It's a free kick for a hold. It's going to Max, and Gawn's going to get it. This is the problem with him in any contest, isn't it? We're so worried about him that if he doesn't take the mark, often you have to do something borderline illegal to stop him doing it. Gawn down to half forward. Hands on it from Van Rooyen. Slides through to Daywicks of the Bombers to right. Handball away to Blackiston as he tries to run around a couple. Just got it away to the skipper. McGrath floats a high kick into the centre square. Tolstrup in the box seat. No mark. No front on contact. It comes down to Kako. Hand pass to Durham. Durham given enough of an opportunity caught. Holding the ball. Free kick for Howes. Well done to the Demons defender.
Short lateral away to Windsor. Inside 50. Fridge drops the mark. Ball hits the deck. Chandler goes in. Gives it back to Fridge. 45 out from goal. Handball back to Howes to Steele. Back feed to handball to Gawn. Just gets his kick away. Merritt was closing late. Kicks to full forward. Blackiston drops the mark. Essendon on the last line. And Blackiston, he dribbles a kick. There will be a lasso free kick. Melbourne ball again, 70 from home. Thought moments ago Max Gawn was about to take the first bounce in his 252-game career.
Not really the day for it. Not really the day for it, Manny.
No, but he just had so much grass in front of him.
McDonald to Howes to Lindsay. Short kicking game. Lindsay now pulls the trigger. Long kick all the way out. The left half forward finds Ed Langdon. Langdon's going to arc around. He's just going to lay it up in front of Max. Max bounces off his chest. Watermelon seeds everywhere. Goes back, gets it. Handball away towards Fritsch. Fritsch hurried kick to full forward. Van Rooyen in the contest. Punched away by Mackay. And it sits up for Durham, who rebounds with a long kick up to Caddy. He's got two to beat on the wing. Caddy does very well. Keeps it in front of him. Now Lever trailing. Caddy scoops it up. Gets past one. Lifts a hand pass to the run of Gresham. Gresham's got to go back and get it. Handball away to Merritt. Merritt back inboard for the Bombers. Measures the kick. Finds Parrish. Better build up for the Bombers. Parrish told to keep it moving. Long kick into the pocket. Daywicks. Hands on it's getting a free. And the front on contact from McDonald, who did a lot right, but ultimately made contact with the arms of Daywicks.
Well, he made that harder than he needed to, Darcy Parrish. He should have given the handball. First up, he had two Essendon players going streaming past. That could have broke the line of 50 and kicked the goal. But now, He's got Archer Day Wicks in the left forward pocket, very tied up against the boundary.
You got a fun fact about him for us, Lids, Archer Day Wicks?
He doesn't mind telling a story about himself, young Archie boy.
Okay. Out of the Bendigo under-18s, Archer Day Wicks. The drop punt is superb. Just curls it back on his left peg. And Archer Day Wicks, the 19-year-old, gets involved and ties the game. 50 points apiece. 4 minutes into the third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, one of my younger clients said I absolutely enjoy the company of because he's never short of a story about himself. Told me the other day that he drove it for 15 metres. I was like, Archer. For those of us who played golf, I was like, Arch, mate, I don't think that's the case. I said, who else was there? No one. Yeah. But I thought Tommy McDonald might have been a little bit stiff on that one there, but as closer inspection on the replay, he didn't actually get a clean hit on the ball. It was all arms and front on. The umpire called it, but I think he infringed more so. But a great finish there from young Archer Day Wicks out there, left foot to the boundary, knocked it through.
Back where we started, scores level. Gawn palming it down, but Parrish pinches it, tackled very quickly, and umpire Matt Nichols in the baseball cap crosses himself. Secondary ball up in the middle. Gawn punches it on. Sharp does the same, pinched by Ridley. Don's at centre half back. Roberts retreating and kicks further back. Mackay accepts. Now exits the D50 to no one in particular, only the D's there. Clean bowls Howes. Coming through though, Lindsay gets it out. There's a whistle. Advantage taken by Melbourne. Cosy Pickett handball to himself. Handball to himself again. Snaps on goal. It'll float towards the goal line. Day Wicks gets back, punches it through. And he's doing it at both ends. In fact, it's just gone wide of the point post. So we'll get a throw in right forward pocket here for Melbourne. Scores still level. 5.5 into the second half.
Alternative option would have been maybe chest mark.
Just a little chesty.
So boundary throw in. Dangerous spot for the Essendon defence. D's win it down through Gawn. Straight to McGrath. Hurried kick to half back. Kako in a one-on-one. Ball spills to Lindsay. His hand pass picked off by Kako. Dons with it. Gives it to Parrish. Short kick to Gresham, who marks. Half back for the Dons. Scores level. 6 minutes gone in the third. Lateral kick finds Ridley. Ridley goes very short, not the required distance to Merritt, and he's tackled immediately, trying to get boot the ball, spills out to Steele. Steele gives a handball away towards Cully. Cully's first handball knocked down, and then the second one spills out of bounds, and the ump says lasso, free kick Essendon, and Ridley gets a chance to make up for his blue pot, almost hits the umpire, going all the way back to Roberts, who marks in the back pocket. He has been rusty today, Jordan Ridley, for a fine player.
Roberts on the switch, finds Farrow. And we go with that long left leg. Nothing he likes immediately. Now he's in a little bit of a problem. Gets around his man, takes a bounce, stabs it short. Did it well in the end.
That was beautiful.
Finds Blackiston. Very calm under pressure.
Great composure.
Blackiston pokes it on. Mark taken by Langford. This is Kyle. The Essendon variety. 2 Langfords out there today. 2 Picketts. Oh, Langford will go back. Back to Mackay. Right half back for the Dons. Pokes it inside defensive 50 to Pryor, the most defensive man on the ground for Essendon.
Here's Roberts, left half back, left footer, comes wide, finds Ridley. What does Jacob Farrow end up being? Is he eventually getting the midfield, or is he a out of the back six kind of guys where he's starting at the moment as it goes through the hands of Day Wicks? Not a great kick for him. Cleaned up by Cully. Hand pass to Lindsay. Short kick to Sharp.
I would love to see him become Jasper Fletcher.
Oh, yeah.
Which he has
a high halfback.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that.
Oh, Sharp inside 50, and Petty came from 3 deep, runs in front of the contest and rips it down at right half forward, 30 out.
Yeah, I agree, Ram. I think he's got that ability to be that quarterback and play maker off half back. But I mean, if they're crying out for ball users inside their midfield and being down there in the rooms, he's a big lad. Like he's already well put together in his first year. But I think you let him cut his teeth initially just as that half-back, let the game unfold a little bit.
So with scores level at 50 apiece, Harrison Petty up front, comes in on that channel at right half forward, and he's missed it out to the left. D's edge back in front by a point, but it's a gettable kick, goes begging to the Riverbank stand end. D's by 1, 8 gone third term.
Roberts with the kick in, kicking to a contest, and in front, Mackay marks. Balked Langdon on the mark. No 50-metre penalty because of the balk with the handball. Short to Farrow. Got the haircut that all the young kids do with the no sideburns. Looking up towards the wing. Sardis drops the mark. Works out for Cole. Langford gives it to Merritt. Runs through the logo. Kicks the Dons inside 50. Out the back, Caddy holding free kick. And Tolstrup to receive it. Two former Subiaco players going at it there in Archer May and Colton Tolstrup. Shout out to all the Lions fans in WA listening. Melbourne by a point.
They know the meaning of success as the long kick comes out to the wing. Spills down towards Harvey Langford. He's moved out of the way by Day Wicks. The free kick's going to come back to young Harvey. And pass to Cozzy Pickett. Oh, Reed straight off the interchange. Almost smothers the kick. Down to half forward. Good grab, Petty. Plunks it at right half forward. Dishes it off by hand to Sharp. Sharp keeps it moving. Yeah. Kicks to the corridor. Oh, Steele just rips it away from Van Rooyen. And the two Ds almost collide in the corridor. And the former Saints skipper has it at centre half forward, 30 out.
There's a couple of good marks there from Harrison Petty. One for the shot on goal, but the other one at centre half forward. That makes such a difference having a big guy who can mark it for you and not have that as a turnover just outside your forward 50. Again, though, that want to play on, get the ball in your runner's hands in Harry Sharp. That's just a little kick to space. Van Rooyen, Steele didn't mark it, Van Rooyen did.
So straight in front, the two-time All-Australian, the red and blue version of him as he misses out to the right. Ooh, so a couple of gettable goals go begging for the Demons. 8-4 to 7-8, 2-point lead for the D's. 10 minutes gone in the third.
Well, you're going to say red and blue Steele.
That's what I was going for, but it let me down on the kick.
Short from Roberts to Ridley in the pocket.
Just keep it in the back pocket. You might hear it again in a few weeks.
Ridley, contest kick to the wing. In front, McGrath trying to pick it up. Dersma goes in for the Dons. Back feeds it to Merritt. Handball away to Sardis. Sticking a hand in is McDonald. Throw it in, says the umpire. Melbourne by 2 points. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Brisbane by 9 points. 13 minutes to go in that game at the Barossa. So plucky effort from the Kangaroos. They led at quarter time and half time. Brisbane by 9 at the moment.
Umpire brings it back in. Right to the front. Slapped away by Cozzy Pickett. Demons ball. Lindsay's handball errant. Merritt swoops onto it. Dons forward of halfway now. Goes back to Parrish. Back to Sardis. Sardis kicks infield. It's a good kick. What can Dersma do? Dersma likes the look of the switch. Kicks across the centre square.
To Mackay. Mackay marks and then just dabs it out wide to Farrow. There's Jacob Farrow, a young man from West Perth. He goes very short and wide with the kick. To Roberts. That's almost the directive, is when you can get it to Archie Roberts, do it. And they've done so here. As he arcs out to his right, he loads up from 55 metres out. That is a bazooka! Archie Roberts from downtown. And that left foot is a weapon. The Bombers back on top. Dons by 4, 8-8 to 8-4. And this man's fan club grows. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, I've been watching Archie Roberts this third quarter really closely. What he's got to get out of the habit of is demanding the ball in some positions that he gets it in. Now, there's the effect of getting the ball in a good area where he can actually have a real impact with his left foot. It is a beautiful left foot, no doubt. And he's another one. Like, does he come up into the midfield eventually, or do you leave him at half?
He started there, didn't he? And I was talking to him about that in the rooms earlier. It's like, I went up there, but then I realised how hard it is to be in the midfield and actually have to generate your own footy versus being able to read the play more so at half back. I think he's better at half back, in my opinion.
Last 4 goals of the game going the way of the Dons. 4th lead change of the match. Durham coming in off the attacking 50, fighting after it. Blackiston knocks it out. It'll sit for Parrish. Parrish kicks inside 50, bouncing ball for Day, or May rather. Out the back it goes. Gresham onto it. Shanks his shot on goal. Slides through for a minor score. Essendon by 5 points. 13 minutes into the third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
So Xavier Lindsay with the kick-out duties. How often do we see this in our great game and all the years of its history, but opportunities not taken at one end. The Bombers take theirs at the other as Harvey Langford marks the Lindsay kick and then turns it over, going down the wing to Reid. So gettable set shots missed by both Petty and Steele. The Bombers reload. Reid to Roberts, short to Parrish. Got it at centre half back. He's only 20 years of age too, Archie Roberts, which you spoke to him earlier. It's when you chat to him, it feels like he's at 28, 29. He's a mature head on young shoulders. As Reid goes short to Durham. Durham daring kick across the centre square. Hands on the way through from Daywicks. Did well. Then a little casual. Just got to kick away further inside 50. And Gawn able to pick it off for the D's. Can rebound out to half back. And here's Chandler.
Chandler goes for a little gallop. Forward handball. Langford. D's chaining handballs down the western wing. Steele to Cozzy Pickett. Tucks it under the arm. And then kicks beautifully low down. Van Rooyen spills the mark. Essendon ball centre half back. Handballs for them as well. Langford out wide for Daywicks. Bouncing ball for him. Turns back into traffic. Now kicks beautifully. And this will open it all up. Dersma gathers. 45 out. Chips it into the pocket. And the mark taken by Caddy. Good decision from Dersma. Caddy 25 out, 45-degree angle.
Well, it sets up with the Daywicks kick. Beautiful coming in corridor. He's always coming back on his left foot. He's a very left-sided player, as most left-footers are. But then Dersma, who could have, again, broke the paint at 50 and continued by himself. But I love seeing a free target inside forward 50 hit the target.
Reward your big forwards. Yeah, they do the work for you up and down the ground. Finish it off.
Back from concussion last week. The young star key forward kicks the goal. Essendon fans get up. There's a chance the streak is ending today. They lead by 11 points. 9-9-63 plays 8-4-52. Quarter hour mark, third term.
Well, you spoke about that, the chance that streak breaks. You just hope that they don't go back into their shells and not really know how to keep the foot on the throat here and go forward with this game. They're, at the moment, they're going straight back at the D's and not allowing them to set up defensively. They're forcing the Demons into some unforced errors, and that's through great defensive positioning. You know, Mackay and Reid down there, having Ridley back in that side, I think really helps. Archie Roberts as the general, as the quarterback, but the kick back inside the ground just opens up the whole game, doesn't it, Rama? That ability to use your foot skills and hit a target, geez, that makes the game look simple.
Yep. That's 5 in a row for the Bombers. Last 2 of the second quarter, first 3 of the third. Back in the middle, Blackiston wins it down. Sardis under pressure, got a handball away. Turnover, Steele threads it through to Sparrow. Clever foot skills, just soccers it forward to Chandler, who marks front edge of the centre square. Kicks the D's into the pocket over the head of Melksham and out of play. Almost had Langdon trying to dab it back behind, unsuccessfully. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the D's.
Got to get their hands on the footy, the D's. Only the 47 disposals to 70 to the Bombers.
There's 2 set shots inside 40 metres in the quarter. 1 to Petty and 1 to Steele. Petty grabs it here, gives it to Sparrow. Ball spills out though. Dersma, hand pass away to Sardis. His handball dangerous. Steele wins it back. Handball to Keziah Pickett. Tackled. Umpire says holding the ball. Just dropped to the knees. Ray, you happy enough with that to be penalised?
Yep.
Where's Ray gone?
You there, Ray?
Sorry, boys.
What'd you make of that one?
I was actually just ducking back for the bacon. You're right, Ben. No, look, if you lower at the knees and you're the one who contributes to the high contact, then the umpire will assume that it's a legal tackle.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it. Stay alert as Reid gives a little kick into oncoming traffic, smothered by Myercheck, and in the end it's just knocked out of bounds by Reid. We'll have we won't have a boundary throw-in. Last disposal out of insufficient intent as Reid just taps it over the boundary line. Free kick for Harvey Langford and the Demons. He's going laterally to Sparrow. That's not the required distance. Told to keep it moving. Hand pass back to Salo. Great pressure, Kako. Dons win it. Dersma to Durham.
He just kicks for distance. Out towards May, but right there, able to mark his Howes. It's pinched from him by Archie May in the end, but it'll come back to Howes. I think he was the out-of-zone boundary rider there for a minute. Just having a daydream.
Jeez, drive by.
Steele.
No prisoners Saturday afternoon, Lids.
I'll tell you what.
Protect yourself at all times.
This is Harvey Langford on the wing for the D's. Gives it to Colton Tolstrup. Long kick inside 50. Myercheck, brave as always.
shepherding free kick.
Oh, back with the flight. He took the mark, but the free kick will go to the Dons. On Essendon ball, Jackson Pryor will get it.
Rubbish on the
I was going
ground.
to say,
man.
what's all the rubbish down
That's
there?
I think some pie wrappers, I think, down there.
Jeez. Need the late great Shane Warne down there to be able to tell people to just keep their rubbish to themselves, not spiff it on the playing arena. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
That rubbish is a visual representation of your attitude towards me today, Corb. I'm getting very, very filthy.
He's Merritt who marks it from Roberts, kicks down the wing, intercepted by Steele of the Demons. Hand pass away towards Lindsay. He goes back to Tolstrup, kicks along the outer edge of the centre square to Harvey Langford, who rolls and immediately drives it deep inside 50. Petty in the contest, punched away at the back by Pryor. Into the path of Trell Pick, feeds it to Keziah Pickett. Cozzy snaps and goals! The Picketts combine. And that family tree has thorns. All of a sudden, a 5-point lead for Essendon as the Picketts get the D's back on the doorstep. 20 minutes gone in the third, 9-9 to 9-4. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, that long kick in from Harvey Langford is that little switch just inside. It gave him that opportunity to wheel and go onto his favourite left boot. I thought Harrison Petty had his name written all over that. Again, they just turned up in numbers. Latrell Pickett, that's what they brought him into this side to do. Little fumble from him earlier. I thought it might have cost him, but Cozzy come over, a little handball out. And you said about Archie Roberts being given the footy when he's in the area. I'll tell you what, Cozzy Pickett cops it whenever he's in the area. He just has to run past, give it to him, let him do the rest.
First multiple goal kicker of the afternoon, Cozzy Pickett. Parrish with the clearance, rushes a kick out to the wing and lands in the lap of Dersma. Gives it back to Parrish, running by. He pokes it up towards half forward. Edwards can't mark, brings it down. Parrish follows up again. Third disposal in the chain. And it's knocked out by Sully Roby. Throw in 60 around from the attacking goal. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, a little bit earlier, Christian Salem had the ball and Isaac Kakao did some body spoil and crunched his leg. He's going down into the rooms now with a left ankle.
Thanks, Ray. All over it downstairs, Ray Chamberlain. And from the boundary throw-in, comes down to Parrish, high half forward, kicks to full forward for the Dons. Oh, slips through Turner's hands. Gresham at the back. Oh, it's coming back.
Free kick.
Hold up. Gresham's goal cancelled out. It's a free kick for Turner. He was taken high in the marking contest, and Gresham couldn't believe his luck. High free kick going Melbourne's way. Turner comes out wide to Lever. Gee, we got a good one going here at Adelaide Oval. 5-point game. Bombers on top. Kick down the wing. Petty trying to edge Mackay under the footy. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Steele. Hand pass to Trell Pick. Short kick. Picked off. Now it's Roberts. Oh, Roberts dangerous handball back in, and Latrell Pickett can't keep it alive. Boundary throw-in between wing and half forward for the Demons. Essendon by 5.
Having a good year on Saturday, Arvos. Didn't get a lot of good games last year, but a couple of good ones early on.
It's my first one, so I'm happy with it.
Dons by 5 points. Blackiston, now body's gone. Apple palms it down, follows up. Merritt gathers, snaps the Dons to half forward. Edwards turns his man McDonald. Inside 50 he gathers. His snap is offline. Towards the pocket it tumbles. Gresham tracks it, sockers it on goal across the goal mouth. May will get there, but out of play. It's Archer, mate. Confusing when you're calling Melbourne, and you expect the mainstay Stephen May to be inside their defensive 50, but it's an Essendon player with the same name. Throw in left forward pocket for the Dons. They lead by 5 points.
High up and under, the boundary throw in to the hot spot for the Bombers. Blackiston palms it down. Kako gives it to Parrish. Somehow got a hand pass out. Helping out here is Farrow. Handball looking for Caldwell. Left it behind. Picked up by Parrish. Handball to Dersma. Ducks into the tackle. Gives it to Sardis. Now to Ridley. But the Bombers are all of a sudden in the centre square. Boundary throwing was in the forward pocket. Short kick to Roby. And here's Sully, the new man in town. Kicks into the forward pocket. Turner threatening to take an intercept mark. Ball hits the deck. He's tackled. Ball up in front of the scoreboard, which reads Essendon 63, Melbourne 58. Dons by 5 points. 23 minutes gone in the third term. The Bombers playing to break the streak in a 17-game consecutive loss run.
Warren tapping it down close to the boundary line. Out it goes. Throw in. Right in front of that scoreboard. The cathedral off in the distance. North Adelaide slightly further up the hill. All up, in fact, in the end. It was called that before it went out of play. Clearing kick from Sparrow. Sends it east to the wing. Good hands. Good mark from Petty. And moves it on to Sharp. Running down that eastern wing. Pokes the kick out in front of Melksham. He'll give it off to Fritsch. Wide out. Half forward. Don't argue. Loops the handball back to Melksham. Knocked away by the Dons. Ridley does well. Wins it. Essendon back the other way. Dersma kicks around the wing.
Down to half forward. Tolstrup in the box seat. Goes to Spoil. Trying to hang it inside the boundary line. Runs out of room. Insufficient intent, said the umpire. Gee, that's a hot whistle. The Dons take the advantage. Short kick inside 50. Kako takes the mark on the back of the Parish kick, and Kako's got it wide out at right half forward.
Oh, I'm comfortable enough with that one. I think he could have kept going around on his left foot and kicked down the line there, Tholstrup.
So his momentum's taking him out of play. What's he meant to place the ball inside the field of play and then run out?
I'm not 50.
Oh, wow. More intervention for the men in green, and Kako is going to go all the way to the line.
So basically you want the umpires to... I'll let you call this one through.
Look out in the fig trees. Kako whacks it up beyond the hill. And the Bombers are out by 11 points. 10-9 to 9-4. It is Essendon's biggest lead in the game. The Dons have kicked 6 of the last 7. Oh, and we've got 2.5 to go in the third, and Essendon's on top by double digits. Gather round on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio.
Well, I didn't see what that 50-metre penalty was for.
In the goal square.
Yeah, it was in the goal square, but basically what Turner, they're giving it to young Archie May. Not really sure. The umpire just obviously didn't like the push and shove. Oh, he just give him a little right-hander. He might see himself in a bit of hot water for that.
Yeah.
But basically, we want the umpires are looking for the player to even try and kick it, even though they're over the boundary line. Are we saying that they're not aware that the boundary line's there? They're just not wasting time by booting it.
That's right.
Essendon by 11. You heard that right. Go on, a neat little tap down. Cozzy Pickett trying to work his way through with it. Merritt fighting after it. Caldwell tackling. Brave with that broken nose, and the umpire wants it. 26 minutes into the third. Gather round on ABC Sport. From the Adelaide Oval, up it goes. Right with the hand on it. Cozzy again, gang tackled. Umpire Matty Nichols says, I'll have it. We'll try again. Neither ruck decisive. Ball into the contest. Slapped out by Wright. Kako sits up for him. Essendon maybe having one of those days. Kicks to full forward. Gresham nearly. Ball hits the deck. Turns tackler Gresham. Appealing. Holding the ball. Gresham's going to get it. Lever over the top of it. And the umpire, you could see him. Gresham, waste no time. Swings it through. Essendon inching closer to defeating the streak. They lead by 17. 11-9-75 plays 9-4-58. How nervous are you, Essendon fans? 27 into the third.
Yeah, I feel like watching Gresham over the past 2 weeks. He knows he has to perform to stay in the team now.
You can see by the celebration.
Yeah, and you can see his work rate now inside forward 50. You can see his work rate when he has to chase an opponent outside forward 50. There's real intent now. And look, I thought Gresham was a terrific player at St Kilda before he snapped his Achilles, but it looks like he's just got a little bit of that speed and bounce back into his game.
Yep. Interesting decision from young Tolstrup to go try and kick it out of bounds in the air. Out of bounds. Kick it out on the full. Out of the air on the full. That's what I was looking for. And it ends up going to his direct opponent in Kako, who drives inside forward 50.
What was that for?
Not more intervention. Another free kick going Essendon's way, middle of the ground. Wright's going to get it. And the Bombers on an absolute hot streak in this third term. Wright kicks inside 50, slips off the hands of McDonald. In the pocket, scooped up by Dersma. He's mowed down. Trying to get it out to Edwards. Edwards toe pokes it on the line. Says all clear. Another one for the Bombers. They're a flyer that can't be put out at the moment. And Edwards goals, and the Bombers, they make it 8 of the last 9 in the game. And the new game high is up to 23 Essendon's way. 12-9 to 9-4. We're in time on in the third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
I'm just watching the replay here, Lids.
Yep, Dersma.
So
I think we're happy if that's holding the ball.
Gee, that's a howler.
It's a rugby pass.
Yeah, that's a definite free kick to Melbourne and Caleb Windsor.
The other thing that's worth further examination, is whether he
get a
even
boot on it.
got a
there
boot
it is.
on it.
There it is, the first one. And then Langdon didn't get a second hand onto it.
Jeez.
That is how do you miss that? I mean, he did put a saddle on him and ride him into the ground, but
I think even if he did get hand on ball there, I think almost every footy fan's happy that you've had long enough and it's holding the ball.
Free kick to Melbourne at the restart. Gorm with the towering kick inside 50. Ball skips out the back. Full race on. Mackay slaps it away in the pocket. Reid leaves it behind, then knocks it through. Essendon by 22, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, Lids, you asked the question, how do you miss that? And it comes down to system. So the controlling umpire is looking directly in the back of the player carrying the ball, and his teammate at the top of the 50 does not move and adjust.
Yeah.
Bombers in the back pocket. Roberts with it. Kicks in front of the benches. Floating through Ed Langdon. Attacking the footy. Kako knocks it to Cully, and Cully's just drilled in a tackle as soon as he grabs it. Taken to ground by Pryor.
Darcy Parish has had 14 possessions in this quarter. 8 kicks, 6 handballs, 5 score involvements.
The irony in that last tackle, he had none. So ball up from the restart. It's knocked out of play, and we'll have a boundary throw in 52 metres out from the D's goal.
Parish in the city of churches, it makes sense.
It's here all day, everyone. Ben Cameron on ABC Sport. Essendon by 22 points. A boundary throw in. Gawn trying to knock it down. Spills to Cully. Pokes it into the forward pocket. Picked up by Petty. Hand pass away to Latrell Pickett. Shoots from a tight angle. Puts it out on the full in the opposite pocket. So Marcus Pickett, by the way, who we mentioned earlier, who you saw last night, ran, former teammate of yours on the list at Essendon, didn't play game.
No, unfortunately.
Byron's brother.
Yep.
High with the long kick. Up towards the contest. Hands on it, Reid. McDonald gets it on the bounce. Rushes a kick for Melbourne inside 50. Van Rooyen, or Petty rather, on the half volley, can't gather. Essendon work it out through Roberts. Exiting kick. Straight onto the chest of McDonald. Melbourne go back in on his kick. Looking for Van Rooyen right this time. Drops in the hole. Defensive mark for Essendon. They lead by 22 points. 31 minutes into the third term. And Dons fans, you're going to turn for home after 17 consecutive defeats, leading by 22 points. The goal kickers, Kako with 2, Edwards with 2, Singles, Sardis, Gresham, Durham, May, Dersma, Caddy and Day Wicks. While for Melbourne, 2 for Cozzy Pickett, Singles to Gawn, to Myercheck, Sharp, Fritz, Sparrow, Latrell Pickett and Kay Chandler. The Dons by 22.
Full time in the Barossa, the Brisbane Lions by 26 points over North Melbourne, so a 26-point final margin in favour of the Lions. They lost Dane Zorko on the run with a calf injury, but Brisbane coming from behind at both quarter time and half time to get out with a 26-point win. And Brett Delidio, on behalf of Adam Ramanauskas, gets the cover play in the Superdog. More from Rama and Leeds coming up next. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 22 points at three-quarter time.
Throws it, goals it.
Get your footy fix
Live and ad-free with ABC Listen.
AFL, NRL, men's and women's.
This season, don't let life get in the way of the footy. Hear it on ABC Listen.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Game from Farrow, young man from West Perth. He goes very short and wide with the kick to Roberts. It's almost the directive is when you can get it to Archie Roberts, do it. And they've done so here. As he arcs out to his right, he loads up from 55 metres out. That is a bazooka! Archie Roberts from downtown. Harvey Langford, who rolls and immediately drives it deep inside 50. Petty in the contest, punched away at the back by Pryor. Into the path of Trell Pick, feeds it to Keziah Pickett. Cozzy snaps and goals! The Picketts combine. And that family tree has thorns.
Kako sits up for him. Essendon maybe having one of those days. Kicks to full forward. Gresham nearly. Ball hits the deck. Burns tackler Gresham. Appealing. Holding the ball. Gresham wastes no time, swings it through. Essendon inching closer to defeating the streak.
Right, kicks inside 50, slips off the hands of McDonald. In the pocket, scooped up by Dursbury, mowed down. Tried to get it out to Edwards. Edwards toe posted on the line. Says all clear. Another one for the Bombers. They're a flyer that can't be put out at the moment.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Upset brewing at Adelaide Oval. The Bombers have kicked 8 of the last 9 goals in the game. They lead by 22 at three-quarter time. Our next stop in Gather Round, off to the parade out at Norwood. And this is a proper clash. The Sydney Swans and the Gold Coast Suns. Aaron Bryans heading up the call as...
Corby, what a day of footy we're having. The Roos pushing the Lions, Essendon maybe with an upset, but who would have thought back in November when Gather Round was announced in terms of its fixtures that Sydney and Gold Coast could be the main event of this weekend. Lucky 12,000 fans will get the chance to see it here at Norwood, and it has the makings of an absolute classic. You've got the two top scoring sides on the narrowest active ground. Both of them could hit the ton if the rain decides to stay away this afternoon. And both of them are kind of fit for the parade as well. We've got the red and white of the Sydney Swans, and then you've got the rosé in the Gold Coast Suns in their Gather Round strip as well. So very excited to see what is going to be some of the superstars of the competition right before the Western Bulldogs and Hawthorn tonight as well. What a star-studded team we've got in the commentary box as well. The 10-time grand final caller Clint Wilton's alongside me. Hall of Famer, Premiership coach Mick Malthouse, and the two-time Premiership winner and Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe as well. We're ready to go for Sydney and Gold Coast coming up next, Corby, on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Az. 22 points, Essendon's lead over Melbourne, a quarter to play. Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Oh, what a quarter by Essendon. Absolutely dominated in just about every category. Throughout that quarter, smashed them in terms of just actual possession. They had their hands on it, led by Darcy Parish and Archie Roberts, both of them having 14 apiece. You know, their ability to get the ball out of the clearances and go forward with it. Parish with the 3 during that quarter. Pete Wright was actually pretty good, I thought, as a bigger player, getting back behind the footy and intercepted a couple of marks as well, getting off Max Gawn in the middle of the ground. But 6-1 to 1-3, Rama. That's a dominant quarter, and when they had momentum, they were able to capitalise.
Yeah, no doubt. And it was 6 goals won to Essendon off the back of only 11 inside 50s. Yep. So really got to work inside 450 when the ball's there. Now, that's damning against Melbourne. So they lose Crispin Salem in that quarter as one of their defenders, but they've got to defend better, Melbourne.
Yep.
They're a better defensive unit than that.
That was him. Kako was smothering the ball and he
his foot
landed awkwardly on his ankle. Yeah.
Yep. So is he starting the quarter? I think he may be.
No. Can't see him.
No.
He's coming Ray's way.
Yeah, he is.
We'll get Ray to keep an eye on Salem as he hits the interchange. What are you on the lookout for here, Ram?
Well, can Essendon finish a game? They haven't been in this position for a long time. And what have Melbourne got? So
they did it a couple of weeks ago against Carlton, then they come from behind and were able to get over the line. So it'll be interesting to see how they go here.
43 down that day. Came all the way back to win. 11 goals swinging proceedings.
Yep.
Haven't played their best footy today, and part of the reason for that is Essendon haven't allowed them to. So it's been good Essendon. It's been a little off Melbourne, and as a result, with a quarter to play, the Bombers are 22 points up, trying to end the streak of 17 consecutive losses. Is today going to be the day?
For you, I hope so, Corb.
Reasonable crowd, by the way, in at Adelaide Oval for two neutral teams on a neutral battleground. And we're just waiting for the last of the seconds to peel off the clock. We're ready to go into Q4. The Bombers by 22 with 1 to play against the Demons, the early pace setters in the young season. Gawn palms it down. Sparrow sockers it forward. Picked off by Roberts. Hand pass to Sardis. Sardis sends it down the wing. Caddy spills the mark. Regathers. Turns. Long kick inside 50. Out after it is Archie May. Got hands to it. No mark. Close to the boundary line and out it goes. We've got a boundary throw in.
First goal's important here, isn't it? That ability for Essendon to then consolidate, or to Melbourne get a run on.
22 points. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dons. Grabbed out of the ruck by Gawn. He's tackled, dispossessed, spills to Merritt. Kicks to the hot spot. Turner trying to take a one-hander. Got rid of Caddy. Wins the footy for Melbourne. Hand pass to Harvey Langford. He goes back by hand to Lever. Lever kicks an ugly footy down to the wing. Picked off by Roberts of the Bombers to Ridley. Hand pass away to Daywicks. Daywicks goes long into the pocket over the head of May. And over the boundary line, out on the full. 1 minute into this final term. Essendon by 22.
Just crunch some numbers around Essendon. The last time they kicked 6 goals in a quarter, round 10 last year. The last time they led by 22 points or more at three-quarter time, round 10 last year. That was their second last win. That was against Sydney. They won a couple of weeks later against Richmond, and that is their last victory. Essendon by 22. Petty kicking around the wing, looking for a marker. Blackiston hands to it, drops the mark. Parrish coming through, he's dispossessed of it. Ball hits the deck. Daywicks, 415-metre driver, kicks to the logo, and Durham takes it for the Dons. The Bull bursts away with it. Handball to Ridley, kick a shocker inside 50, works out, bounces through to Kako. Handball to Caddy, who somehow gets a kick away, nearly to Roby, but back there to Mark Tolstrup at fullback. Essendon by 22 to enter the fourth.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary rail. Just get you to keep an eye on our man Christian Salem, see if he's ready to come back into the game as the D's come out of defence, up to the wing. Offhand spills to Peter Wright. He's tackled immediately by Ed Langdon. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, he's getting. He's had it retaped, and he's just getting it redone again after the three-quarter time break. So, bit of trouble there with that left foot, but I think he'll be back in the game shortly.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, kicks down to half forward here. Max Gawn after grabbing it out of the ruck. Mackay picks it off. Hand pass away towards Roberts. He's pushed off it. Chandler wins it half forward for the D's. Gives it to Sharp. Sharp inside 50, looking for Langdon. It's over his head, close to the boundary line. Langdon trying to handball back to his own advantage, like KB can't quite pull it off, and as a result it's intercepted by Cole Langford. He gives it by hand to Sardis, to Parrish, back to Sardis against the boundary line, hands it through to Wright, short kick towards Kako, can't complete the mark, spills back to Wright, he heads down to half forward, the ball pitches, bounces, rolls, and it's out without being touched. Last disposal free for Melbourne at half back. 3 minutes into the final term, Essendon by 22. As Lever goes back to Cozzy Pickett, now out towards half-back. Turner's there, trying to claw it back in his caddy. Turner stands up with the footy, rides a bump from Durham. Turner got it out to Harvey Langford. Good job.
Langford goes for a little gallop. Couple of bounces, handball, charged down by Farrow. Defensive efforts, they might make the difference for the Dons here. They lead by 22.
Well, it will be everything that matters in this last quarter, because Melbourne is certainly going to come at a stage in this quarter.
They've done that a lot today, just handballed into the oncoming player and haven't been able to step around or go through to get the ball moving forward again.
Farrow's eyeing that sports drink shower. Might be as many in the middle of it as in the outer ring for the Dons. Sparrow rushing a kick, turnover. Roberts marks, centre half back for Essendon, Ray Chamberlain.
I can say that Christian Salem's done away with the taping. He's gone to the ice pack. He's done for the day.
Oh. Okay, thanks, Ray. So no Salem. Now with that bung ankle after the Kako smother. Shares it with Cole Langford here, Roberts, and then short to Merritt. 22-point lead for the Bombers. Start of the final term. Hand pass back to Cole Langford, trying to get some run going. Treats back by hand to Merritt. Kicks along the boundary line and finds Blackiston. Right on halfway underneath the Max Bashir stand. He just chips it very short. In fact, he's put it out on the full. Trying to link up with Roby. Not a good effort from Blackiston. Hands the footy back to the D's, and Lever's got it defensive side of the wing.
Lever kicking around that wing. Up to a contest. Off the hands, out the back. Roberts there for the Dons. Goes infield and defensively to Farrow, who goes further back to Mackay. I just get the feeling there's going to be a little bit of squeaky bum time here for the Dons. I think it might get a little touchy down the stretch as Mackay onto Parrish, onto Ridley.
And the only way for that not to happen is to score.
Yeah. To be fair, every time they've got the ball to half forward so far, the Demons, the Bombers have held up so far in the quarter.
Right, kicking up to a contest. Caddy trying to launch at it. Just had his run stopped, and now the D's come up with it. Back flank, chaining handballs. Tolstrup to Steele, to Lindsay, kicks to the wing.
Mycheck out.
Ed Langdon takes the mark, and there is Mycheck. He's going to receive the next kick, 40 metres down to half forward. And Mycheck marks. He's about 60 from home. He ignores the short option, decides to go long into the pocket. Chandler juggled mark over the boundary and then over the fence. His chin ended up in the front row.
It did. From the boundary line.
A boundary throw-in. In front of the hill where the D's are coming home, trying to reel in a 22-point deficit. Mycheck grabs it out of the ruck, gives it to Keziah Pickett, puts the moves on show, but misses to the near side of behind. Just creates his own space and enormous burst speed. Minor score though, 21 Essendon's lead. Early stages, final term, 6 minutes gone in the last. Meanwhile, up in the Barossa, 26-point win for the Brisbane Lions coming from behind to defeat the Kangaroos.
Dons doing well to work it to neutral territory, western side of the ground. Archer Day-Wicks, good kick, infield to right, gives it to Parrish. They got men out. Kyle Langford's one of them. He gathers 60 from home. Eyes the goals, or Edwards in the goal square. It's over his head and through for a behind. Tripped over his own feet, Edwards. He wouldn't make it as one of yours, Ray. Couldn't run backwards. Minor score, Essendon by 22.
And a nervy moment here for Ed Langdon, trying to reel in the kick. He fumbles that. It's out of play. Half forward here for the Bombers.
He shouldn't have had to run backwards, though. That was just an easy kick to the top of the goal square.
Correct. I think Kyle Langford may have been going for goal.
I reckon you might be right.
Essendon by 22. 7.5 gone final term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Upset brewing. Right palms it down. Caldwell at half forward for the Dons. Lays it back by hand to Parrish. 60 from home. Kicks to full forward. They come from all directions. Ball hits the deck. Scooped up there by Tolstrup. He's tackled. Ump says I'll have it. Ball up. Full forward for Essendon.
That's what you like to see from a first gamer. So he's in the marking contest. Sullivan Roby. Ball hits the ground. And then he's there to tackle.
All right, taps it down. Merritt snaps on goal from the impossible angle. He's still wearing the red and the black right now. Essendon might just about be there. The Dons fans' prayers are being answered in the city of churches, Rammer and Corp. The Dons by 28, 8 into the fourth.
That was a special goal. We sung the praise. It was more Max Gort hitting it down towards the boundary, hoping that one of his...
Yeah, which is the right area.
Well, it's the right area to hit, but he just didn't have the players running onto it. Zach Merritt read it like a book and just threw it back onto the boot, and it's floated through, hasn't it? Terrific finish from right there on the boundary line. And what I like, though, is his movement through the stoppage. He's not just a sitting duck. He wants to get through that stoppage and get on the fly, trying to make something happen. The best way to answer those critics of can we win is kick goals.
That's it.
Special goal. Left peg against the boundary line. Floats it through. And the Bombers have now got 9 of the last 10 goals in the game to lead by a game-high 28 points. Back in the middle, Keziah Pickett ushers it out, but straight to Parrish. It's Essendon going forward to centre half forward and out on the lead. Hitting up May, takes the mark.
Parrish has been huge.
Had a terrific second half.
Yeah, his ability inside to keep that ball moving forward. Then Archie May just being in front at the right time, coming up at it. Tell you what, if he knocks this through, the Essendon fans, look out.
Just put the seatbelt back on. Here's a long kick of the footy. Archie May gets close to the man on the mark from 55 out. It's a home run drop punt. The Bombers have got 10 of the last 11. Essendon by 34 points. And all of a sudden, things are looking up. 14-10-94 Essendon. Melbourne 9-6-60. We've travelled 10 minutes in the final term. If you're listening to us in Canberra on local radio, you'll be heading to the Raiders match in Perth as soon as the final siren goes. You can hear the match now on Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. Look out for the green ABC Sport button.
Well, he's actually given Tom McDonald some headaches today, Archie May, because he presents at the ball. He's a strong body. We know that, and we've mentioned that a number of times today. But that's what you love from a young key forward, that he hits up at the football, takes a mark, and then he can boot the ball 55 metres for a goal.
Kicked the last 5 goals in the game. Again, Essendon. 34 points. Surely this is an unassailable lead at the moment. Oh, it's been a long time coming. Right, palming it down. It ricochets back to Parrish. McGrath's in there to Durham. Away to Caldwell. Floating a kick inside 50. Caddy launching. Scored away from him. Durham bullets onto the footy. Gets a handball away to Daywick. Centre half forward for the Dons. To McGrath. Kicks inside 50. Caddy. Oh, it's party time.
That's terrific by Andy McGrath.
Yeah.
Just have that vision to lower the eyes. No, that's easy. A lot of other footballers, that's going to the top of the goal square. But he was able to hit up
Great.
Nate Caddy.
We said it. The rooms were vibrant. They were confident.
Rama, are you available every week to chat to the boys just pre-game?
It's not through yet.
It's not over.
It's not over.
Nate Caddy directly in front. 40 out. It's just about over. This game and the streak. He's got 2. The Dons cross 100. 15-10-100. Plays 9-6-60. 12 into the 4th.
You can certainly see their confidence growing with every contest that they're going into. Even Archer Day-Wicks there picked up at ground level and drove his legs to try and get through, taking on Keziah Pickett. Just fed that handball out to Andy McGrath, and he's kicked it through a car window. You know, just to be able to find Nate Caddy there. You called it, Rammer, that ability to lower your eyes there and find a free target versus just bombing away. But that comes with experience too. When he's getting up towards 200 games.
He's captain.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those targets. And it just shows the difference in hitting a target versus blazing away or completely turning it over.
Bombers by 40. They have kicked 11 of the last 12. Hurried kick forward from right, taken by Durham. And he takes the mark front edge of the centre square. And Durham can send Essendon deep inside 50 again. He sends it out to half forward. Dersma. Dersma's got it.
It'll just go to show that once you get that bit of momentum going, everything starts going your way. That quick kick out of stoppage lands in Durham's lap. I thought he actually missed a trick there by not giving that handball receive off to Archie Roberts, but was patient and allowed Dersma just to get him behind Harry Sharp there. And he was just too big and strong, really, for Harry Sharp once the ball was over his head. Little nudge. See if the bow and arrow comes out. I guarantee you, I think it will.
I was just about to say the Adelaide fans just checking their quiver, making sure they're fully stocked as Dersma slams another one through. Adelaide Oval's favourite archer shoots one up into the stands, and the Bombers are shooting the lights out. 46 points Essendon's lead, 16-10 to 9-6. The Dons have kicked 11 of the last 12 in the game. Gather round on ABC Sport. The D's flat-footed.
Well, it's 10 goals to 1 in the second quarter. So they're doing the work, Essendon, at the moment, and a lot of it's come off the back of probably what I thought a weakness would be today in centre bounce. So they've been able to clear the ball. They've been able to nullify Max Gawn in this second half. It's paying dividends.
Smashed him in the last quarter. Smashing him again at the moment at clearance. Rammer, you're 100% right. I just thought it would happen. The D's, it seems, out of centre bounce today.
Yep.
I'm not sure that kick was as straight as an arrow.
It wasn't.
Floated like a little bit of a helicopter, but
they don't draw pictures.
No, they don't. Might wear the red shorts every week, Essendon. Kako coming in off the square to get involved and laying a tackle. Now Gresham feeds it out to Sardis. Sardis back feeds a handball away to Farrow. Time to assess. Through the logo he goes. Kicks for Caddy. Caught behind. Doesn't take the mark. All hits the deck. Tolstrup there for the D's. Inside their defensive 50. They work it out with handball. And now Lindsay, the exiting kick. Essendon by 46 points.
Incredible scoreline as Harvey Langford kicks down the wing. Melcham in his 250th. Handball's picked off. Right, taps it to the advantage of Sardis. Handball back for Kyle Langford. Ball and all tackle from Melcham. Forces a ball up on the wing. So Cozzy Pickett's goal, 21-minute mark, third term. That's it. After half-time for the Demons. 11 of the last 12 for the Bombers in the match. Chandler at the restart. Gives it to Sparrow. Sparrow kicks to centre half forward. Target Petty. Ball spills down to Fritsch. Got a handball out to Melksham. He's tackled, dispossessed. Jumping in on top of it, Fritsch and Pryor. Pack forms around them. The umpire says, I'll have it.
That Melksham down again.
Swans, Suns coming up next to the parade in Norwood. And then later tonight, Hawks, Bulldogs. A big day still to come. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Right, taps it down for Caldwell. Clear and kick. Bounces on its point. Tolstrup for the D's. Tumbles it back inside 50. Pryor at fullback. Marks for Essendon.
What I have liked today with the Essendon defenders, they've come up and attacked rather than sitting on their heels, which they get caught too often doing. So that pressure that they've been able to put on Melbourne around Melbourne's half-forward line has been noticeable.
Now they're going to switch it back. Langford. It's Kyle all the way back to Pryor, who pokes it just away to right. Back flank.
What's out?
And 2-metre Peter will kick long to a contest on the wing.
1-on-1 Dersma and Harvey Langford. There's a free. It's going Dersma's way. Held without it. Didn't take possession. Dragged down by Harvey Langford. What we're always trying to do early in the young season is establish a hierarchy, put teams in certain categories. As Dersma goes short laterally to Merritt, not the required range, so ball's back in motion. Harvey Langford gives
He's
it to
nothing to kick to.
Melksham, back to Harvey Langford, runs carries, has to handball inside 50 to Van Rooyen, back to Harvey Langford, tight angle. Langford from the boundary line. That is an absolute special. And the young man shows what he's capable of. A running goal, multiple touches in the chain, and then finishes left peg against the fence and slots it from there. A goal of the year contender for Harvey Langford, and something to smile about from a Demons point of view. Essendon by 40.
Well, when he first got that ball up on the wing, he had absolutely nothing, so he had to make it up and run and carry. So he went with the handball over the top to Van Rooyen, and he kept running to the young bloke's credit. He just ran fully towards the boundary line, and that I was like, he's going to dribble this, has to dribble it. There's no way he can get that bend on it. Goes for the drop punt, and that has just... Again, we won't draw pictures, Benny, but it's floated through beautifully.
It was off the instep a little bit, and they tend to swing back
the other way.
And he just got the reverse swing off the instep beautifully.
Just on the early season hierarchy, so we had the D's winners against teams in and around their station, like St Kilda and Carlton. They pick off one against a team we probably had pegged above in the Gold Coast. Feels like they dropped this game today. It's kind of back where we probably had them in that sort of mid to lower table treadmill.
Troll pick comes up with it and chips it inside 50 for Van Rooyen for Melbourne. I thought you were going to say, given Melbourne beat premiership contenders the Gold Coast, and given Essendon have beaten Melbourne, Essendon for premiership contenders.
But this is a game they thought they would have won.
Yeah, no doubt.
They would have thought they'd be in and around Carlton and the Saints. They beat them, so they're ahead of that pack. And yet this game cancels out the Gold Coast game. They got one they probably didn't think they were going to win, and they're going to drop one today against a team they should have, at least by previous form lines, should have beaten.
Van Rooyen's drop punt out to the right, through for a minor score. So, spoke about it earlier. 6 goals in round one for him. 1 goal in the next 3 weeks. That was last week, and goalless today. So, just quietened off after that hot start.
Roberts to his mate Pryor. Last line of defence for the Bombers. Speaking of the Gold Coast, we can have their little triple threat match next week. The Bombers headed up to the Glitter Strip to take on the Gold Coast. Kick down the line. Spills to Roby on debut. He gets a handball away to Archer Daywicks, and he gives it off to Merritt by hand. Back to Roby, who's running through the wing. Away to Cole Langford. He decides to go with a long kick to switch from one back flank to the other, and Ridley has had an indifferent day. Kicks down the wing, finds Reed, and Reed marks right on halfway for the Bombers. Essendon by 39 points. They led by as many as 46 earlier in the quarter.
Reed back to Ridley, pokes it for Sardis. 39 points. Nearly time on, 4th term. May 10 last year was Essendon's last win. Sardis to a contest. Centre half forward for Essendon off the hands of Caldwell. Play a little bit of volleyball. Eventually, Sparrow knocks it out. Cozzy Pickett soccers it away. Won by Ridley. Hit well. Hoovered it up. Got it away to Parrish and then to Reed. Kicks to a half forward. Edwards. Sticky mitts. Takes the mark. 55 metres out from goal for Essendon.
The natural forward, young Edwards, isn't he?
Leads at the ball.
Good extension there too to be able to catch that at its highest point.
Lad from Swan Districts, back from the ACL tear. Kicks to full forward. What a grab. Caddy up into the sky, rips it down.
That is just pure athleticism by Nate Caddy there. Just up and at the football. Gives his defender and Turner no chance.
Feels like he's the leader of the new wave, isn't he? He's the key forward that they want to try and build it around. And Nate Caddy, who already today has kicked a couple. To make it 3. A glimpse of what's to come. He misses. Out to the right, a behind. The Bombers make it 40 points. 21 gone, final term. Essendon 16-11, Melbourne 10-7. If you're listening on Canberra local radio, we'll take you to the Raiders next. Meanwhile, for everybody else, it'll be the Swans and the Suns out on the parade at Norwood.
Howes with a long kick up the middle, and Jacko Pryor flying through the air very nearly. Second bite on the way down. Down a little sore as well. Up in the middle, Gawn slaps it down. Dersma. He pinches it, then hurries a kick up to half forward. Kako coming through, swoops onto the footy, tries to sell some candy to get around Tolstrup. Now he's in trouble, takes a bounce, still going a little goose step off to Parrish. He hurries a kick inside 50 and Gawn picks it off. Melbourne ball, centre half back, Sparrow to Cozzy Pickett. Into the middle, Dersma steals it back. Ugly little passage of play here. As we play out the clock, 5 to play. Gather round on ABC Sport. Get a ball up in the middle.
He just hurts people, Cozzy, doesn't he?
You mentioned that inner circle, Ben, of the team song. There's a few that are going to be featuring there. I'll get to that in a moment as Parrish gives it away to Roby. He goes back by hand to Mackay. Has it on the wing. A 40-point lead for the Bombers. Handball to Blackiston. He's in his 16th game. He's about to play in his first win, Lockie Blackiston. Hands it away to Roberts. Short to Roby. He's playing his first game. It's going to be a win. Out wide to Reed. Other guys to look out for here today. Archie May in his 11th game. Jacob Farrow in his 3rd. So at least 4 of them on the inside of the circle. There's the kick there from Sardis to turnover. Wins it back the other way for the Demons. Looks to Fritsch in a 2-on-1. Ridley and Cole Langford with the numbers. Work it out for the Bombers. Hand pass to Reed. Handball to Roberts on the back flank. The Bombers by 40.
I've liked that change with Langford going across half-back today. He's had 26 possessions and 8 marks. So we're so used to seeing him as a forward.
Rammer's any given Sunday speech to the boys down in the room pre-game has just worked wonders. I was ready to run through a brick wall, Lids. I don't know about you, but...
the 6 inches in front of my face, mate, they were in danger today.
Going to get a throw in. 60 out from goal. Essendon by 40 points, 38,000 and change in attendance. Gawn taking it out of the ruck. Runs away with it, Big Max Gawn. Handball away towards the support from Lindsay. Off to Cozzy Pickett. Tackled by Merritt. Zach Merritt gets him holding the ball.
You reckon he's still playing for the jumper? How about that? As a little chase down tackle.
That's when Zach's at his best.
Yeah.
When he shows that real defensive side to his game. His teammates just grow another leg around him. We know how skillful Zach Merritt is as a footballer, as an offensive player, but he probably doesn't get enough credit for the defensive work that he does.
It stood out last week, didn't it? Particularly in that second half. Had 7 tackles, ended up with 30 disposals, and he's kicked a ripper today. He's just going to dab it easily inside 50 to Edwards, and the umpire's going to say he's not back over his mark.
Well, this will be for possession 30 for Zach, and he's kicked the goal. But it's almost been a quiet 30 because he hasn't played as that full-time midfielder that we're so used to seeing. He's now, playing on a half forward. He goes out to a wing.
What about Caldwell, who we saw in the rooms, had to drive over because of the broken nose. Couldn't breathe, got a horrible black eye.
Yeah. Now he's got another whack on the beak.
Yeah, and he's bleeding from his nose.
Oh.
Broken it again. He's got to drive home. Drive would be better after a win, though.
So Zach Merritt won't shoot, passes it short. Peter Wright, all 2 metres of him, crashes through Ed Langdon and takes the mark in the corridor. 35 out.
I know it's a small wingman coming at Pete there, but that's what I love to see from a big forward. It's like, you want to come back in more space, where you're going to cop it. He went at it full-chested and was able to hold on to it. I reckon that's the next step in his development as a big forward.
Is this the way to use him? More time in the ruck?
I think it might be.
He goes cold playing as a forward at times when he's just not getting his hands on it. But you look at his numbers today. He's had 16 possessions. This will be his first goal. He's just looked better around the ground.
In he comes, 2 metre Peter. That's the right feeling. Essendon fans can feel it again. A W incoming for the Bombers. For the first time in a long while, the 17-game losing skid is about to end. The Bombers by 46, 17-11 to 10-7. Gather round on ABC Sport.
336 days without singing a song, Essendon fans.
Yep.
That drought's about to break.
It's good, isn't it? Good reward for a young side. I feel that when you're looking for nourishment as a young player, a young team trying to get excitement about what you're building and what you're actually practicing, to see wins, but also to see the second half that they've had. The goals are enough in terms of the nourishment, but to get a W as well, they'll be really pleased with that.
As a player, you just want to feel like you're on the right track.
Yes, exactly.
You gave them a little bit of that belief today, Rummy. You spoke about the fact that you can see what the club's doing down in the rooms, and players might have breathed it in. Free kick to right in the middle. He'll kick out wide, and Merritt marks. It's the cheers as well. Rain falling. Essendon by 46 points. Dominant second half performance. Merritt goes back to Sardis. It goes back to Mackay. Mackay short for Parrish. Parrish will switch it out wide, and Reid, defensive point of the square, takes the mark.
So Gold Coast next week, and then Anzac Day for the Bombers. So Suns away, Pies back at the G. Meanwhile for Melbourne, doesn't get any easier. After a slip up here, they play the two-time reigning premiers who are just getting hot at the MCG next Sunday. So Brisbane, Melbourne at the G. The Bombers kicking game in the defensive half. Just padding a few stats here late, final 2 minutes, 27 gone. Bombers by 46.
Percentage booster, Cobb.
Jeez, I think even if you're an optimistic Essendon fan, I don't think you could have hoped that the number would have a 4 in front of it and be double digits Essendon's way. This is punched into the grasp of Durham. He's tackled, and we'll get a ball up here between wing and half forward for the Bombers coming home to the Riverbank stand end. Melbourne have kicked only 2 goals after half-time. Essendon have kicked 11.
Born out of the ruck, feeds Steele. Steele kicks around the wing, and Myercheck juggling marking. We'll give it to Cozzy Pickett. Running by. He'll chip it inside 50, getting back Roberts. A young star for Essendon.
This is for possession 40.
It's been good.
Wise words from Reptilidio pre-game.
Yeah.
Kicks out wide, and mark taken by Dersma.
We're reminiscing about playing at half-back. We were. Being Arch.
Dersma kicking around the wing, up towards the contest. In front, taking the mark, McDonald. Nearly 29 minutes into the fourth term. McDonald for Melbourne on the wing, kicks infield, Tolstrup. Tolstrup will then poke it further out wide for Cozzy Pickett. Cozzy very wide out, kicks inside, attacking 50. Off the hands of the pack, comes down close to the boundary line. Ridley away to Roberts. The Dons try to work it out. And now Mackay, Essendon on their last line.
Trying to work it out as Archie Day-Wicks just fumbles it through the behind line for a rush behind.
I know you'd love to call an Essendon flag, Corb. I'm sure you'd love to call them winning a final, but let's just start with one game here, hey?
Bombers by 45 points.
That's right, 45.
Half hour gone in the game. Roberts off the back flank, turns it over, coming out of defence, and Cozzy Pickett with the intercept mark. After 17 consecutive losses, the Bombers in gather round will defeat the D's, and Essendon defeat the streak. Nobody beats the Dons 18 times in a row. The streak ends at 17. The Dons by 45. Oh, it was a win full of merit for the Bombers. They fell 19 points down, 19 down, time on in the second term. From that point on, they kicked 12 of the next 13 goals to finish all over the top of the Demons. The Bombers by 4 at quarter time. They trailed by 6 at the half. They led by 22 at three-quarter time. And the longer it went, the worse it got for the Demons. It was Essendon by 45 in the finish to win their first game since last May.
To win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
Essendon by 45 points to get on the board in the young season. The Bombers move to 1-4, 17-11, 113. They lead Melbourne 10-8, or they beat Melbourne 10-8, 68. It means we've got one winless team, one undefeated team. The Bulldogs undefeated on top of the tree. They play tonight. And Richmond, the only team yet to open their account, they play the Giants in the Barossa tomorrow. Adam Ramanaskas, Essendon's youngest premiership player on planet Earth, the All-Australian Brett Delidio, pull it all apart for us. The Bombers with one of the upsets of the young season so far to win by 45.
Well, Lids, 11 goals to 2 in the second half.
Yeah, it's huge.
There's a real domination in that team. Essendon kicked the last goal of the second half, right on the first half, right on the 30-minute mark, and they didn't look back from there. But what Melbourne did, they allowed Essendon just to play their game. Essendon love possessing the ball.
Yep.
They've had 139 marks and 441 possessions.
What do we say? So they're going to keep it chip it around like this at the end of the first quarter. They'll have 450. Yep. Well, they had 441.
Yeah. So I just never felt that Melbourne wanted to really press the ground and squeeze the ground and put a lot of pressure on Essendon's ball movement. Archie Roberts has had 42 possessions, which I imagine is a career best for him. Darcy Parish was back to his best. He's had 33, 7 clearances, 13 score involvement. So he was a big contributor, particularly in that second half. He became a lot more noticeable, particularly around centre bounce, where I thought Melbourne, that should have been a real area of dominance for them in this game. But what Max Gawn did in the first half to what Max Gawn did in the second half, well, Essendon were able to counter that with their own centre bounce work. So, look, great win, a bit of nourishment, I think, is the most important thing for a young team. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. It just gives belief from a player's point of view that you're on the right track.
Yep.
And you can see what they're trying to do. You can see the young forwards. Archer May had a really good game. Nate Caddy had a really good game. I thought Isaac Kako and his intensity today around contest, to tackle, to chase, to harass was just out. It only says 3 tackles for Isaac Kako today, but I thought his pressure was absolutely elite today.
Yep.
The way
he stayed busy, didn't he?
He did. On Melbourne's side, it felt like it was either it was only going to be Pickett or Gawn who were really going to win the game for him. So Jack Steele's had 28 possessions, but I didn't really notice Jack too much in today's game. So, look, they'll be disappointed with that. They started the season really well, Melbourne. They would have come here thinking, yep, if we play near our best, we should be able to beat Essendon. But I think Stephen King will go into the change rooms now to address the boys, and I think his message will be really clear. We let a team possess the football. When we let a team possess the football, we're not good enough defensively yet.
Yep.
And this is what happens on the scoreboard, a 45-point margin.
They opened them up, didn't they? And that ability for Essendon, there's a couple of times where they, early on it was just to kick slow, go back around and try and make Melbourne defend for long periods. But then eventually the game opens up. If you keep forcing a team to defend and you don't stop it at the source, those gaps open up. And then we saw those kicks back inside, which eventually lead to scores. That second half, that's as dominant as I've seen Essendon play for a long period of time. And that ability to, score, but score heavily, but not just be one-dimensional too with the way they score. It wasn't just Nate Caddy. It wasn't just, Peter Wright down there, or you name your player. But they had a really good even spread. And you named young Archie May. I thought he was a great target for him down there. The switch for Langford to not be in that forward line, to then be down back, I thought, it's paid off today. Yep. Because he can look like he's a little bit out of sorts when he's up forward, and he gets missed a hell of a lot. Like, he hits up, but doesn't give you the same amount as what he does at down back.
But their role players all contributed. They had this togetherness or connection, which was, it sounds like lame sort of buzzwords that we use in modern footy, but you could see it today early on that it felt like this was how they were trying to play, and there was a clear cause and effect. It was a little ropey at times, but ultimately they did it more often than not across 4 quarters.
I think the other part that I liked with Essendon today is, they had 440 possessions, but they were also plus 30 with contested football.
Yeah.
So the tough things that you have to do in a game of football is Essendon have been criticised for that of recent times.
Yep.
They came out and did that today.
Yeah.
I want to mention Elijah Sardis, and I think it's worthwhile to do that. He's had 29 possessions today, kicked the goal, a couple of his score involvements, a couple of clearances. Just let the kid play.
Yeah.
Roll him through now.
He just adds a different dimension, doesn't he? His ability to link up because he'll get from contest to contest. Yeah. He's a bit different to a Parrish and a Merritt. Merritt, he's a class finisher. We know it. Parrish is more your ball inside, but it doesn't then have the reliance on Caldwell and Durham to be just those two guys. Now they didn't have their best days today, those two blokes, but as you said, Corb, it was a collective approach here where everyone sort of chipped in versus just being reliant on Zach Merritt getting it 35 times and kicking 4 or 5.
3 teenagers out there. Melbourne had 8 of the 9 oldest players on the ground. So they had 8 guys over 30. Essendon had 1. Yep. That was Zach Merritt. As Sullivan Roby gets pushed down the race first, so on debut.
And a childhood Essendon fan, and I'm sure he's pumped because it's his first game, but it feels like it means more. He was fist pumping, double fist pumping to the crowd, pumping them up on the way in. That was awesome.
Archie Roberts, career high in disposals 2 weeks in a row. Had 37 last week against the Bulldogs. He had 42 today, and the Bombers won by 45. Let's take it all in. Ray Chamberlain with the winners. What's happening down there, Ray?
I tell you what, there's plenty of smiles. Brad Scott was in here early. The crowd, they gave him a big razz up as well. And as you can imagine, after a long list of outs, to have a win, they're very, very happy, and rightly so.
May 23rd, 2025, their last win before tonight. That was Dreamtime at the G against Richmond.
Yes, I was there live that day.
Jeez, a long time ago. That was Angus Clark's debut.
It was, and Rising Star, Norm, for the young fella.
April 11, we sit here, 2026. The Bombers snapped the streak after 17 consecutive losses, an equal club record low. They break through to win here at Adelaide Oval. 45-point win for the Bombers after falling 19 points behind in that second quarter. They rattled off 12 of the next 13 goals. We got 10 minutes before we're out of here. I might just get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I'll take these ones, Rand.
Lids is going to have them for us because I want to get some reaction from the Essendon rooms, and then we're off to Sydney and Gold Coast, our next stop, and then later tonight back here at Adelaide Oval for the Bulldogs and the Hawks.
Yep.
What do you got for us, Lids?
Quick special mention just to Peter Wright. I thought, starting him in the ruck, a little growth game for him. It looked like he's ready. That could be the position, for him to come in. But 1 vote, and arguably could have been 2 votes. But Zach Merritt, I thought he was terrific today. That rundown tackle late on Cozzy Pickett probably typifies the effort that Essendon put in today. 2 votes, I've gone with Darcy Parish. I thought he got him going in that second half. Clearances, contested ball, 13 score involvements is what I absolutely love the most out of my midfielders. But 3, my lad, and no doubt it come off the back of chatting to him pre-game.
Undoubtedly.
And the rev up from Rammer himself is Archie Roberts. 42 disposals at 75% kicking efficiency. He was a general down there, and his ability to set him up and continually give him drive, I think, is something that probably lacked a little bit.
3 for Roberts, 2 for Parish, 1 for Merritt. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The Bombers by 45 to go to 1 and 4. The Demons now 3.